Chapter 351 Kill and Leave. After seeing King Feng really disappear completely, Aoki was slightly relieved. Fortunately, the existence of the tropical dragon scared her, otherwise, I really have to do it once. It's just that their own strength may be a little worse than them. The average elves are okay to say that they are afraid that they have a whole card like Gaga, which is difficult. The Dark Crow has not yet evolved, and Aoki still has a definitive elf. Fortunately, although King Feng said so in her mouth, in fact, she really wanted to fight in her heart, and it was estimated that there was not much. After all, she was under Athena's men. Athena and Aoki remembered it very well. In the Lake of Wrath, they battled Liu Bo. The two heavenly kings were almost full shot, but Athena was beaten by Liu Bo from beginning to end. Presumably the strength has not been restored. So, can she be involved in the development of the area in her current situation? Not necessarily. Therefore, King Feng may be the one who has the least hope for the first among the four abnormalities. He smiled and looked at the frozen body on the ground, and shook his head. The reason why he didn't bring his best grass-based elf was also a temptation to himself. If Aoki attacked her decisively, she would immediately summon all her grass-based elves. If Aoki saw that she was carrying a lip sister of the ice system and superpower system, she should have guessed that she didn't have to the determination of war. Maybe her grass elves are hiding somewhere in the forest. You know, the grass-based elf's hiding ability in the forest is the strongest of all the elves. Ignoring the matter here, Aoki stowed the elves, stepped on the back of the tropical dragon, and disappeared into the forest. When Aoki disappeared in this camp, a figure slowly emerged from the grass, which was King Feng, who had clearly left before. Looking at the direction where Aoki disappeared, a smile appeared. This little brother should be smart enough, King Feng said, touching the wonderful frog flower beside him. Sitting on Aoki on the back of the tropical dragon, he put all the points and cards of Yu-Gi-Oh into his own point device, and then left the empty point device. By this time, the total points displayed on the scoring device in Aoki's hands were 627 points. A total of 497 points were scored from Gaga, and a total of 30 points were scored on the 12 people killed before, plus Aoki's original 100 points, which is exactly 627 points, which can be said to have skyrocketed. Sure enough, we still have to plunder others. The points come most quickly, Aoki said with a smile. After flying for a while, the tropical dragon carried Aoki again to the familiar river, patted the back of the tropical dragon, let him fall. Although this battle with Gaga was also considered to be overwhelming, but the circle bears and the Abba monster still suffered a lot of injuries. While there is still time, they should be dealt with first. Released the circle bears and Abba monsters. I saw the two elves lying very weakly without much energy. Aoki took out some energy cubes, fed them into their mouths, then summoned the big milk cans, tied them with bandages and sprayed healing potions. Aoki himself went to Abba's head, looked at him and said lightly, "Did you feel your weakness?" During the battle between Abba monster and Yu-Gi-Oh's Abba monster, although the two elves did not win, in fact, most of the time, it was Yu-Gi-Oh's Abba monster suppressing the Aoki. The physical advantage did not provide him with any help, and the long time in the wildlife has always allowed him to fight with a kind of beast intuition without any rules, let alone Gaga's carefully cultivated Abba monster opponent. Chaba! Abba screamed. Although his body was still very weak, his voice was full of energy. "Then you accept the greater measurement, just like the Dark Raven," Aoki said expressionlessly, and summoned the Dark Raven at the same time. The Dark Crow also suffered a lot of injuries in this battle, but it allowed him to fully grasp his grown-up body, which can be said to have gained from actual combat. Abba looked at the Dark Crow and then Aoki. There was a hint of firmness in his hesitant eyes. "Since you want revenge, you need to take a hard medicine." Although he can wait 2 days to recover his qualifications, how much time does he have to train and fight again? Exclamation mark. "No, then it's not as bad medicine." Aoki smiled. 2 special energy cubes were taken from the space equipment, one for the Dark Crow, and one for the Abba monster. The two elves did not hesitate to eat all of them, and then stood there quietly, waiting for the effect to appear. Oki released all the other elves in preparation for lunch. Let the dumb beasts and Tyrannosaurus enter the water for fishing, and today's lunch is eating fish. When the Oki lunch was halfway through, the special energy cube effect that Abatet had finally played out, or he could not help it. I saw the Abba monster twisting wildly on the ground. One will twitch his body on the ground, and then ran into the water, rolled in the water, and the wild elves who provoked the water avoided one another. They were resolved by beasts. The dark crow is much better. I saw him standing motionless on the ground with his eyes closed, but still looks calm at www.mentalnovel.com. But it's not the twitching body and the claws that grabbed the pebble by the river. Scratched directly. When other elves saw them, they understood what they were enduring. But there is no way, because Oki explained to them that the most powerful function of this special energy block is to focus on their qualifications, and even if they are used, pulling them will not have much effect. At most, speed up their level. However, the dull beast may have some effect, but it can't make him qualitative change, so Oki still allows the dull beast to use energy blocks in a more gentle way. But in fact, the big milk tank also told Oki to use this special energy block, but it was rejected by Oki. If it was not a last resort, he would not want his elf to use this method. Persistence in the past is victory, and if you don't stick to it, it may be a waste. After half an hour, the Aberdeen stopped, and the dark crow stopped. The twitching body. The change is still quite obvious. Under the scanning of the chip, the height of the dark crow has been raised by 2 centimeters again, and the chip tells Oki that as long as it is used again, the qualification of the dark crow can be promoted to dark green. The change of Abba monster is even greater. I saw that he slowly shed a snakeskin, exposing some white scales and flesh underneath, lying on the ground and waiting for another half an hour before he had strength. Act again. Not only that, he was originally twice as big as the general Abba monster, but now he has improved in size again. Now he is almost the size of a Tyrannosaurus, and is about the same length as an ordinary big rock snake, but the thickness is still a bit worse. Many, First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 352. Miserable Alec, just come here. Oki patted his palms, signaling that the dark crow and the Abba monster can come over for dinner. It is the most unbearable when using it for the first time. As long as you stick to it for the first time, there should be no problems after that. Almost all the injuries on the Abba monster have been recovered after the molt. As for the circle bear, it is relatively pitiful. Both eyes are large and small, and they walked along the road, but they talked about each other. But when it came to eating, just let go. How to eat or how to eat. Oki drank a bowl of fish soup slowly, and he didn't care how the elves grabbed the food. This is also a way to enhance their relationship. After lunch, I embarked on the journey of finding a scorecard again. Looking for Yangping. It is not anxious yet. The qualifications of the dark crow have not been promoted to dark green, and Oki has not enough confidence to defeat him. Of course, the two definitely had a fight before the trial ended. After all, Oki may now have the most points in all hands. In the afternoon, Oki continued to look for the scorecard. Only when Oki picked up a point card, the dumb beast and the dark crow reminded Oki at the same time. Not far from him, someone was watching him. I don't know which friend is here. It's better to come out and see, Oki said with a smile. Those who cannot hide are either like Kingfing. The elves cannot find them beyond a certain distance, or as long as humans approach, they will be found by dumb beasts and dark crows. With Oka's words, a person slowly walked out of the woods, followed by a small wolf dog like a calf. Seeing this, elf knows who is coming. Alec, the temporary leader of the soloists, should also be the one inserted by a large captain of the Rockets. The comer was wearing a black cloak. After walking into a distance, he pulled down the wide hood on his head and half of his face was exposed. Alec, it turned out to be you. Why, is there anything wrong with me? Oki didn't believe that. The two had run into each other by chance, and there should be few such coincidences. Oki. Alec's voice was a little hoarse, as if his condition was not normal. I met a woman and she told me you might be here. Women? Aoki thought of King Feng the first time she met. It's also very likely that she is, but I don't know why she asked Alec to find herself. Alec has always been a more pragmatic person in Aoki's influence, and his strength is not weak. He can survive to the present under the pressure of Giga. And he must be wrong. When I was still on the trial island, Aoki's first person to conquer was actually Alec, but at that time, Aoki had no resources and no background, and he did not know what the true purpose of the trial was. So, in the end, nothing is left. A woman with orange hair? Alec nodded slowly. Aoki frowned, and Alec's condition was really a little abnormal. Although the two hadn't communicated much, Alec's voice Aoki survived, obviously not this hoarse voice. And I didn't feel it before. But after Alec approached, Aoki smelled a slight smell. What's more, Aoki found bloodstains on his hair and a few wounds on his hind legs. However, these obviously have nothing to do with Aoki. What's the matter? Aoki asked lightly, and this was the first normal chat between the two. The dark crows and foolish beasts around him obviously also felt the taste of Alec's body, preventing him from coming too close to suddenly attack Aoki. Alec didn't answer the question, but took all the black cloaks all over his body. Seeing Alec under the cloak, Aoki's pupils shrank sharply. I saw that Alec, who was fairly handsome, was now full of scars on his face. Some were burns, and some were scratches such as branches or something. Half of his face was almost destroyed, although some emergency treatments have been done. Leaving scars is inevitable. What made Aoki even more surprised was Alec's body. The black clothes were full of scars. The exposed skin was blue and purple. In some places, it was obviously not ordinary bruises, but poison. Poisoned. In particular, Alec's neck has two small holes. If it is not relatively biased, it is estimated that Alec's neck will be bitten. So the reason why his voice is so husky is because of the scar on his neck. There was almost no blood on the whole body, and there were even some that seemed to have just scabbed, and a small stream of blood slowly flowed out of the scab. The smell that Aoki and his elves smelled should be Alec's own blood. Who did it? Aoki asked with a frown, and his momentum gradually appeared on his body, which was Aoki's symptom of anger. Judging from his current injuries, his opponent should have the power to kill him, but did not do so, but chose to abuse. Raging Alec. Although Aoki can be counted as killing countless times www.untlenovel.com, no matter who it is, the enemy Aoki who can solve it with one stroke will not choose to use two swords, unless the other person has some. Aoki must know the information, then use some abnormal means already. But a lot of times, Aoki believes in killing his opponent. Just like Giga before, although there is a great grudge against Aoki, if Aoki wants to catch him alive, he can do it, but he doesn't do that, but let the Dark Crow give him a simple. While respecting your opponents, you are also respecting yourself. But now Alec was obviously abused by the enemy, and the people who could cause him such damage definitely caught him alive. But instead of killing him directly, he chose to stimulate his heart with some small wounds. This is something Aoki cannot see. For example, Paul, the perverted body artist, was directly solved by Aoki because he did something that Aoki seemed very disgusting. It seems that there is not much difference between a person like Alec and that Paul. Thinking of this name, Aoki frowned. Who would treat Alec like this? Yangping. A name came to Aoki's mind automatically. Yangping. Alec's voice was faint, but it was squeezed out of the teeth. Obviously hate the extreme. Yangping did more than Paul. No matter what, Paul would eventually kill that person, but Yangping abolished all the elves except Alec the great wolf dog in his presence. He didn't kill him in the end, letting Alec feel helpless, humiliated, and hopeless. No wonder he can get along with people like Paul. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 353. Alec's surrender. Then what did you come to me for? Although Aoki can't see the kind of person who kills people simply, he doesn't have the virgin to the point of revenge for Alec. The girl with orange hair said, you will find trouble with Yangping. If you want revenge, it is right to come to you. Alec whispered. Oka's eyelids are slightly picked. King Fing said, just so determined that going to trouble Yang Ping. Did anyone mention it to her? Miyamoto? Or, King Fing guessed it by herself? Do Athena's men work so well? Then what? Oki did not deny, nor did he admit it. Hearing Oki's words, Alec seemed to be losing strength. Every time he moved his body, some wounds were gradually cracking, blood was flowing, and his face was a little white. Thump. Alec sat down straight down, and didn't care about any uncomfortable stones, grass, or branches on the ground. But when he sat there, many wounds on his body were cracked directly. The big wolf beside him was sobbing, sticking his tongue out and licking the wound on acrylic body as if trying to stop him by drooling. It's okay, great wolf dog. Alec showed a very ugly smile. After his half of his face was burned, he let his muscles move casually, and it was very painful. Then he faced Oki squarely. The pain on his body did not affect his heart, but Yang Ping's humiliation passed him, and he was firmly engraved in his heart. If you can kill Yang Ping, from now on, my Alec, I will only obey your Oki order. I respect you, Alec said lightly, but the firmness in his words was beyond doubt. Oh, don't you worry about the captain behind you, to trouble you? Oki said with a smile. Alec said after a silence, he's been solved by the man behind Yang Ping, a captain who's been solved by the Cardalunda behind Yang Ping. At this time, are those Cardas already impatient? Oki did not say that he did not want to fight Yang Ping. There is no need to deceive himself or others. He doesn't have a good impression of Yang Ping and the person behind Yang Ping. If you want to test yourself, if it is not your own strength, it is estimated that they will be solved before returning to the test island. In addition, if you want to be the first place in the trial island, let the film scene fuse value, otherwise you can't go out alive. Yang Ping's goal is also the first place in this trial, so Oki and he must have a battle, sooner or later. How much strength do you have now? Why do you think that in the future, you can help me a little? Although you don't show up often on the trial island, you have subscribed to a few more loyal men, and you have given them some resources to prevent them from dying on the trial island. You are not an ordinary person. You always feel that you are not like a civilian trainer. Everything you do has your own plans and goals. You, Oki, it will never be unknown in the Rockets. Since you want to climb up, loyal and powerful men are a must, and Alec, has such loyalty and potential. Alec uttered such a long list of words, and he was panting a bit when he spoke. You see it quite thoroughly. There are no idiots who can mix in the top 5 on the trial island. Even if there is support from behind you, no one can be selected. Oki admired Invisible with a sound, and Alec paused and continued. Also, my initial elf was a great wolf dog. Are you surprised? After hearing that, Oki gave him a surprised look, and it seemed that Alec knew more than he thought. Tell me, you may have heard of the big wolf dog. He is not an elf in the Kanto region or Chengdu, but an elf in Fenyuan. I am the only one on the island who has an elf in Fenyuan. Of course, many people must be surprised, and should include you. Phew. There was a shortness of breath. That's because the captain who supported me behind me was one of the first members of the Rockets to send to Fenyuan. The first person sent to Fenyuan area. The Rockets have not tried to invade the Fenyuan area once or twice. The captain behind Alec is the first person. These are the secrets that many people don't know. As the leader of the captain's line, Alec must know some. And the first place in this trial will have the Rockets' support, lurk the Fenyuan area, and create forces. Finally, the internal and external pinch will help the Rockets to enter Fenyuan's right. It is because of this right that those who let Cardas and prospective Cardas flocked in, and even some big captains let go. But those captains are either frustrated or have the support of some Cardas. The one behind me, he has no chance of choice, just because he was the first rocket to invade the Fenyuan area. Captain. So, He was also the first captain to be solved by the Kadas. This is also the main reason why Yang Ping treats me like this. He wants to get some information about me from the rich area www.mtlnovel.com. As long as I kill Yang Ping, I can tell you everything. Even I can help you are desperate to enter the Fenyun area. I can help you take root faster and develop faster. Although the captain behind me failed to complete the invasion, some resources and connections were established. Before I entered the trial island, he guessed that he might be unlucky, so he told me in advance, and these things is what Yang Ping wants most. Give me a day to recover. I help you kill Yang Ping. I know your goal is to be number one. Alec uttered many things directly. No wonder Yang Ping treats him like this. So you survived with that information? Oki asked. Oh. I gave him some half-truths. He didn't dare to kill me. He was afraid to kill me. He killed me before verifying the accuracy of the information. And he got it again later. That invaded Fenyun area. It is even more difficult, so I took the opportunity to run out. Oki nodded, but Alex still believed it. There should not be many falsehoods, which also explains why Alec did not want to form a force on the trial island, because he was only for self-protection and did not want to participate in the first place. Take this pill and take it slowly. Remind you that this pill is poison. If you do not take the reliever I gave for a period of time, the internal organs will fester and die. You think about it yourself. Oki took out to Miyamoto the pill I've eaten. Alec talked about him. Without hesitation, Alec grabbed the pill in Oki's hand and swallowed it. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 354. More information of Yang Ping. Your space equipment has also been taken away by Yang Ping. Oki found that the rocket's belt around Alec's waist was missing. Generally, the people on the trial island and the place where things are stored are in the belts issued by the rockets. Now that his belt is gone, it must be taken by Yang Ping. This is why Alex suffered such injuries but showed no sign of treatment. Well, except for the elven ball of the great wolf dog. I hid it well and didn't take it away. All the other elven in storage space were taken away by him. Alex said while touching the big wolf beside him. Dog. Some emotions. As his initial elf, and still a dog elf, in fact, even without an elf ball, he would obey Alex's orders. This pill also has a certain healing effect. You can take it with this pill. You can guarantee your body first, then this human being only needs to spray. You can treat the wound on your body, no problem. Oki took it again. Something was thrown to Alec Road. Those who live in the wild of Trial Island, who have no scars on their bodies, who will not deal with their wounds. But Alec's injury is more serious this time. At the same time, Oki took out a rocket belt that could be discarded in the future, and directly threw it to Alec, saying, "This is a Giga's belt. You can use it first. There should be some necessities in it. Enough for you." Used Giga's belt. Alec looked at the belt in his hand, some surprised. Although I know that Gyujia has always wanted to deal with Oki, and later he grew fast, he was third, and the gap between the second and third is not large. But the second and the first, the gap between Canada and Canada is very large. Did you have solved Giga? It seems that it is right to come to you. Among the trainees, only you can fight with Yang Ping, or in other words, only you Oki can face the four Kadas directly. Alec said. Oki smiled, and said lightly, "Kill those who are good for me, and I will kill those who are hostile to me, and I will not hesitate to solve him." Giga. Just one of them. Giga's animosity towards himself can no longer be eliminated, so in order to grow in the future, he must be strangled. If it was not stopped by a viper last time, he would have been killed by Oki. And Oki gave Giga's belt to Alec without any sense of shock. Giga was killed by me, so don't play tricks with me and think carefully. Sure enough, after seeing Giga's belt, Alec became even more respectful. After half an hour, Alec, who was wrapped in a lot of gauze, stood up and got Giga's belt. He also got a lot of good things that Oki couldn't care for, such as some treatment sprays and some antidote, but it helped him speed up the recovery. After all, Yang Ping's elves are all insects of the insect system, and they are more or less poisonous, and the antidote is still very useful. Master Oki, I'm almost recovered. I can go at any time. Regardless of the injuries on my body, you can do whatever you want. Alec went to Oki and said, patted the dust left after sitting on the ground for a long time. Oki glanced at him, especially his half of his face was wrapped in gauze. Are you healthy now? No problem. Alec didn't hesitate. Let's go. Continue to look for the scorecard, and see if there is anything suitable for your elf. You can take a few. By the way, you tell me about the situation of Yang Ping. Walk straight ahead and walk forward, and don't care if the injured Alec can keep up. Alec gritted his teeth. Trot followed Oki, and touched the wound on his body. Although there was no bleeding again, the pain was unbearable. The subordinate means that if you want to subdue the elves, it is best to choose the fire, flight or rock-based elves to subdue. This can restrain the attributes of the Yang Ping elves a little bit. At that time, the subordinates can help the adult Oki to restrain each other two elves. Alec uttered his thoughts. Okay. Oki nodded in agreement. However, there is no such kind of so-called strong man's style, requiring the defeat of a person to rely on his own nonsense. Oki would not say. Obviously he can kill with one shot, but he is trying to show his strengths, and he was designed to fight back. He has seen many things like this. There is a famous saying that goes, well, the villains often die from talking. Now that someone is willing to share the pressure for themselves, that's better. Isn't it just to do so, or else what to do? Keep it up. And when his subordinates met Yang Ping, he was just a person, but he didn't know if anyone would follow him, but from what he usually said, one or two of those who joined later should be him. The subordinates who have been subscribed for a long time have not gathered for a while, but they do not know after 2 days. So if you want to deal with him, it's better to draw 1 or 2 people to contain www.mentalnovel.com. You don't have to worry about this, I know it well. Oki said, yes, and Yang Ping's elves. When dealing with me, he didn't summon all the elves, but just released 3 worm-like elves and defeated me directly. A big butterfly, which is specially used for auxiliary and drafting purposes, and a flying mantis is one of his main attackers. From the point of view of fighting methods, the probability is that it is a technical master, which is very disgusting. Only Aldous is also one of his main attackers. This Aldous is definitely a sniper, because he directly killed my Abba monster in one shot. A brief description of Yang Ping's 3 elves, especially some speculation about the characteristics of the elves, was also told by Alec. Then there is the coordination means of Yang Ping elves, and some skills. These things are more detailed than the previous arrest of Paul. Although only 3 elves, Oki also has a more accurate concept of Yang Ping's strength. As far as I know, his trump card should be a big needle bee, as if it was his initial elf, and he has trained well. Have you ever seen it? Oki asked. Big needle bee? Alec thought for a moment, and replied, no, most of the time he only has a flying praying mantis behind him, and then there will be an Aldous hiding in the dark. If someone approaches, Aldous will launch a sneak attack directly. Halfway said, Oki stopped his steps, and Alec stopped with him, giving him a strange glance at Oki. It's time to get the scorecard. I saw a more interesting elf. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Monthly tickets will be added later. Chapter 355. Strange Elves. Oki stopped and looked at a stone in front of him, as if there were black holes in it, and the scorecard marked on the map was pressed under this stone, exposing a corner. Is this the elf? Alec came up, looking at the stone. Strangely, yeah, a kind of elf with a small audience. But as long as it is used well, it is very interesting, which is in line with your previous conjecture. Oki said with a smile. Is this a rock-based elf? Alec thought it was right. After all, it looked like a rock, and most likely it was a rock-based elf. If you want to say this, it's not a mistake. The rock system is just one of his attributes, and the other is the worm system. The worm. How could Alec not combine this stone with the worm elf? It was hard to imagine. The chip got the data of this sprite at the first time. Pokemon, Pots light green. Gender, male. Level, 31. Attribute, worm plus rock. Features, strong carry item, tree juice. Genetic skills, sweet aroma, help. Basic skills, sticky net, shrinking into the shell, entangling, endurance, rolling, one more time, type bundle, insect resistance, mysterious guard, sleeping, rock fall, stomach, power trick. Teaching skills, bug bites, invisible rocks, power of the earth, skill learner, none. The level of this pot is exactly 13. If he learns power tricks, then his role is completely different. Before the level of the pot was reached 13, that is, before the power trick was learned, the biggest role was to become a meat shield, or the meat shield was not considered, because the pot was only 20 and its race point can be said to be very low. But Hu's overall race value is as high as 505, why is it only 20 points? What's more exaggerated is that his physical attack and special attack have a race value of only 10 points, and the speed is at least 5 points. It may be more appropriate to use a turtle to describe him. However, the characteristics of Hu are still very obvious, that is, his physical defense race value and special defense race value are as high as 230 points. What the concept is, this elf is an elf who lives for defense. As long as he can break through the elf he defends, he can kill the pot in one hit, but most elves cannot. It is because his defense is too scary. In Oka's impression, there doesn't seem to be an elf with a higher defensive race value or special defense race value than Hu. Only Boscodru after the Super Evolution and Rock Snake after the Super Evolution. The physical defense race value is the same as that of the pot, reaching 230 points. But what about these two elves? That's the super evolved elves, and the gap between them and Hu in special defense is big. Therefore, to say that the pot is the most powerful elf among all the elf, Aoki feels that it is not impossible. Of course, if only one turtle is fast and has doubled defenses, but the physical strength is low, the lower attacking elves do not have much effect on Aoki. Then having a skill is more crucial. Power trick. A super ability is a skill that can use its super ability to exchange its own attack and defense with each other, but it is only the initial value, not counting the increase effect of some gained skills. Well, in theory, Hu's attacking race value will reach the peak of 230 points. It can be seen how much such skills have changed for Hu. Of course, slow speed is an attribute that cannot be modified. But there is a skill that can make up for this shortcoming of the pot, which is the trick space. Trick space can be maintained for a certain period of time. In this space, the slower sprites will in turn be faster, and the faster sprites will be slower in turn, and the magnitude of the inversion is completely linked to the speed. If you open the trick space for the pot, then there is a high probability that the pot will be the fastest sprite, plus the defense and attack interchange after the power trick. One is extremely fast and the attack power is also very strong even if you have less physical energy. It doesn't matter, especially in the face of that special type elves. People cannot penetrate your defense, but you can rely on super fast speed and super strong physical attack, directly kill the other side. Of course, the trick space skill still requires the assistance of other elves, because Hu cannot learn. However, after the pot level reaches level 34, they will learn a skill again. Broken shells. The reason why the spiny shellfish was called Dulong by before was the key to shell breaking, but the mastery conditions were extremely demanding. It is necessary that the large tongue has not evolved. It can be learned only after the level reaches 50 or 60. As long as the level reaches 34, the qualification can be mastered directly. In fact, the pot is more powerful than that. If it is a pot that sings inverse characteristics, it will be even better, and if you have a higher level, you can learn the two skills of power sharing and defensive sharing. Aoki had long thought about whether to conquer a pot that sings anti-contrast characteristics www.untilnovel.com, but I have never encountered a pot until now. This was the first pot Huo encountered by Aoki. Although his qualifications were not very high, and his characteristics were not contradictory, Aoki still moved his mind to let Alec conquer. Self-cultivation is not satisfied with qualifications and characteristics, but for Alec, it is enough. You know, when you look at it, the development of this self is okay, and it doesn't look weak, but this elf has some special methods of use. I will tell you after conquering, Aoki said. Then he said to the foolish beast beside him, the foolish beast, the wave of superpower water, call him, wake up. Hugh is not only unique in race value and skills, but also good in resistance. It is only twice restrained by the rock system, steel system, and water system. It is twice as resistant to the general system and poison system, and the other attributes can only deal normal damage. It can be said that it is a good elf. Hugh is afraid of water, so wash him. The dumb beast wrapped the wave of water that had just condensed with superpowers. For the exercise of combining superpowers and water skills, the dumb beasts have been learning for a long time, and now they have no problem in combat. Enclosing a water ball directly on the red rock is like soaking the rock. After feeling the impact of the water current, the redder stones that had remained motionless finally moved, and from the caves that looked like black holes, a yellow-colored stick was sticking out, like soft candy-like limbs and heads. Now is the real look of Hugh. Add more. Monthly pass reaches 150 tickets. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 356 Capture Elves. This is the real look of that elf, isn't it? Alec's expression was a little weird, because the elf didn't look very strong, even a little bit cute, a bit dumb. People who don't understand him treat him as waste, and those who know him treat them as treasures. Aoki said something strange. Obviously, this pot did not understand its own fighting style, so after being trapped by the wave of superpower water of the stupid beast, it could not break free or resist. This shows the importance of the trainers, because many wild elves do not understand how to fight before they are conquered, which is the best fighting method for them. So there is only one sentence. Without the elves commanded by the trainer, combat effectiveness may drop by more than half. This is even more apparent in Hugh. Of course, after the level of the wild elves is high, there will still be a set of their own fighting methods. Although it may not be the best for him, it is the one he is most familiar with. So if many trainers are not necessary, many times they will not choose to conquer the elves who have already formed their strength. It is because it is difficult to correct the fighting methods they have used for many years. In the end, it takes a lot of time for trainers to correct him. A weak one raised from zero. Soon, the pot that was twice restrained by the water system, although struggling in the water for a long time, eventually had no effect. When it fell to the ground, it had lost its ability to move. Submit him? After I subbed you, I'll tell you what kind of spirit this is, Aoki said. Alec nodded, took out the elven ball stored in Gaga's belt, and immediately conquered this pot. No accident happened in the middle. Aoki put away the point card on the ground, and then took Alec and his elf to move on. Also explained to Alec, you may be familiar with the elves in Fenyun area, and this elf is relatively rare in Chengdu. After all, few people will use him. His name is Hugh. Aoki gave Alec a little explain. After all, someone with a certain background knows a lot about the elf's knowledge. Although it was the first time I saw the elf like Hugh, but after explaining it to Aoki, he quickly understood his fighting method. This is really a strange elf. It would be extreme to use him or not. Alec sighed after listening to Aoki's explanation. He really didn't think about it. After combining skills with this elf, such chemical changes would occur. Of course, Aoki just told Alec about the fighting method of this pot and pot. He didn't tell him the most perfect pot and pot fighting method in his heart. After all, that kind of pot and pot was difficult to encounter. If you use it well, it's not a problem to drag one of Yangping's elves. If the elves in the back are still pretty good, maybe you can drag 2 elves, Aoki said. Alec, who had no confidence at all, had gained confidence in an elf who dragged Yangping after conquering the pot. Maybe I can revenge indirectly. Alec thought secretly, maybe he could kill a flat spirit, and it was part of his revenge. After that, in the afternoon, Both of them were on the journey to find the scorecard, and they were able to win over some of the fairies that had been in the past for Alec, and they had some advantages in the attributes. Because Alec's scoring device was snatched by Yang Ping, all points earned belonged to Aoki. Besides, Alec now has no meaning of earning points. As long as Aoki becomes the first place, isn't it a matter of taking him out? He had never considered what to do if Aoki won, without taking him out. From his current loyalty and future use value, Aoki has no reason to give up such a good subordinate. After finding all the points cards on that map fragment, Aoki got a total of 80 points, plus the previous ones, which now have 707 points. It's already close to 1,000 minutes. It may be very good for others to get 80 points in the afternoon, but for Aoki, it is average. Still, killing people come fast. Kill the arson gold belt. However, this afternoon, he helped Alec to subdue 3 elves, one of which was the worm and the rock, and Alec had gradually mastered it. A light green qualified, large-build bat with a rank of 29 is an ordinary elf. On this day, there were not many flying elves, but those elves were either of relatively ordinary qualifications or of less than ideal grades, so they could only subdue this big-mouthed bat in front of them as a spare. Then there is a little green horse with a grade of 30. Which can be said to be an accidentally harvested elf. Green qualifications are relatively rare even in Trial Island. The location of the last scorecard displayed on the Aoki map fragment is in a relatively small number of small horses. Originally, after walking in the forest for a day without encountering the fire elves, Alec had to give up www.mentalnovel.com but did not expect to encounter a group of little fire horses here. Overjoyed, Aoki also found that one of the little fire horses had reached the green level, so he decisively helped Alec arrest. It's just arresting. As for how to subdue him, it still depends on Alec's own means. In this way, one day, Alec harvested 3 elves again, and his strength was restored. I have to say that in a place like Trial Island where there are elves everywhere, if a strong person can help capture the elves, then the relatively weak one will definitely grow at a rapid speed. The premise is that the weak trainer can completely conquer the captured elves. Wild elves are not very resistant to becoming trainers, but many times, whoever defeats them, they will automatically obey that person's words, but after this defeat is handed over to another person, the elves' resistance is relatively large. In this regard, Aoki did not want to care. He wasn't a nanny. Helping Alec to subdue the elves was all about helping him while he was fighting Yang Ping. If it weren't for this, there was a high probability that Aoki would let it go and let them grow up. For example, Sky and Fox. Aoki never thought of helping them. If the person who takes the lead in everything is arranged properly, then what else is needed? As a chief executive, you have to leave things to the people below to do it, so that efficiency is high, and leading talents have time to accelerate growth. Arrest all those who tried to build power on the island. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Monthly pass plus more. Thank you for your support. Chapter 357 Qualified Promotion. Dark Crow. In the evening, Aoki and Alec set up camp in a corner of the forest. Because of Alec's existence, Aoki did not let the Dream Demon appear. And now the Dream Demon should not appear in front of others, even if this person has been subdued by him. Even if it is 1 in 10,000, let people know that he now has a simple-minded king, a level elf in his hands, and unless he is a movie, he will definitely shoot. Even if Oka's current use value is even higher, for a Uranus level trainer, none of the Uranus level elves who can grasp at any time are more valuable. Whoever knows, Aoki will kill. Therefore, after a while, when I saw that Aoki had a Dream Demon, it was not him who died, but Aoki would die. There is no second possibility. After dinner, Alec walked into the forest with the great wolf dog that has recovered some strength. Now he needs to conquer all the 3 elves that have been harvested today, and analyze their fighting methods as much as possible. Fortunately, due to personality problems, Hugh has almost been conquered by Alec, and the big-mouthed bat will not have much problem. It was the little fire horse, with a proud personality, which was not so easy to conquer. Aoki didn't plan to help him anymore, but to take over the elves. It was up to the trainer himself. He called the darkness and Abba monster to his side, and took out 2 special energy blocks. This is a special energy cube you measured in the evening. Since you chose this way, you have no chance to regret it. Eat it as soon as possible, Aoki said lightly. But before the Dark Crow and the Abercrombie began to eat, Aoki continued, you can eat the Abercrombie first. Eat it and rest beside it. After the first torment, the second time for you, there is no water danger. Aoki first let the Abo monster eat it and digest it, because tonight, after the Dark Crow has eaten these special energy cubes, in the calculation of the chip, the qualification will be upgraded, and I don't know if there will be any unexpected situation. Dark Crow, after eating this time, you should have a qualitative change. I have never promoted the elf to such a qualification. I don't know what will happen, but I believe you can definitely persist. So many times they persisted. This is the last time. Aoki touched the feathers of the Dark Crow. Gah! The Dark Crow screamed with vigor and had eaten 3 times, making his height from the original 60 centimeters to the present 68 centimeters. Both physical strength and speed have been strengthened to a certain extent. He has enough confidence in the last time he can complete the qualitative change. He directly ate the energy cube prepared by Aoki for him a little bit, and even felt the surging energy in his body, and showed a happy smile. So happy. Your qualification is about to be promoted. At that time, I will not be Okus fighting elves. The lowest qualification exists. I can contribute more power to Aoki again, and finally I will be able to reuse Aoki again. During this time, although eating each of these energy cubes is very painful, the Dark Crow is very happy inside. Really happy. That feeling of being valued is back again. In the future, I will definitely become stronger and do more for Aoki with my own strength. Instead of reconciling other elves in the team. After eating, the Dark Crow closed her eyes and stood in place to begin to feel the changes in her body slowly. Aoki was also watching the data of the Dark Crow displayed on the chip, staring at the data of the Dark Crow displayed above. From quantitative change to qualitative change, this time the Dark Crow will have accumulated enough energy to complete the qualitative change. The fluctuation of the data is much larger than in the past several times. At the peak time, the data of the Dark Crow has reached the level of dark green. At the trough, the data of the Dark Crow has regressed to the level of light green. There are dozens of changes in a second. An angel and a devil were between the thoughts of the Dark Crow. The violent energy in the body made the Dark Crow grasp the dirt on the ground, leaving a deep scratch. The wings are close together. The muscles are tight and trembling. A trace of blood slowly infiltrated from the body of the Dark Raven, and slowly dyed the black feathers of the Dark Raven. It made him look like he was bathing with blood. The other elves in training noticed the situation of the Dark Crow and slowly surrounded them. The dumb beasts, drows, ghost stones, claw-tailed scorpions, large milk tanks, and even tropical dragons, Tyrannosaurus dragons, and circling bears all came around. Aoki shook his head at them, signaled not to make a sound. The Dark Crow has reached the critical moment, and any changes around him will affect him. The expressions of the elves also gradually became serious, and surrounded Aoki and the Dark Crow, and made a defensive posture to prevent a sudden appearing elf from interfering with the Dark Crow at a critical moment. The Abba monster in the distance endured the severe pain in his body, but he had to hold his teeth tightly, and did not dare to make any sound. He also stiffened his body and did not dare to make any movements, for fear of disturbing the promotion of the Dark Crow. I watched the Dark Crow eat these energy blocks a few times, and always thought that there was nothing, because the Dark Crow stayed in place and did not move. www.mentalnovel.com. But after the first try, I turned to the Crow has sincere admiration. How did the Dark Crow endure such severe pain every time? Exclamation mark. Such a willpower. No wonder that even if he is not the strongest elf in the team, he can become the big brother in the team. The pain caused by the use of this energy block can only be understood by the Dark Raven and the Abba monster, so Abba is really convinced by the Dark Crow. At the same time, whether the Dark Crow can complete the qualification promotion is a role model for the Abba monster. If the Dark Crow is successfully promoted, then the Abba monster will have greater confidence. The promotion of the Dark Crow had a great impact on all the elves in Oki, and the atmosphere gradually condensed throughout the camp. The original lazy tropical dragon is now looking around with sharp eyes. The fortune of being a Forti level and Yalong elves is fully demonstrated. That is, telling the surrounding elves that there is a powerful elf. If you are interested, don't come disturb. All the elves focused their 12 minutes of attention. Finally, half an hour. When the special energy cube was consumed for 1 hour, the momentum of the Dark Crow gradually leveled off, and the blood on his body ceased to penetrate. Oki stared at the chip, and the date of the Dark Crow changed. Suddenly, the Dark Crow yelled, and the momentum of his body rushed to the top of the dark green, then slowly dropped down, and finally stabilized in the middle of the dark green. Dark Raven, successfully promoted to dark green. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Tickets change every 50 months. Chapter 358. Preparation before the station. Oki breathed a long breath after watching the data in the data chart stabilize in dark green. This time Dark Crow forcibly upgraded his qualifications, but he was under a lot of pressure. If it was not oppressed by Yang Ping, he might not choose such a risky method. He would rather slow down and upgrade his qualifications like a big milk tank. How good. Fortunately, the Dark Crow has now succeeded, becoming the second qualified elf in the Oki team. Like the dumb beast, the qualification has reached the dark green. The excited Dark Raven yelled again, venting his happiness. The other elves thought the Dark Crow was too excited, but only Oki understood why the Dark Crow called twice. The first time was because of happiness after promotion. The second time is because he can provide more help to himself later. Oki was in a complicated mood, and touched the blood-stained feathers of the Dark Crow, and did not care that the whole hand was stained with blood. Eat these energy cubes. The measurement inside is normal. Restore your strength. Big milk tank. Get a bottle of milk for the Dark Raven. Dumb beast, you clean the Dark Raven, Oki said to the other elves. After seeing the Dark Crow's successful promotion, the other elves seemed very happy, as if they had let go of their minds. Except for the big milk tank and the dumb beast, the other elves went back to continue training. The Dark Crow is stronger. They have to work hard too. The tired Dark Crow enjoyed the careful care of the big milk tank and the foolish beast. The Dark Crow, who has been taking care of them as the big brother, now enjoys the care of other elves. In the distance, the Abba monster is molting. After seeing the successful promotion of the Dark Crow, a joy from the inside has made him shed a little faster. After molting, she lay on the ground quietly and waited for half an hour before returning to Oki, and whispered with the Dark Crow, who was not trained tonight, asking her feelings after being promoted. In fact, Oki can see more detailed data from the data chart given by the chip. First of all, the original height of 68 centimeters is now exactly 70 centimeters, which is 20 centimeters higher than the average Dark Crow's feet. Then there is the change in the amount of energy stored in the body, just like a bottle becomes a hot water bottle, and the upper limit is almost doubled. Finally, there is a change in level. The high concentration of energy has increased the level of the Dark Crow, and successfully achieved level 33. Level 34, second only to the dumb beast, became the second highest level of existence in Oka's main battle elves. Have a good rest, and start targeted training for you tomorrow. The Dark Crow should be familiar with the body after the qualification promotion as soon as possible. And there are more important tasks waiting for you in the back. Progress, you know, you haven't had a few days. The two elves nodded again and went to sleep with different thoughts. Not only did the special energy cubes only bring suffering to their bodies, but also their spirits. They were also tortured. Soon, both the elves went to sleep, while the other elves were still training. and the changes of the Dark Crow gave them stimulation, and they worked harder. After another half an hour, the grey-faced Alec returned from the woods, and his clothes and some bandages were more or less burned. Obviously, it was not easy to subdue the little horse. He nodded with Oki, sitting on a wooden chair beside the campfire with a sigh of relief. "It looks like the process is not going well," Oki said with a smile, obviously in a good mood. But Alec showed a big smile. The white teeth and the black face contrasted sharply. "Yeah, that little fire horse is really a wild horse, and it was very difficult to conquer him completely," said Alec. It was much more difficult to conquer the little fire horse than he thought. But he fully conquered the little fire horse after 10 minutes of torture. But fortunately the little fire horse also had its own proud, without using super-elven abilities. But even so, Alec was smoked and visibly. Hugh was almost conquered before. But it was just the end. By the way, Hugh was familiar with the future fighting methods. Not to mention, after finding the real fighting method, Hugh's fighting ability has skyrocketed, and Alec's great wolf dog is no longer an opponent. When conquering the big-billed bat in the back, who also exerted a lot of force. Of course, conquering the little fire horse is entirely up to Alec himself. After trying to command the little fire horse to fight, Alec found that the talent of the little fire horse is very good, which is a bit higher than those of his elves. Before, obviously Oki is very good at choosing the elves. Even Alec felt that when he mastered the pot and the little fire horse, he might even be no better than before, even if there were only 4 elves. It seems that following Oki, his strength will grow faster, because during dinner Alec found that the elf of Oki actually ate all high-level energy cubes. So extravagant. Then I noticed another aspect. www.mtlnovel.com. Oki was still a breeder. Really terrifying talent. Get ready. Tomorrow we will start looking for the trace of Yang Ping. Oka's expression gradually became serious. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. The first tomorrow was questioning, the second was firmer tomorrow, and Alec's fist tightened a little. If he could get revenge, he didn't want to wait for a moment. But he didn't want Oki to kill him at will. It was best to have a plan. But by the 2 of us, although I now have 4 elves, I'm still a little bit less proficient. Tomorrow we will go find someone, call him back, and then look for the position of Yang Ping according to your last impression. I don't want to wait until the last day to go to play against him, when there will be more people. Who knows how many people can't help being a fisherman after seeing my points? Oki said lightly. As for Yang Ping, there may be many people. It doesn't matter. The person we will look for tomorrow, he will solve it. Go tomorrow to get Miyamoto back, and then go to resolve Yang Ping's heart disease. Now the qualification of the Dark Crow has also been promoted. As long as the Dark Stone is used, it can evolve into a crow head at any time. And Oki can be considered to have confidence. Tomorrow you try to fight as much as possible, train a few more elves you have just conquered, and strive not to choose to escape during the battle, otherwise you understand. Oki looked coldly in the eyes, watching Alec. He did not want to see any uncontrollable accident in the battle with Yang Ping, otherwise King Mu would rather choose to eliminate this uncontrollable phenomenon first. Yes, Alec stunned. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 359. Finding Miyamoto. The 5th day. Trial on the island. Oki took Alec to search for Miyamoto. Before Oki separated from Miyamoto, the dumb beasts left superpower coordinates on the palace itself. As long as it was not cleared by other superpowers, the dumb beasts could feel the position of Miyamoto. After all, within the range of the trial island, although the dull beast cannot move instantly everywhere, there is no problem with the sensing position. Stupid beast, can you feel Miyamoto's position? Oki asked. The dumb beast closed his eyes, felt a little, then nodded. Oki motioned for Alec to put his hand on the dumb beast's back, and then the 2 of them disappeared into the forest. The dumb beast could not move directly to Miyamoto's side in an instant, but teleported to the nearest superpower coordinate. Oki fed a few energy cubes to the dumb beast. Dummy beast, Go back to the Elven Ball and rest. Then summon the Dark Crow and the Aber Monster. The Dark Crow of 70 centimeters tall now looks nothing like a Dark Crow when viewed from its size. Not to mention the Aber Monster, his body is not much different from a Tyrannosaurus. Alec also summoned the little fire horse, the big mouth bat, and the pot, and today it is time to exercise them. The little fire horse has a height of 1 meter, and because it is well developed, Alec rides on it without any impact. The big-billed bat pulled the pot with its feet and flew in the sky. Oki was standing directly on the back of Abi Monster, just like Zengjin took the big rock snake. This Abi Monster was big enough for Oki to ride safely. In this way, the two took the elves to quickly move through the forest. When encountering wild elves, the Dark Crow is the first one to fight. When there are extra elves, they are the small fire horses, pots and big mouth bats. The three elves did not have any opinion on this, because they found that the Dark Crows were really crazy to fight, and their strength was very exaggerated, powerful. Alec glanced at the command of the Dark Crow calmly and made some simple commands to the Dark Crow, and the Dark Crow could understand the meaning of Oki. The tacit understanding between Lord Oki and Dark Raven is really outstanding. If you and the elves can reach this level of tacit understanding, the combat effectiveness can be improved by at least 2 levels. After the two men hurried through the forest for an hour, they were finally close to where Miyamoto was located. The dumb beast also appeared beside Oki, and he was almost recovered. Master Oki, are we okay to go directly like this? Alec saw Oki stop and patted the little fire horse and walked over. Well, that guy is resting. I don't know how these 2 days have been. Oki smiled, and then patted Aber Monster, motioning him to continue. At this time Miyamoto was sitting under a tree and resting with 2 hot monkeys. One was owned by him from the beginning, and the other was a hot monkey that evolved after being conquered. Sitting quietly on the ground with bread, like fighting for a while, taking a break. Well, the hot monkey, almost rested, continue fighting, next time Master Oki comes, but let him see growth. Otherwise how can we stand on the master's hands in the future? Miyamoto said. Obviously, his identity is completely placed under Oki. But he still has ambitions, that is, he wants to be the strongest under Oki, and he is valued by Oki. Ha. A hot monkey suddenly stood up, staring at a forest with a vigilant look. Miyamoto's expression suddenly became serious, and he followed the hot monkey's eyes, then said, "Which friend is there? It is better to come out and see, if there is anything you can see the real chapter under your hand." "Oh, what about the points in your hands?" There was a joke in the sudden forest. Hearing the sound, Miyamoto was not angry, but he showed joy, and ran over with 2 hot monkeys. Master Oki. Miyamoto immediately saw Oki standing on Abai body, and shouted respectfully. But then Yugwing in the corner of his eye saw Alec sitting on the little fire horse beside Oki, and frowned without any trace, but recovered soon. "Master Oki, are you looking for a subordinate? Are you ready to act?" Miyamoto asked with joy, and the 3 present were clear as to what action to take. Oki nodded, and walked down from the Aber Monster. Alec also came along with Oki, but he stood consciously behind Oki and showed his identity. "This is it?" Miyamoto looked at Alec in doubt. "Introduce yourself," Oki said lightly. "Yes, my name is Alec. The rockets try out the island trials. Now you are under the command of Oki. You are the Miyamoto in the big population. I hope we can work together for the adults in the future." Alec said that his tone was flat and there was no fluctuation, but he could not see what he was thinking. Ha, all right, brother Alec, then we have to help the Lord together. Miyamoto laughed, walked directly, and grabbed Alec's shoulders, a familiar look. Alec felt the action of Miyamoto, and tried to break free with a little effort. www.mentalnovel.com. But which one is Miyamoto's opponent? Trainer who is good at using fighting elves. Which one is weak? At least it is much stronger than the average trainer, so Alec's exertion is not only ineffective, but it makes Miyamoto even harder. Oki noticed the movements of the two, but did not show anything. but instead raised his lips slightly. As the ruler, what I am most afraid of is the harmony and even unity of human relations, but mutual hostility is not good, and it is easy to cause private affairs to affect public affairs. Therefore, the best way for subordinates to get along is to look more harmonious on the surface, and reasonable in private healthy competition and mutual progress. Although Oki is not yet in power, there are still basic ways to do it. In particular, Seikaki, a former idol of Oki, used this method as purely green. Such a powerful force of the rockets has no stagnant operation. There is competition among various departments, but it does not affect the progress of major events. Of course, the following things are not Sakage's management. He only needs to manage the leading cadres or the quasi-cadres. Therefore, the lower the status of the rockets, the more the lives will be killed, but after reaching the middle and senior levels, they will become more harmonious on the surface. How else to compete with the alliance? Don't look at the strength of the alliance, but the people above can really use a bit of power. It's hard to say. The current league has gradually become unstoppable. All of a sudden the alliance was spread too far, spreading to 7 regions. The layout is a bit large, but the control of each region is decreasing. Fourth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. The previous chapter was wrong and embarrassing. Chapter 360. Find Yangping and prepare for battle. How is your strength restored? Oki asked. Adults rest assured that they will be able to help an adult stop a Yangping man. Miyamoto's face was full of self-confidence. Although he did not restore his full strength, it was not a problem to stop a person with similar strength. After hearing that, Oki nodded. Mere instinct can stop one. If Alec can stop one, then even if Yangping has 2 good men now, he can deal with it himself. That's almost it. Take the initiative and we will meet him. After that, I stepped on Aba's back again. Alec also rode on the little fire horse. As for Miyamoto, he released his Dudeli and rode up. In this way, the 3 began to look for the team leader of the rockets Cardalunda on the trial island. Yangping. Alec, who had escaped from Yangping before, took Oki to the place where he camped before. It's only one day, and if you wait long enough, you may still encounter it. Even if you can't find it, you can continue to follow. The spirits of the 3 of them are not slow, but they still have a certain distance, so they were not able to arrive directly so fast. A lot of elves' territory was traversed directly on the way. Some of them were very powerful, but they chased Oka's speed. However, some wild elves' surprise attacks were still indispensable, and they were resolved by the Dark Ravens. 3 hours later, under the guidance of Alec, the 3 came to a place where he had been arrested by Yangping. But now, except for some messy things, there is no trace of Yangping. Oki crouched and touched a pile of bonfires, felt the temperature in the ash, and then touched some of the footprints left on the ground, feeling the moist soil. The bonfire has not been extinguished for a long time, and there is still temperature inside. It should be left at noon. Then he has not left for a long time. But looking at the footprints on this ground is obviously not a person saying that there should be someone around him now. Get ready, we catch up, Oki said directly. After all, Yangping has not survived on the trial island, or has enough confidence in his own strength, and has not erased the traces of his survival, and was traced by Oki. When Miyamoto and Alec heard Oka's words, they were all in their hearts. Not so easy to handle. Oki rode in front of Abe Aguirre and chased directly into the forest in the direction of his footsteps. It wasn't long before Yangping left. If he was fast enough, he could still catch up. Oki, standing on Abe's back, looked serious, the cold light in his eyes undulating. His way of survival is very simple. Unless he is in his favor, he will not attack others at will. But if others proactively challenge him, he will choose to forgive if he is not strong enough. But if he has enough strength, he will never choose revenge overnight. Before returning to Trial Island, Lund behind Yangping sent someone to test himself. Although it is a temptation, Oki knows that if he is not strong enough, the person who tempts himself will definitely kill himself by mistake. Now that the enemy has settled, maybe the other party has nothing to do with it. From the point of view of the big man, it is already very worthy to test a little guy. But he did not consider the feeling of this little guy. Even if the strength is not enough, when the strength is enough, definitely take a bite. And this Yang Ping is the first piece of meat that Oki is going to bite. Anyway, trying a place like the island, and a few people died. I don't know who made it. After following for a while, Oka's speed gradually slowed down, but his expression became more serious. Coming soon, you are ready. I don't want to see you drop the chain at this time, otherwise you all know what the consequences are. Even if I can't beat Yang Ping, it's fine to run away, but let me see you Moyang Gong. Oki finally stopped and looked at Alec and Miyamoto, solemnly. Although both of them are very respectful now. But when the key moment hits a rake, then Oki will be very passive. So I still have to knock. They both looked serious and nodded. Yes, Lord Oki, please rest assured. Especially Alec, the burned face was gloomy, and his determination was better seen. Let's go. Oki nodded with satisfaction and took all of the elven in his hand, signaled Abba strangely to move forward slowly. After walking a distance again, I walked through the forest to a meadow. The grass here is very tall, but it can't cover people. So Oki saw two people resting on the grass. I saw the two sitting cross-legged on the grass, followed by the elves. When Oki saw them, the other person saw Oki and others. Miyamoto sat on Dudalis' back, walked to Oki, and whispered to him, Master Oki. The man with glasses and silver hair is Yang Ping, and the person beside him is also a rocket. The captain's men, I know, are people who are good at rock spirits, and their name is Dashi. Oki glanced at Miyamoto with a serious expression and asked, do you have any questions about that person? www.mentalnovel.com. Miyamoto hesitated and gritted his teeth. If it is someone else, he really has great confidence, but this the big stone he knew was very strong, but at the end he said, no problem. He must not be allowed to disturb the adults' fight. The two men sitting on the ground slowly stood up. A young man with round glasses, white hair, wearing a white short sleeve, and a grey jacket on the outside swept his eyes on the three faces. However, finally stayed on the head of Oki. Yang Ping smiled unexpectedly. Oki, and you, after all, ran away and dared to come back. Are you ready to surrender? The funeral dog. Then he said to Alec faintly, hey, Lord Yang Ping, I think they are here to give points. Dashi standing behind Yang Ping licked his lips and sneered. Dashi, everybody has thought about it, but only didn't expect that you would surrender to Yang Ping. The captain behind you and the Master Lundu are very discordant. Miyamoto shouted. Cut. A bad old man, relying on his qualifications. He thought he was dead. Lord Ronda targeted him when he was young. Now Lord Ronda has become a Kada, but he is still just a captain. This trial after it's over, it's his death. Am I going to die with him? Dashi continued. It's you. You have chosen to submit to a trial island trialer. You're afraid you've got more muscles, and your brain doesn't work. Ha ha ha. The two obviously knew each other, and spoke very tacitly, slowly walking towards the other side of the grass. These two are destined to have a game. Dash. Add more. Monthly passes increased. Add 200 monthly tickets. Chapter 361. The battle begins. The big needle Oki. Do you want to fight with me when you come to me? Yang Ping smiled confidently at the corner of his mouth, and did not mean to look at Oki and Alec. No 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 no. Oki waved her hands again and again, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared. I'm here to kill you. Look for death. Yang Ping flashed angrily on his face, and then calmed down again. On the waist of the two of you who have survived on Trial Island for 3 months. Oh no, you left Trial Island, but are you confident you can beat me? I said, I didn't come here to defeat you, I came to kill you. Don't you understand? Oka's helpless hand. As a leader of the Kada, he was repeatedly provoked by a seemingly weak guy, and Yang Ping said no more. Since you are so confident, try it. And the bereavement dog around you, I will let you know mine means. As he spoke, he licked his tongue and licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. There is so much nonsense. Oki directly threw all the elven in his hand, and then slowly walked down the Aber monster. This time, the tropical dragon was also summoned directly, but he didn't think about letting him fight. But just to prevent the sneak attack of other elves, so that they could attack in the direction of the ghost stone. Dark Crow, the team is downwind. Evil waves. Stupid beast, get into meditation. Pull, move the grinding claws at high speed. Ghost stone. Shadow ball. Scorpion tilt scorpion. Big milk can, you protect me by my side. Aber, stranger. A circle of bears, ready to defend. Aoki chose to take the lead, and he would not hesitate to prepare early, and Alex standing next to Aoki also summoned all the elves directly. Great wolf dog. Shadow ball. Hugh, power trick. Big mouthed bat. Ultrasonic. Little fire horse. Flame whirlpool. All the elves directly attacked Yang Ping standing in the distance. Yang Ping didn't care about the skills flying over him, but stopped his eyes on the greenwood standing on the back of the tropical dragon. To be honest, Aoki's strength was somewhat unexpected, especially the tropical dragon under his feet, although he did not launch an attack. But he felt the pressure. And from the point of view of other spirits of Aoki, the power is not weak. The flying praying mantis next to Yang Ping stood ready. Yang Ping just patted the shoulder of the flying mantis, who knew what he meant. The flying mantis took off directly, and Yang Ping grabbed his feet and avoided all the attacks in time. From this calm point, we can see the gap between him and others. Interesting, it seems to have some strength. So I will take it seriously. Yang landed steadily and said with a smile. Come on, Big Needle Bee, Big Butterfly, Gotha Duck, Kairos, Alidos, let them see our strength. Yang Ping took out 5 elf and summoned all his elf. Aoki got all the data of the Yang Ping elves the first time, especially the Big Needle Bee that was his ace. Pokemon, Big Needle Bee Light Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 35. Attribute, insect plus toxic. Feature, sniper. Carry item, poison needle. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, double needle, random attack, anger, chase, gas gathering, venom attack, malicious pursuit, poison diamond, missile pin, poison attack. Teaching skills, downwind, insect bite, shoot down, ultimate suction, straight drill. Skill learner, hold. Awakening power middle dot fire, shadow avatar, swallow return, cross shear, ultimate impact. The light blue qualified sting bee was cultivated by Yang Ping very well, and the 35th level is also the highest level in his team. Since it's shot, then you have to do your best, otherwise it's not safe. Yang Ping smiled and took out 2 yellow-green pills from the storage space on his body. Seeing the 2 pills in his hand, Aoki's pupils suddenly contracted. If you guessed right, this should be the kind of pill that can make the power of the elves soar. But the side effects are also very obvious. I saw Yang Ping didn't hesitate and threw it directly to Alidos and Kairos. The 2 elves swallowed directly. Then the momentum began to skyrocket. However, Aoki still saw a difference. The 2 pills were different from those used by Gaga, at least the effects were different. After the 2 elves swallowed, they did not need to wait for a long time to absorb it, like that of King Nido of Gaga, but absorbed it all at once. Although the momentum and strength have also been improved, obviously not as much as King Nido, then these 2 pills are obviously different from the one used by Gaga. Maybe the effect is worse. Then the side effects are much smaller. And judging from the fact that the 2 elves did not hesitate to eat it, it was obviously not the first time that the 2 elves had eaten it. Take 2 relatively ordinary elves as an outbreak. Even if these 2 elves are dead, it will not have a great impact on the strength, but after the outbreak, the strength is not much weaker than the Big Needle Bee. Cruel trainer, consider his elf as a consumable. Aoki saw through Yang Ping's behavior. However, he did not have any objection to Yang Ping's method, and was even familiar with it, because Aoki in the previous life did the same. Since you choose to find your own death www.mentalnovel.com, then I will do it for you. The smile on Yang Ping's face became crazy. Big Needle Bee, rush up and use poisonous attacks on dumb beasts. Bardier die. Poison powder, paralysis powder, hypnotic powder are all for me. Flying praying mantis, move at high speed, use cross shears on the pull. Kairos, go get rid of the ring bear and the abba monster and use tile splitting. Alidos, go and kill the 4 weak guys of Alec. Yang Ping also issued a series of instructions to the elves. As for the Gotha duck, he stayed with him, using mind power to assist other elves. Obviously he was also afraid that other elves would attack humans directly. Then let the soaring Alidos deal with Alec's 4 elves. Although Alec has 4 elves, they don't seem to be very strong. Only the attribute restraint, the little fire horse, Alidos, needs to pay attention. As for the pot, the flatness is somewhat unexpected. Although the pot is not common, Yang Ping knows it. After all, it is a worm of the insect system, but it has not been studied in depth. But it does not prevent Yang Ping from paying attention to this elf, because the card behind Yang Ping is also a speciality worm, and he also has a pot. Although he usually looks nothing special, Yang Ping can feel that Lundo attaches importance to that pot. The other Kairos, who used the pill, was sent by him to solve Focus circling bears and abba monsters. These 2 elves looked strong but not under pressure. Kairos is relatively strong among the worms, and there is no problem in dealing with those 2 elves. First more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 362 Fall into the Wind. Yang Ping's elves acted, especially the 2 elves who had taken the pill. They tried their best everywhere and had no intention of defending. The circle bears and the abba monsters united, but they were backed up by Kairos. Both elves are strong in strength, but they can't afford Kairos' explosive power. Pakistani butterfly, her wings, blows all the tiny scale powder on the wings into the air, and uses the wind at her wings to eat all of them to the place where the Oki elves are. The big needle bee exerts its speed to the extreme, approaching the dumb beast at a very fast speed, and at the same time, it has a strong poisonous energy on the double needles. As long as it is hit once, the probability of poisoning is still very large, and it has the characteristics of a sniper. If the big needle bee hits the point, it's not a joke. The flying praying mantis also uses high-speed movement, and slaps with Bayola quickly. 2 elves with good speed are entangled with each other. Bayola's qualifications are higher than those of the flying mantis, but the ranks of the flying mantis are higher than those of the flying mantis. Ghost Stone, use the character swap against the big needle bee. First kill him half, then use the flame punch. Stupid beast, hold on. Then the strongest mental shock hits him back. Dark Crow, wing attack. Help Zola to solve that flying mantis. By virtue of its rapid speed, the big needle bee has no chance to avoid it, and can only use the holding skills to bear the attack. The Ghost Stone next to the dumb beast immediately used the trait swapping ability to exchange his floating characteristics for the sniper characteristics of the big needle bee. Then a flame quickly gathered on one of the paws, and a fire punch was used against the big needle bee. Big needle bee, back. Kairos, attack with all your strength. Cross-cutting, split the tiles. Solve one before talking. Bardier die. Nian Li assists the needle bee to retreat. Flying mantis. Cut. Alidos, cobwebs, sword dance. Then super horn strike, kill me first. Yang Ping commanded his 6 elves very well. But in the face of the joint attack of the 2, even if Alec only dragged one of his elves, he was now passive, because he always had to follow one only elves serve as protection. Otherwise he believed that Oki would never mind killing him first, and then destroying his elves one by one. Interesting, your strength is really beyond my expectations, and the tropical dragon under your feet, why not shot together? Yang Ping didn't fall into passive consciousness at all. And even Oki was joking. Oh, I don't need a tropical dragon to deal with you. Oki sneered. I don't think your tropical dragons can be shot. Although the momentum is good, but there is no desire to fight in the eyes, it can only be used as a deterrent. Yang Ping seems to see through the meaning of Oki. The main tropical dragons are the Yukon existing as a deterrent prevents Yang Ping from shooting at full strength, and he needs to preserve a certain strength to prevent the sudden attack of the tropical dragon. But after a period of observation, Yang Yangping, an active mind, noticed the laziness in the eyes of the tropical dragon. "Since you think so, try it," Aoki said lightly, without admitting or denying it. Yangping smiled wryly. "Don't let me catch you." The battle between the elves is still going on. The sting bee escaped the spirit shock of the stupid beast and the flame punch of the ghost stone. Although the sniper's characteristics are gone, the floating characteristics have once again increased the speed of the sting bee. And with the help of Bardae, he easily avoided the siege of the two elves. Then, "Come all!" Yangping took out the 3 previous pills from his pocket again and threw them to the big needle bee, the big butterfly and the flying mantis. 3 originally powerful elves had increased their explosive power. Aoki looked dignified. "Stupid beasts, spray them with fire." Dark Crow, Fan Wind helps dumb beasts increase the fire. Ghost Stone, Shadow Ball, target that big butterfly. Big Milk Can, Cure Bell, Drag, Metal Claws. In an instant, the 3 elves who ate the pill launched a fierce attack again. This time there was no intention of evading. The sickle of the flying mantis directly hit the metal claws of the pull, and gradually gained the upper hand with its strength advantage. Gotha Duck, Water Gun. Tell him that the water elf is obedient to be the water elf. Don't play with any flames. Half-baked. Big Sting Bee, rush up and use the ultimate draw on the stupid beast. Baddie, use mental power on Ghost Stone to let him know what is superpower damage. Before the flames of the dumb beasts touched the elf self, they were directly extinguished by the water of the Gotha Duck, and even the Dark Crow fan was useless to help the wind. After the increase, the big needle bee flies in front of the dazed beast at a faster speed. This time without the blocking of the blocking skills, the big needle's ultimate draw successfully attacks the dazed beast. The grass-based skills eventually drained twice as much damage to the dumb beast. The enhanced mentality of Bardae also directly hits Ghost Stone. Although Ghost Stone's Shadow Ball also hits Bardae, the superpower system moves twice to damage Ghost Stone. www.mentalnovel.com. Shadow Ball can only deal normal damage to Bardae. Of course, Ghost Stone uses the skills of this department, while Bardae uses the non-system skills. The power is relatively weak, but the big butterfly that can be regarded by Yangping has good talents in superpowers, so the damage to Ghost Stone is relatively large. Aoki had a somber face, thinking of the kind of pills that Yangping would increase, but he didn't expect that he had so many, and each elven had actually increased. The other aspects are okay to say, but the circle bears and abba monsters really can't stop Kairo's attack. Now in a delicate balance, if an elf falls, the entire balance will be directly destroyed. What made Aoki even more worried was Alec's side. Although the 4 elves faced Alidos, they got the sniper characteristics of Alidos enhanced by pills and sword dance. Alec only needs 1 commander. It is possible to be killed by an elf in seconds. And there were 3 elves who had just conquered them, and the command was still not smooth, and they could only passively defend against the attack of Alidos. The opposite corner of Yangping smiled, but the 4 elves completely suppressed the 6 elves of Aoki, although the strength of the circle bears and the abba monster was much weaker, and there were 3 elves beside Aoki who did not shoot. However, in Yangping's view, as long as the few under the field are destroyed, Aoki is almost finished, and the other ones are embroidered. More importantly, does Aoki think that his current strength is all he has? The real whole cards haven't been shot yet, but Aoki has fallen into the wind. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 363 Evolution. Dark Crow. Yangping looks like a steady winner. Alec looked anxiously. If Aoki was defeated, then they would really be left here today. The most important thing is that his revenge may not be revenge. Miyamoto fighting in the distance has also been distracted here. Although he successfully dragged the opposite stone, the elves he used have been cultivated to the present, and Miyamoto has used some of them just in trials. Elves conquering the island. In the same embarrassing situation as Alec, although the elves were obedient, the grasp of the battle situation and the command of the trainer were a little worse. So Mimito's defeat is doomed. However, the winner of this battle is still Oki and Yae. Regardless of the victory or defeat of other people, as long as they decide here, the impact elsewhere will be small. Now it is deadlocked. The Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast barely resisted the fierce attack of the Strength and Sting Bee. Although both elves have an advantage in attributes, they rarely hit because the opponent is too fast. Paula's Flying Mantis, which is similar to him, is still fighting, and from now on, it should be impossible to distinguish between victory and defeat. And Ghost Stone and Bardier Dai also fought together. Although Bardier Dai's mental skills and Ghost Stone's Fire Fist have restraint effects on each other, but because they are not the spirits of this department, they are still a little worse. In a short time, we can't tell the difference. However, Ghost Stone is now a sniper. If you can find a chance to hit the key, you may still be able to kill the big butterfly directly. After all, the sniper characteristics are still very abnormal. However, Pakistani Butterfly is very insignificant. It is difficult to find the flaws of Pakistani Butterfly instead of slamming it against Ghost Stone rather than giving it a chance. The final breakthrough point is on the side of the bears Abe Aguirre and Kairos. The ring bear that used the belly drum could finally stop the attack from Kairos, but because of the halving of his physical strength, he couldn't hold it for long. Although Abe Aguirre is better than the circle bear, but because of long-term survival in the wild, his fighting habits have taken shape. These days, Oka's training has not corrected it. Therefore, Oki did not interfere too much in the battle of Abe Aguirre. Instead of half-familiar fighting methods, it is better to temporarily let him retain the original fighting method. At least he is more familiar with it. But that shortcoming was obvious. Under the command of Yang Ping, Kairos seized the advantage step by step. Well, the two elves who just conquered came to me for a fight soon, and I admit that the other ones still watched in the past, but these two have become the nutrition of my Kairos. Yang Ping smiled wantonly. He has seen victory. Because Kairos is characterized by overconfidence, as long as he defeats an elf, his self-confidence will be improved, and then his attack power will skyrocket. With only one Abba monster, Kairos cannot stop the footsteps. Then the winner will be divided. Suddenly, Oki smiled. Although it was a bit more unexpected than I expected, this time is just right. Dark Crow, complete evolution. Oki yelled loudly. He took out a palm-sized black stone from the storage space and raised it above his head, exuding a strange light in the sunlight. Yang Ping also noticed Oka's behavior. Although surprised that Oki is now preparing for the Dark Stone of the Dark Crow's evolution, how much power can the elf just evolved have? And, how did the Dark Crow help Oki come back? Kairos can definitely kill the ring bears before the Dark Crow evolves. Once the overconfidence begins the first step, it can't be stopped. The Dark Crow felt the strong attraction of the Dark Stone on Oki's hands. He had long wanted to complete the evolution through the Dark Stone, and he was always told to wait, waiting to find a Dark Stone of sufficient quality. Later, I was told to wait and wait for the Dark Crow's qualification to be upgraded to Dark Green before completing the development of such a top-quality Dark Stone. The Dark Crow that has been waiting, if finally wait, avoid the Sting Bee directly, and flew towards Oki. I trust this won't be the top-quality Dark Stone. At least it's the high-quality Dark Stone. It's a waste. Asshole, Big Needle Bee. Stop him. Yang Ping only reacted now. The Dark Stone in Oki's hand was not quite the right color. I actually saw a rainbow-like color on it. You know that ordinary Dark Stones look dark, and even the surrounding light seems to be absorbed. But this Dark Stone is actually emitting light. What does it mean? It shows that the energy in this Dark Stone has been absorbed very full, and it starts to be unable to resist the escape of internal energy. And then it emits a strange light. After hearing Yang Ping's order, the Sting Bee gave up the attack on the stupid beast and fluttered its wings to pursue the Dark Crow. Stupid beast, mental shock, mental strength. Stop the Big Needle Bee. Now he is a target. You are attacking insanely. Aoki also directly ordered the stupid beast. Since the big needle bee wants to prevent the dark crow from flying to its side, it can only fly in a straight line. Yu reads www.yuukanzu. Only in this way can Com be able to catch up with the dark crow, but such a straight flight makes the big needle bee a target for the drowsy beast. Mental shock and mental attack bombarded him wildly. Not only did he not catch up with the dark crow, but he suffered a lot of injuries. Pay attention to this situation. Yang Ping's face was somber. Big needle bee, dodge the attack of the stupid beast. First go to solve the stupid beast, use Yan to return. Even if he can complete the evolution, it will not be a comeback exist. As long as he solves other elves before he completes evolution, it will be fine. The big needle bee got the order, and once again reversed, directly wrapped in the energy of the flight system, quickly rushed from the sky towards the beast. At this time, the dark crow has reached full speed not far from Aoki. Aoki threw the dark stone directly towards the dark crow, and then said, "Evolve." The dark crow, when it will be your stage. Beast, move away to avoid it. Slip on him first. If the sting bee is successfully dragged, no elves can interfere with the evolution of the dark crow. I saw the dark crow flying in the air holding the dark stone that Aoki dropped. Then, as if born naturally, the energy in the body is mobilized to move the surging energy in such a top-quality dark stone. For a moment, the dark stone seemed to be broken by the energy in it, and cracks appeared on the dark stone. The black mist spewed wildly from the crack and did not escape into the air, but was trapped in the dark crow's body. The energy attracts them and wraps them up. Although there are many changes, in fact, it is only 1 second. The dark crow turns into a black egg and hangs in the air. Third, more touched. The dark crow is finally evolving. Ask for a monthly pass, brothers. Chapter 364. Crow head. Under the scanning of the chip, the data of the dark crow is now jumping wildly. It is no longer volatile, but it is rising at a leap rate, and various data indicators are improving. The dark raven is evolving. But on the other side, the circle of bears and the Abba monster really can't stop it. Kairos, use a crosscutter, first annihilate the ring bear, then annihilate the Abba monster, and you will have great strength if you get 2 increases. Yang Ping said with a laugh. Even if the dark raven has completed evolution, can it still stop him? In fact, at this time, Ghost Stone could choose to exchange Kairos characteristics. But now he is entangled by Pakistani butterfly, and he can't get away at all. On the other side, Alidos, who was blessed by the sword dance, successfully defeated the weakest big-mouthed bat of the Alec elves, and the remaining 3 elves were also in danger. However, because of the fire-style move of the little fire horse and the existence of the pot after using the power trick, these 2 elves are the main force, and the big-mouthed bat is secondary. They can still persist. However, the dumb beast faced the madness of the big needle bee, and he had no advantage in speed, so he could only escape by relying on the instantaneous movement. But it can't move to other elves in an instant, otherwise the big needle bee will give up his attack directly and attack other elves instead. Kairos yelled, used a crosscutter, defeated the ring bear at the end of the crossbow, and left a huge cross wound on his chest. Now he is not only on his eyes, but also on his body. Got scars. Kairos, who has gained an increase in self-confidence, feels that the strength in his body has been strengthened again, and the Abba monster can't stop him. Yang Ping gently pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said with a smile, Big needle bee, don't go chasing the beast. Let him take a rest. Go to join Kairos first, and kill the Abba monster. The balance has been gradually lost. But then, the dark crow wrapped in black eggs slowly appeared. No, it can't be called the dark raven now, it should be called Crowhead. Pokemon, Crowhead Cyan. Gender, male. Level 34. Attribute, evil plus flight. Characteristics, overconfidence. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, punishment, surprise strike, feather habitat. Basic skills, peck, fright, chase, wing attack, night golem, malicious chase, provocation, key to assault, bluff, teaching skills, wind, snatch, tailwind, skill learner, evil wave, hold, stand-in, harsh sound, awakening power, electricity, provocation. The crow's head felt the surging energy in his body, which he had never felt before, as if there was endless power in his body. The weight-bearing device on the original itself, those weights have almost no sense to him now. The normal height of a crow's head should be about 90 centimeters, but the crow's head of Oki has reached 150 centimeters in height after evolution, and appears to be even larger after spreading its wings. It's bigger than a big mouth bird. Originally thought that the crow's head was too small to carry people, but now it seems that there is no problem at all. Not only the body shape, but also the hair on the body has changed. A black politeness automatically added to his head, looking very gentle. Among the black feathers on the body, other colors finally appeared. Red feathers appeared on the wings and tail, and even more strikingly, a large white feather appeared on the chest, which looked more vivid and strange. The sharp eyes narrowed slightly, as if the eyes of an eagle. The original orange-yellow claws looked a little thin and weak, but now they are all black, and the change in strength can be seen only from the appearance. From top to bottom, from the inside out, the dark crow has successfully evolved into a crowhead. Cyan qualified crowhead. Now Oki's main battle elves have the highest qualifications, and it may be because the power in the dark stone is too surging, while helping the dark crow to evolve. It has also improved his level, reached level 34. Now is a real big brother. The joy on Oki's face was undisguised. Sure enough, it has reached the cyan qualification. It seems that in the dark crow, it is very wise for him to upgrade his qualifications to dark green. Now the crow's head is not much different from the leveling big needle bee, but he has completed the lead in qualifications. Although the original prank heart feature is also very practical, the overconfidence now is obviously more suitable for him. Crowhead bursting with confidence. Abba monster, give up care arrows, you go to help the beast against the big needle bee, just hold on. Crowhead, your first battle after evolution. Let your opponents understand your strength. Use wings to attack Kairos. The crow's head yelled excitedly, and fluttered directly to Kairos. The increase in body shape not only brings an increase in strength, but also makes the crow's head attack wider. Kairos subconsciously avoided the crow's head, wrapped in wings that disgusted him with the energy of the flight system, but failed to escape. With his original powerful power, he was hit by a crow's head 3 meters away at once, creating a space for Abai White to leave. Impossible. Impossible. Even if it has evolved, how can it be improved so much? His power actually surpasses Kairos. Yang Ping looked horrified. This is Kairos, a powerful elf, and after beating the hoops, his overconfidence makes him stronger. Suddenly the crow's head was blown away. Oki mouth sneered. www.mentalnovel.com. What's impossible? Kairos is strong, because his physical attack value has reached 125 points, which is very outstanding among the elves. However, after the evolution of the crow's head, the physical attack value also reached 125 points. On the level, Kairos has no advantages, and the dark green qualified Kairos is still in a crazy disadvantage. Even with the assistance of pills, even with self-confidence and excessive blessing, the restrained crowhead can still be crushed. Crowhead, don't stop attacking. Continuous swings attack. Fight him close. Big milk tank, use help. Oki ordered. The big milk tank standing next to Oki directly used the help skills on the crow's head. And the crow's head also obeyed Oka's order and attacked Kairos with the flapping wings. Kairos, damn it. Beetle, big needle bee, flying mantis, go and support. Now it was Yang Ping's turn to be anxious. But all 3 elves couldn't pull away, because the elves of Oki kept a state of excitement after seeing the crow's head evolve, and dragged them directly. Asshole, Kairos, come and eat 2 more. Yang Ping watched as the other elves couldn't get away, yelled, and took 2 pills out of his pocket again to prepare for Kairos. But this time Oki did not give him a chance. Solve him, Crowhead. The crow's fierce wing attack never stopped. Boom. After a full strength attack, Yaha's Kairos became his first elves defeated by Oki. Gah. The excited Crowhead shouted, triggered by overconfidence. Just changed an elf. Dash. Fourth more. Oh roar. Crowhead. Awesomeness. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 365 Burst of Confidence. The balance is broken. What do you say, Yangping? Oki standing on the back of the tropical dragon smiled to Yangping. I thought I would break the balance, but I did not expect that Oki would break the balance first. It's time to win. Yangping gloomy face, forefinger and gently pushed the glasses on his nose. Since the balance is broken, there is no need to stand still. Do you think you defeated Kairos and won? I didn't want to use it like this now. After all, there were still 3 people watching me with jealous eyes, but it seems that I don't need it now, and I might lose. I don't like to lose. As Yangping spoke, his elves slowly returned to him. If one increase is not feasible, then directly increase the increase to the maximum amount. Anyway, the life of the genie is very short. As long as it can work within a valid time, it is good. Then from the storage space took out a handful of pills. He has so many pills that can increase the elves. And listening to the meaning of Yangping, obviously using this pill will reduce the life of the elves. But these pills seemed to have a special attraction for the worms. When Yangping took it out, his worms were like grabbing food and rushing to eat the pills. Subsequently, 4 worms were left, and their strength was improved. It was just an elves with a large needle bee, who ate a total of 6 pills before and after, which had a longer efficacy than the kind of pills used by Gaga. Pokemon, Big Needle Bee Light Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 35 plus 4. The level of the Big Needle Bee actually increased by 4 levels under the display of the chip. Other sprites have also increased their level more or less. Fortunately, none of them had broken through to the 40 level after taking so many pills. Obviously, this level for every 10 levels was not so easy to break through. Alec failed to stop Alidos from returning, ran to the tropical dragon, looked at Oki, and said, sorry, Lord Oki. He failed to stop Aldos from returning. Oki waved her hand to signal that it was okay. If you could stop it, you would have stopped it. Alec, in order to win, you may need to sacrifice a little. Oki said lightly. No emotion can be heard in the voice. Huh? Sacrifice. I'm willing to work for you, as long as you can defeat Yangping. Alec stunned and quickly answered. What was the sacrifice? In order to find Yangping's revenge, he could not even kill his life, and he sold freedom to Oki. Isn't that just revenge? Good. Oki smiled, but the smile was all cold. Let your elf do not resist, just a little uncomfortable. I will treat them later. Then there was no time for Alec to respond. Crowhead, defeat the Pot-Pot, Big Wolf Dog and Little Fire Horse. You need to save power. Oki actually let the Crowhead defeat Alec's elves. Alec first felt cold all over his body. Was Oki going to kill him here? However, he quickly reacted. The characteristic of this crow's head should also be overconfidence. As long as he can defeat the elves, he can increase his ability. Within seconds of the recovery of the Yangping elves, the crow's head did not hesitate, and all 3 elves who gave up resistance were defeated. I got 3 levels of overconfidence again. Gah. The crow's head swelled. Take these first, and heal your elf. The battle will be left to me. Oki threw a box to Alec, which contains some advanced energy blocks and milk, which can help his elf recover quickly physical strength. In order to defeat Yangping, there is no other means that cannot be used. Stupid beast, mental shock. Attack Alidos. Give me control of him. Crowhead, rush. Wing attack. Solve Alidos for me. Ghost Stone. Paula, Abba, you follow the head of the crow. Oki gave instructions to attack again, but this time it was not scattered, but the crowhead was used as the arrow of attack. Big Needle Bee, use the ultimate shock. Let them see your attack power. Bardier die. Use your mind to stop the mental shock of the dumb beast. Flying Mantis. Even cut. Alidos, red. All give me the target on the head of the crow. Give me a shot. Now the only elves that make Yang Ping jealous are the crow heads of Aoki. They get 4 layers of crow heads with an overconfidence of self-confidence. How horrible the attack will be. Yang Ping dare not let the elves dry. The psychic shock of the foolish beast was the first to launch. Although Bardadi tried to block it with mental strength. But after all, Bardadi was not a superpowered spirit, and her mental strength was limited. But she was broken by the psychic shock of the foolish beast. It was just that before the impact of spirit hit Alidos, he had used the silk spinning skills. After spitting out a piece of white filament, he was hit by mental shock and stiffened slightly. Ghost Stone, Fire Fist. Burn the silk thread. Stupid beast, superpower assists the crow head to attack. The white silk thread was directly burned by the flame punch of Ghost Stone, and the Drowling Beast after using the mental shock attached the superpower to the head of the crow. www.mentalnovel.com to help his speed increase again. Suddenly, a pale blue flame gradually appeared on the crow's head, gradually wrapping the crow's head. Oka's eyes flickered as he saw the change in the head of the crow. Then the big Needlebee rushed to the head of the crow, directly using his strongest attack to make the ultimate impact, and then the flying mantis also used him to make a continuous cut, drag, use, hold, block these skills. However, Aoki issued a timely order to stop the attack of the big Needlebee and the flying mantis, allow the crow's head to pass through the 3 elves' obstacles, and rush directly to the still stiffened Alidos. The pale blue flames on the crow's head grew stronger. This is Bird Slams. Crow's head, used Oaks to slam. The crow's head actually learned how to smash with the help of high-speed flight and dumb beasts. For skills up to 140 points. And the longer the charge time, the stronger the power. The crow's head, which had completed the charge early in the mid-air, hit Alidos directly in Yang Ping's wide eyes. There is no chance to use out and hold skills. Boom! Exclamation mark. Directly bombed underground. When the crow's head spread its wings and flew up again, Alidos was already lying in a pothole on the ground, and lost his ability to move. And after defeating the crow head of Alidos, the overconfidence characteristic triggered again, has been superimposed on 5 layers. And also learned the magic bird slam skills. Yang Ping, it's dangerous. Dash. Add more. Monthly pass plus more. Addition of 250 monthly passes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 366 Killer Aoki asshole. Yang Ping looked at Alidos lying on the ground, and couldn't help swearing again. Even if he increased the power of the elves again, he could not stop the attack of the crow head. It's not that it can't be stopped, but Aoki let other elves open the way and the crow's head, which is to add a layer of overconfidence to the crow's head. The head of the crow, slamming again with the divine bird, the target. The big butterfly. Aoki snorted coldly and ordered. Now superimposed on 5 layers of overdetermined crow heads, paired with a physical attack value of 125 points, and the flight skills are twice as restrained as the worm elves. As long as they hit, for the Yang Ping elves, is the end of life. The crow's head fluttered again, and now he feels very happy. This can help Aoki to kill powerful enemies, making him feel very comfortable. The big Needlebee failed to stop the crow's head with the ultimate shock. Now he is in a state of weakness, which is even more powerless to stop. Although Yang Ping let the flying praying mantis use defensive resistance in front of Bardadi, his defensive skills were directly broken by the psychic impact of the foolish beast, and then forced to pull out the line of crow's head. On the other hand, Ghost Stone was ordered by Aoki to entangle Bardadi. The Ghost Stone, which is immune to physical skills, will not be attacked by the crow's head as long as he avoids it in time. So he is unscrupulous. The crow's head of the bird struck Yang Ping's elves once again, and the big butterfly fell to the ground to die. The crow head successfully overlaid confidence to 6 levels. How can it be superimposed again? It depends on the next attack. Yang Ping watched the elves fall down and couldn't stop them. The fighting power of Oka's crow head was not what his current elves could stop. On the other side, Both Miyamoto and Oishi battled the battlefield. Both of them were concerned about the battle between Oki and Yae. Although Miyamoto had 2 elves defeated, only one of Oishi lost his combat ability, but his face was worn. It was Miyamoto who smiled. Just stick to it, and it will be hours after Master Oki defeats Yae. Dashi's eyes flickered, and he looked around, apparently preparing to find a way to escape. Ha 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 ha. You forced me. Oki. Yangping gritted his teeth. Flying praying mantis, stop them. Big Needle Bee, come back and eat all of them, he said, taking out all the pills in his storage space. Nearly 20. After seeing these pills, the big bee eyes became red instantly, and no matter what else, they rushed to Yangping and ate all the pills in their hands. Yangping watched the Big Needle Bee eat these pills, showing a distressed look. Not only the distressed pill, but also his ace Big Needle Bee. So many pills to eat. Based on the life of the Big Needle Bee, I won this time, and I won't be able to live long enough. The combat power will soon decline, and there will be no value in training. But it's all worth it. If you don't defeat Oki here, you will be dead. While the Big Needle Bee eats these pills, the crow's head will block his last flying mantis and defeat. Facts have shown that there is no upper limit to the number of layers of self-confidence overstacking. Overcoming the flying mantis, the self-confidence of the crow head is overstacked to 7 layers. At this time, the Big Needle Bee ate all the pills. I saw that his eyes were originally red, exuding a faint red light. Even if the body had grown to a certain extent, a strong worm-like energy pervaded his whole body. Big Needle Bee, kill them. The ultimate shock. Yangping ordered frantically. The Big Needle Bee's goal this time is nothing else, and the goal is directly locked on Oki. The wings behind him trembled, and the speed suddenly reached the extreme, and the elves passed through them without reflecting them. Oka's face changed suddenly. Has the Big Needle Bee who had eaten so many pills changed qualitatively? The elves who had just reacted quickly counterattacked, and the crow's head fluttered its wings to chase it away, using a bird strike. But still can't catch up with Big Needle Bee. Ha 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 ha. Oki, as long as you are killed, all your elves are mine. These losses are nothing. I can see that your crow's head qualifications have reached at least the top intermediate level. Such an elf knits card as who will be interested. Yangping smiled wildly at the Big Needle Bee heading for Oki. Scorpion tilt Scorpion, Big Milk Tank, use and hold, Oki calmly said, without being scared. However, the tropical dragon under him did not dare to react. He can now feel that whether it is a crowhead or a Big Needle Bee, he is not an opponent now, and he may even be unable to resist the opponent's attack. Progress is too fast. Oka's progress is too fast. Already able to complete the transcendence directly with an elf. At this moment, the tropical dragon chose to surrender instead of being tempted by Oka's food. This is no longer the main reason. She ha ha ha, Big Needle Bee, use the ultimate shock. Crazy, now you are not exhausted by one ultimate shock. Hearing Oka's order, let the elves use the holding skills, but the Big Needle Bee still broke the defense of the claw-tail scorpion and the Big Milk Tank with continuous ultimate impact. The next target is Oki. Stupid beast. Take the crow's head and move instantly. Oki was still not afraid at this time. If the trainer couldn't keep calm at the critical moment, how could the elves use their skills calmly? The stupid beast that was still rushing back to hear Oka's order. www.mentalnovel.com. The instant movement skill is directly activated. Suddenly appeared in front of the crow's head, and then launched the instant movement again at the moment they were about to touch. Plus the crow's head moved to the front of Oki, and the attacking posture of the crow's head was unchanged, but it rushed towards the Big Needle Bee. Crowhead, hold on. Boom! Exclamation mark. The ultimate shock is loaded with a birdie punch. After a loud roar, the Big Needle Bee flew upside down, and the crow's head used the holding skills at the last moment without any damage. The Big Needle Bee was hit directly by the crow's head. Shoot down. So far, all the worms of Yangping were killed. There was only one Gothorduck left, but Oki couldn't stop the footsteps. Crow's head, kill him. Dumb beast. You control that Gotha duck. Aoki gave the final order. Yang Ping was not as embarrassed as Kaga and Paul. Knowing that he was destined to fail, he looked at Aoki coldly, without paying any attention to the head of the crow that rushed towards him. Aoki, it's okay. I'll go down and wait for you. The grown-up is already eyeing you. Do you think the grown-up will not know that you did it as long as you die? No, you are wrong. You thought this trial was to earn, is it the first or the second? You think it's too simple. Then a strange smile appeared, which looked very infiltrating. I calmly accepted the attack of the crow's head, and when I fell down, my mouth was still smiling, as if thinking of Aoki's future. Rocket Skada and as line of Commander Yang Ping, defeated. Killer Aoki dash. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 367 Regis and Chill. Aoki came to Yang Ping by the momentary movement of the foolish beast. Take off his rocket's belt, then put away the Gotha duck that has been under control, and then lock the elven ball. This Gotha duck is not weak, but Yang Ping is only used to protect himself. It is a violent thing. As for the other elves, they were all killed by the crow's head. Even if they were alive, the elves who had taken so many overdraft potential pills had no value to cultivate. Wormelves have a relatively short lifespan, and then use pills to reduce their survival time. They can't reach the peak at all. They will gradually grow old and their combat power will decline. Among the elves that can save their peak combat power for the longest time are dragon-type elves. Although the training of dragon elves is more difficult and it takes more time and resources to grow, the dragon elves can maintain the peak combat power for the longest. By the way, there are ghost spirits. After killing Yohaya and getting everything on him, Aoki looked at the other side. The rock that is fighting Miyamoto now looks like a desperate one. In order to quickly get rid of the entanglement of Miyamoto, and then escape, Alec approached Aoki after emergency treatment was given to the elves. Crowhead, go and fix that person, Aoki said, then turned to Alec and said, it's all right. Alec shook his head, then kicked Yang Ping's body on the ground and said, it's okay, it's just a normal loss of combat ability. And the crow's head has no hard hands. Thank you Lord Aoki for revenge. Then he knelt down on one knee, showing his loyalty. Aoki waved his hand and motioned him to stand up. I'm only for myself, not for you. Only what you do is for yourself. Don't blame me, I have to do it to win. It's about defeating Alec's elves and superimposing the effect of overconfidence. Although Alec had a little awkwardness in his mind, he saw that Aoki, the leader, mentioned this matter many times, and implicitly expressed his apology. As a subordinate, Alec could not say more. Directly those little awkwards smoothed. Aoki threw the stinky mud and let it devour all the corpses on the ground. Now the smelly mud has upgraded its qualification to dark green. Although it has no training and combat training, and its actual combat ability is average, it is now the best choice regardless of its level and qualification. As long as it is slightly cultivated, it will become a very good elf. And after being promoted to dark green, it is very difficult to get promoted again. It doesn't matter if you show it to others. These corpses with a lot of energy on the ground cannot be wasted. Miyamoto fighting Oishi is now at the end of the crossbow, but seeing the head of the crow who came to support it, suddenly confidence soared. Sure enough, the winner is still Aoki. Your future in the future. It's bright. Just try to follow in the footsteps of Lord Aoki. At this moment, Miyamoto completely surrendered to Aoki, commanding the remaining elves, madly impacting on the elves of Dashi. Just do not want him to escape. The crow's heads had already joined their battlefield for the first time. Although the big stones are all rock-based spirits, the flying and evil systems are generally attacking, but now the crowhead is superimposed with 8 layers of overconfident spirits. Fighting power is bursting. Almost an attack, you can directly defeat an elf in Dashi. Fortunately, the crow's head did not use the strongest skills, and the defense of the rock elves was okay. They just defeated them but failed to kill them. But with each defeat, the overconfidence of the crow's head is superimposed again. Is there really no upper limit to the overconfidence characteristic of the crow's head? Aoki was a little confused, walked slowly with Alec, and all the injured elves were put away by Oki. There are more injured elves now, and they will deal with them together. Thump. All the elves were defeated, and the hopeless boulder fell directly on his knees and kept his head toward Oki. Master Oki. Master Oki. Before I finished speaking, I was interrupted by Oki. Although I also support the supremacy of interests, you have no value to me, and you are hypocrites. But I still prefer real villains. You are like Yang Ping, like playing with some little tricks, little conspiracy. Solve him, Crowhead. Then he signaled Miyamoto to remove everything from him, and put away all the living elves, and deal with them later. At this point, Yang Ping and the people on the trial island were all dead. Let's go, dumb beasts. Take us to a safer place. It doesn't need to be far away. It's relatively safe, Oki said to dumb beasts. The dumb beasts suffered a lot of injuries this time, but it took 3 people to make short-range instantaneous movements without any problems. Yeah, with the proliferation of dumb beasts' superpowers, the 3 disappeared directly. Only shortly after they disappeared in Oki, 2 figures suddenly appeared where Oki and Yohei fought. Looking at the mess, there were no places left in the grass. One of them was marked with a red R on their foreheads. www.mentalnovel.com. Wearing a black punk leather jacket, the young man with studs on his ears unconsciously twitched. Is this a bandit entering the village? Even a piece of grass cannot be left behind, said the young man. Another person had a cold face, ice blue hair, wearing a pale blue short sleeve, holding a book in one hand, and a book in one hand. There is also a red R on his right hand. Yang Ping is dead, Regis, said the blue-haired youth. It turned out that the young man wearing punk was the one with the strongest strength among the people who later joined this time. Regis. That is one of the 3 cadres of the Rockets, Mazushi's subordinates. Cut. Yang Ping, this waste. You know how to play some unsavory means. I really thought that others would listen to him. This is all right. Play myself to death. Regis obviously also disdained Yang Ping. Say, Han Song, you walk around all day like this, don't collect points at all. Aren't you afraid that Master Kuzang will blame you? Regis continued. Han Song, a team member of the Rockets cadre Kuzang, tried one of the 4 perverts this time, an expert in ice elves. Isn't it the same for you? Han Song glanced at him and said lightly. There was no expression on the face of tens of thousands of years. Well, it's boring. There are too many people who know this kind of thing, so it's not fun. Regis patted his head and walked towards a place in the forest. Han Song looked at it for a while, with some light flashing in his eyes. Oki. Interesting. Then walked in the same direction as Regis. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 368. Effectiveness. Night falls. Trial Island. Still by the familiar lake, the 3 of Oki and Alec camped here tonight. Their elves were released, more or less wrapped in gauze, apparently not badly injured. Especially Ocus Ring Bears and Aberdeen suffered a lot of injuries, but this time Aber was better. But the Ring Bears were even worse than last time. The Ring Bear of Miyamoto also suffered a lot of injuries. Although the 2 elves were forcibly subdued by Oki, the trainer's orders were obediently executed as humbly bear elves, even if it sounded more dangerous. Oki handed the bear to Alec. Now these 2 hoops are a bit of a semblance for Oki. Qualifications and grades have limited their growth limits, so they simply gave them to 2 men, no matter how they used them. It had nothing to do with him. Then he prepared a special energy block for the abbot to let it absorb. If the qualifications can be restored to dark green, there is still a little training value. Then let the dumb beasts take a good rest. The number of battles in the past 2 days is relatively large, and the opponent's strength is very strong, so they are more or less injured, and you can rest for a while after this evening. As for the Dark Crow, relying on the top quality dark stone, it has successfully evolved into the head of a crow, and has upgraded its qualification to cyan, becoming the highest qualified existence in Oki now. Revitalized the Big Brother's glory, hurrying to leave before, no time to sort out what Yang Ping left behind. Now all of Oka's brain is taken out. The first is the integration device. The points displayed on Yang Ping's integration device are only 213 points. However, such a score is considered normal. After all, it is just like Giga, so that more than 20 people can be mobilized to help him find a scorecard. Yang Ping has been acting alone for a long time, with more than 200 points, which is also a relatively good score. It is estimated that his intention is similar to that of Oki. Finding points is all about fate. As long as you finally stop some people with higher points before returning to the rocket space, you can get their points, and then it will be the first place to sprint. Time. All the points were transferred to his own point device. Now Oki has points. 930 points. It's very close to the Nth point mark. As long as you get an Nth points, basically there is no problem in the first place. In addition, there are many bags of high-level energy blocks in Yang Ping's storage space. Obviously, they are the ordinary high-level energy blocks produced in batches. Although the value is also high, they match the special energy blocks of Oki. On energy crystallization, it's a little worse. Oki didn't find those pills for himself in Yang Ping's storage space. It seemed that they were all consumed. Otherwise, as long as one or two are left for Oki, plus the scanning and analysis of the chip, the materials used in it may not be able to be analyzed. If it can be copied, even if you don't use it, you will keep it for your employees or sell it later. Good choice. After searching all the things in Yang Ping again, I found some fairly cherished materials, and there was nothing else that could interest Oki. Really, don't you bring anything of value when you go out? Oki glanced. In fact, he didn't know that there were many precious things in Yang Pingyuan, but before going out, all those things were replaced by the green pills he had given to the elf before, otherwise he would not be so poor. He can be considered desperate. If he can't become the first place, there will be no day in the future. The so-called success is to become a cadre of the rockets. Everyone knows that there is a cadre who spends a lot of money to train a person, which will make that person grow at the speed of a rocket, and soon reach the strength of the squadron captain and even the captain. However, no one wants to let their own subordinates surpass themselves. If there is not enough room for people, when their subordinates make the cadres feel threatened, they will be eliminated in advance. According to Yang Ping, although Lunda is a cadre of the rockets, there is a gap between cadres. He is only the bottom of the cadres. With Lunda's ability, becoming a cadre has reached the limit. As for the next step, it is even more delusional. Then Yang Ping will never be a cadre. Lunda also sent someone to tell him that if this trial could not become the first place, then he would directly enter the Death Squad, which is the exclusive team of Lunda. The people in it are all people who are not afraid of death. Dangerous missions and battles will be rushed by them on the front line. Whether they can survive alive then is a question. So he squeezed all his capital into this trial, and in the end he ended up with nothing valuable in the storage space. Oki threw his storage belt into the fire, and called Miyamoto and Alec over. Are the elves cured? Oki asked. The two sat next to the fire under the direction of Oki, and Miyamoto replied www.metalnovel.com. Thanks to the energy block provided by the adults, they had recovered almost, and I believe that they can continue to fight tomorrow. Oki nodded and gave them the high-level energy cubes previously obtained from the Yang Ping storage space. This is Yang Ping. It doesn't do me any good. You take it. This is the advanced energy block. Alec was a little uncertain. Is the high-level energy block sent directly? You know, don't look at 5 or 6 bags of things. The value is also outrageous. Oki froze, and then smiled. Well, you have followed me for a few days. You should know that I am also a breeder. Energy blocks are things that are valuable to others, but for me, that's it. You follow me, nothing else. You don't need to worry about the energy cube. What is the energy block for Oki? The two heard a word of joy. You know, even in the rockets, There are really many people who can use advanced energy cubes for all the elves, at least to the level of Quasicadras. For the captain level, only some of the main elves use high-level energy blocks, while the remaining elves still use intermediate-level energy blocks. Okay, now Yangping has also been solved. This trial is already half completed for me. Although the current points have not reached my goal, it should be almost the first place. So to speak, say your thoughts later. Aoki added a piece of wood to the fire. Miyamoto and Alec glanced at each other, kneeling directly on one knee, respectfully said, "Will serve the power of Lord Aoki." Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 369. Guests come. Okay, I don't like this one. Aoki waved his hand to get him up. Yes. The two smiled attentively. It didn't take long to follow Aoki, but this time also let them see that Aoki does not have such a large shelf, unlike many people in the rockets, is not strong, but the shelf is big to die. Some are just small captains, who call and drink to the people below, and those who don't know think they are at the Kada level. Aoki is a person who is more focused on doing practical things. As long as the tasks he has assigned you are completed, even if you are casual, he will not have any opinion. But if the task he assigned you is not completed, it may be terrifying. For example, Miyamoto said that he could hold a person, but if Aoki was unable to hold that person while fighting Yangping, he would be miserable now. You can say it can't be done, but you need to tell it in advance so that you can better make the next step. But if you can't do it, but you just say you can do it, then Aoki still chooses to believe it. When the critical moment comes, the chain is dropped, and Aoki will not be soft. While you have 2 days left, try to conquer more potential elves on this island, and then use some temporary elves to serve as tools. Put the ones you should put, and the ones you should deal with. This island is relatively mysterious, and the probability of producing highly qualified elves is still considerable. It is best to subdue your best elves. Then look for the scorecard. By the way, don't look for it deliberately, take it when you see it. Now there are not many people on the trial island that can threaten you, and it should be fine to pay attention to it. Aoki asked them to subdue the elves and make further plans for the future. If it goes well, after this time, I should go to Feniyuan area directly. At that time, you two people who have lost their background, it is estimated that there will be many people to recruit you. Depending on the situation, you choose to stay in Kanto, either in Chengdu, or you can go to Feniyuan area with me. Aoki continued, you should know what the rewards after becoming the first place, but with my current strength, I still cannot afford to inject so many resources, so it is very likely that I will use those resources in exchange for asylum. In exchange for the time to develop safely in Feniyuan, but I will double back what I lost in the future. Sir Aoki, I am willing to follow you to the Feniyuan area, and you probably understand my situation, so with my assistance, I will definitely be able to establish a foothold in the Feniyuan area soon. Alec said directly. The previous captain of Alec was the first group of rockets to send to Feniyuan. Although it was unsuccessful, it was not that they did nothing and still left some considerable things. Now Alec has given it to him. Between Luoyang Town and Zijing City, there is a small town called Fuai Town, which is much smaller than Luoyang Town. My uncle used to be the one behind me. Captain bought a large piece of land here, because no one knows, because he used his own money. Now that he has passed away, this piece of land has been assigned to my name. Alec went on to say, if the grown-ups have no place to stay in Feniyuan area and don't care about the size of the town, they can choose to take root here, and then I can directly transfer the land to your name. I'll talk about this later, but I haven't really heard of this town of Fuai, and I'll inspect it when I get to Feniyuan. Aoki nodded. Master Aoki, his subordinates are also willing to follow the adults to the Feniyuan area. Since the captain behind Alec has been removed, then I guess the person behind me is almost the same. If I choose to return to Kanto and Chengdu, but if there is no big backer, it is estimated that it will be short, so I choose to go to Feniyuan. Miyamoto also hopes to go to Feniyuan area with Aoki. It's all up to you, I don't demand it, but if you go to Feniyuan with me, everything will be under my command. Yes, the two answered at the same time. Okay, you go to rest, and then move away tomorrow. Wait for the last day to gather at the base gate. Maybe there is an accident in the first place ranking, then I may need your points. Aoki said, stood up, walked to his tent. Yes. Sixth day after the trial started. As soon as the breakfast day was bright, Miyamoto and Alec bid farewell to Aoki and left in two different directions. Both of them have urgency. Soon after, I will go to the Feniyuan area. At that time, I will not have enough strength, but it will be difficult to establish a foothold in an unfamiliar place. I don't know what forces will face. Aoki, as before, prepared breakfast for the elves and then trained in the morning. After a rest night, the injuries are now almost recovered. Then training can't stop. Only when Aoki trained the elves, a guest came to this camp again. A young man in a black punk jacket slowly walked to the camp where Aoki was, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Aoki also noticed the comma www.mentalnovel.com and saw the R on his forehead. Is it one of those four? Aoki watched him coming, thinking to himself. Except for King Feng and Yang Ping who had been killed by him before, everyone seemed to be wearing rocket clothes, but the four of them were not. And no matter who it is, there is a rocket logo on some part of the body. You are Aoki, aren't you? The person came to Aoki 10 meters away and stopped. The elves of Aoki noticed the arrival of strangers and ran to Aoki. Humans are much more dangerous than elves on Trial Island. Regis? Aoki asked with some uncertainty. The smile on that man's face was even brighter when he heard Aoki's question. It seems you've heard of me, so it's much easier. What are you doing here? Aoki continued to ask. Don't be so rude. Guests should come in. Shouldn't they bring a cup of tea? Then he looked at the surrounding environment and continued, but the environment here may not be allowed, but at least a glass of water, then sit down and talk slowly. That's the way of hospitality. Aoki frowned, looking at the sloppy man in front of him, some of whom could not understand him. But he didn't have an elf by his side, apparently not for trouble. So Aoki let the elves not have to worry so much. Let Regis come over, sit down at the table. Put down a glass of waterman, and then sit opposite him. At this distance, there is no elf around the other side. If there is any change, Aoki feels that his elf should be enough to win him. Just don't know what he came over. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 370. Join the circle. It's really enviable for you to live in the wild like Aoki. Having a good craft is comfortable. Even if you go, you can eat good food. Unlike us, you live like a savage when you go out. Regis took a sip of water and saw all the tools and pots and pans in Aoki camp, sighing. What's the matter? Just open the door and say, I'm not familiar with you. Aoki frowned. Well, Regis covered his chest directly, looking very uncomfortable. It hurts you to talk like this. If you change a bad temper, you will be angry. You may be fighting each other, he said with a smile. Okay, you feel free. Aoki felt a headache after scratching his temples. You killed Yang Ping? Aoki finally felt that Regis was back on the subject. You want to be number one in this trial? Okay. Do you want to develop in other regions? Okay, I know. Leave it to you for the first place this time. I think it's a good thing. I don't understand what you guys think. Regis waved his hand and said dismissively, what do you mean? Yes, you don't know. It's okay to talk to you. Do you really think it's as simple as picking the first place and sending the rockets to other regions to expand? That is the idiot of Yang Ping, who believes that the truth is true, and desperately wants to be number one. But he is still killed by you in the end. Sakagi boss does not say something, but does not mean that the people below do not understand. Some people are already hurting the entire rockets for their own benefit. It is said that there are roundworms in the league. Is it true that there have been no roundworms in the rockets for so many years? Some people who are arrogant and think that their wings are stiff and want to fly out by themselves. Don't urinate and look at themselves. Regis said a lot of things all at once, but Aoki didn't understand much in the clouds and fog. Seeing Aoki's incomprehensible look, Regis was a bit helpless. You haven't touched many people on the Rockets, but you should have heard of the faction battle between the Rockets. Have you ever wondered why the Rockets are up? Is Alida the mother of Sakagi, not his father? Have you ever wondered why you only heard about the shadows and shadows of the Shadow Group, but not how about the leader of the Shadow Group? The Rockets are deep, and sometimes even Okada may just be of others. That is to say, Lord Masashi is not interested in competing. Let me come to the water and go to the court. Otherwise, do you think that the character of the sinister villain Yang Ping would be so assured to fight for the first place? If you want to be number one, you must ask Lao Tzu to disagree. You mean, Lunda may just be someone else's pawn? The ultimate purpose of this trial is not to choose the first place to open up a new area, but more to hide some of the Rockets and the people behind it. Come out. Or is it just a game between factions, and Lunda is just a scapegoat launched by their factions? Aoki was a little shocked. Is the interior of the Rockets so complicated now? But why did Regis know this? Similarly, the Rockets are in the hands of the leader. This can't be taken away by anyone, but there is a saying that the outsider must first settle in. If the internal worms are not removed, how can they continue to expand? You don't have to be right. This time the Rockets will give you too much hope for support. More is just an investment in a talented trainer with no background and a clean background. Regis continued. When you were taken away from the trial island by a video, some of your information was already placed on the table of a person with interest. During this time, you paid attention to the eyes of the trial island. Regis sneered, not knowing whether to disdain those people or to Aoki for the first place. However, there are many benefits. At least after being the first, safety can still be guaranteed. With the attention of Sakage's boss, if you want to move, you must consider in advance whether the value is worth it. With such asylum, I have lost my capital. In short, you don't have to worry too much about this trial. People who know the content won't compete with you, and people who don't know the content will not be able to compete with you. So now I can tell you, you are already number one in the trial. Aoki was silent, digesting what Regis told him. The status of the previous life is not enough. He has not contacted high-level officials. He does not know what has happened inside the Rockets. When he barely reached it, he was killed. But in this life, he felt that the water of this trial was getting deeper and deeper. Even if it was about to end now, he always felt that he had not been able to escape from this quagmire. King Feng didn't argue with me at that time. Was it not because Athena was injured, but because of what Regis told this time? Why are you telling me so much? Aoki asked after thinking for a moment. Well, it's not a big deal, mainly because I think you are very interesting. www.mentalnovel.com. A civilian trainer can come to this point, and I have to say that whether it is in the talent of the trainer or in the mind, it's a wonderful side. So, you are considered eligible to join our circle. On behalf of the founders of our circle, I invite you to join. Regis said the main purpose of his visit this time. Your circle? Yes, our circle. There is me for now, Han Song, King Feng. The three of us were still thinking about whether to let Yang Ping join. After all, he was so bad regardless of strength or background, but now you are killed then? The three of us have contacted you more or less, and I feel pretty good. This time I will invite you to join. Regis said. A small circle of these three people? It was created at the right time because of the trial, or it was created before you joined the trial, or before you knew you were going to participate in the trial. If the previous one is fine, but if the latter one is more terrifying, what kind of force can make the three of them form a small circle before they know if they need to participate in the trial? Don't think about it. The composition of our circle is exactly the same as the reason you guessed now. Regis looked at Aoki with a grim look and said with a smile. Entering the silence again, Regis was not in a hurry, quietly waiting for Aoki's answer. After all, this time may be related to his future in the Rockets. Okay, I'll join. Aoki, who slightly clarified the relationship, said firmly after 5 minutes. What do I need to do? Ask for a monthly pass. A monthly ticket with more than 300 chapters. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 371 Trial is over. Okay. Welcome to join. Ha 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 ha. Nothing to do. When our circle is going to play a role, you will know. I can only tell you that the establishment of this small circle is mainly for survive. Regis exclaimed with a happy smile on his face. This is my exclusive contact method. Only a few people in our circle have it. If there is anything, you can contact me directly, said Regis stood up, apparently ready to leave. Do you know the carders behind you in a small circle? Oki still couldn't help but ask this question. Who knew that Regis didn't answer Oka's question, but gave a mysterious smile and let him take care of it. By the way, I'd like to remind you, pay a little attention to it. Don't completely believe in one person, or you are in the Rockets. I guess there will be no bones left, including me. Then Regis slowly disappeared into the forest. Looking at the back of his departure, Oki even felt that he was a bit like a person who Sakagi. Regis actually had a bit of Sakaki's shadow. Although Oki hadn't seen much of Sakaki at this time, he did feel a touch of Sakaki. As for what he calls the small circle, there are still some things that senior Rockets executives can know, but Regis seems to know a lot. Moreover, under the leadership of the same carders, Kingfing and Hansong seemed to be faintly led by him. Even Yangping, the three of them seemed to despise. As a Philander, there are other people who want to intervene in this trial, and what will happen is not what Oki is thinking about now. Regis' words, Oki let a half, and the other half temporarily put it in his mind. However, the arrival of Regis still had some influence on Oki's next plan. Originally I thought that after the trial was over, I could relax a little bit, but now it seems that we still have to race against time. The more you contact, the more you find that you cannot control your own destiny. Perhaps those carders and captains who want to jump out of the chessboard just want to control their orders. But he overestimated his own strength, and finally could only be crushed ruthlessly by the ring of time. Perhaps I have to catch some well-qualified elves in the trial island. After entering the fate, I must distinguish my multiple identities, otherwise don't say that I will get benefits from two places. Will be strangled jointly by the League and the Rockets. Oki thought to himself, stood up, gathered the contents of the camp, and then left with the elves. Standing on Abba's back, there were dumb beasts beside him. Flying next to them were the heads of evolved crows. Is there really no upper limit for overconfidence? I still have any requirements. After Oki set off, he encountered the interference of wild elves and let the crow head fight directly. Oki thought about the characteristic of the crow's head being overconfident. Although there have been spirits with this feature before, they have not been studied carefully. Soon, the crow head won. But Oki found that the overconfidence characteristic of the crow's head did not trigger. It didn't trigger after the victory. That is, there are still some requirements. Continue to try. After a period of fighting, Oki found that there is no upper limit to the super confidence trait, but the requirement is still there. That is, the level of elves fighting the crow head cannot exceed 5. In other words, the crow head of level 34 can only superimpose overconfidence on him if he defeats the elves above level 29. As for the level is too low, because it is directly crushed. There is no way for him what worked. After the evolution of the crow's head characteristics changed to overconfidence, future fighting methods also need to make some adjustments. This needed Oki to slowly help him change. Soon after the settlement of Yangping, the whole trial went smoothly for Oki. The remaining 2 days also passed in Oki training elves. On the 6th day, Abagua's qualification returned to dark green. After a period of communication between Oki and him, Abagua chose to stay in the trial island, but did not let Oki release him and the elven ball. The link to, that is to say, the Abba monster has now become an elf on Oki on the trial island, and others cannot conquer it. If the Abba monster is dead, Oki can also know through the link of the elf ball. Although the dark green elf's qualifications are not bad, the Abba monster is already the final evolutionary type. It will be very difficult to upgrade the qualification again in the future, so Oki hesitates. Fortunately, Abogua also realized his shortcomings. In the last 2 days, Oki helped him correct the usual bad fighting methods. As long as he continued to train according to the way Oki left him, sooner or later he could defeat the one who killed his mother, Elf. In this way, the elves that Oki conquered on the trial island this time left only the big tongue that has always been green. www.untlenovel.com. All the rest are released, which can reduce the pressure of each meal. By the way, before returning to the rocket space, Oki also released that big-billed bird together. I hope he can live on the trial island. When Oki returned to the rocket space, successive people were also returning, just more or less with injuries. If it is just a simple survival in the wild, they are already stumped, but humans are often more dangerous than elves in the wild, and encountering humans requires more attention than encountering elves. However, sometimes in order to collect points cards, you must fight with some more powerful elves, so injuries are inevitable. Because the start time of the power is 8 AM, the end time is also 8 AM. Anyone who returns to the base after 8 AM counts as a trial failure. If no one wants to take it out, it means death. When Oki returned, some acquaintances might have come back long ago. For example, Regis, Kingfing, and a nice blue-haired teenager standing with the two of them, looking at a book in their hands. Regis saw Oki's arrival and smiled at him. Kingfing also blinked at him, apparently knowing that Regis had pulled him into a small circle. As for the pine, he just glanced at him. Continue to read your book at a glance. The crowds at the rocket base are distinct. The trainers stood aside, and the group of people who joined later stood aside. However, those who joined later apparently looked down on the trainers. They led the three. Regis stood in the middle of the square, and looked at the trainees who stood aside with deep disdain. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 372. The final trial is over. However, with the arrival of Oki, the position of the people on the square began to change. First, Regis led Kingfing and Hansong to Oki, and said, "Oki, come and introduce you. Hansong, you should have only heard his name and never met him. Then this it's Kingfing. You should have seen it and exchanged it. Brother Oki, I heard that you really killed Yang Ping?" Kingfing asked directly, curiously beside Oki. "Hey, Kingfing, both Hansong and I saw it with your own eyes. Don't you believe us yet?" Regis snapped for fear of forehead. "Why, I just want to confirm." Amazing to see. As the four came together, the eyes of the people in the square changed. Whether it was the trainer side or those who later joined, the look at Oki brought obvious doubt, and a little bit fear. At the end of the trial, now everyone knows what the three ridges represent. That is the background of Baigaga and the existence of Nubai. Now he is talking with Oki. Then Oki noticed a person following behind Kingfing. Jasmine, the female leader of Trial Island, now belongs to Kingfing's men. "Don't look at me like this. Sister Jasmine is not my subordinate. She is a relative of my family, but she is different from the others. Now that she has relied on her, then as an older sister, of course I need to take care of it." Kingfing saw Oki put her gaze on Jasmine and said with a smile, "Master Oki." Jasmine shouted respectfully. Now Oki is indeed qualified to make her an adult. Then, Alec and Miyamoto returned. Although Alec's disfigurement surprised many trainees, what surprised them even more was that Alec actually stood behind Oki, and called the Lord with respect. "Oki, is this Alec?" As for Miyamoto, I originally thought about it, but was stopped by Oki's vague eyes, and then stopped walking towards Oki and stood among the group of people who later joined. Sky and Fox also returned smoothly, although the injuries on the body looked serious. There should be no life-threatening. "Okay, let's go back and contact again later, time is coming," Regis said, looking at his watch. The three then returned to their original positions, while Oki returned to the trainer crowd. However, when Oki entered, many people subconsciously gave way, especially those who originally belonged to Giga. Until now, Giga has not returned. It is estimated that it is more ferocious and less, but it is so happy to chat with Oki, who is hostile to Giga. and the staff of several cadres. Why not surprise those people? After waiting a moment again, time finally came to 8 in the morning. The serpent, Ying, and Sokka walked to the square together and looked at only those people. There were a total of 90 people in the trial. But now the square looks a little empty. The number of scattered people does not exceed 50. There are at most 50 people who can qualify for the trial island. Now don't assign the final ranking according to the points, because counting those who joined later, there are exactly 49 people left, and everyone can go out alive, so just judging who is the top few in the end is fine. The real leftover is king. Finally, the trial is over. Everyone takes their own scoring device and goes to the room to record the rankings. Then they can get out of the way. This trial island will have nothing to do with you. Congratulations, you have survived successfully, Viper announced loudly. Some trainers shed tears of excitement directly. It's really hard for outsiders to imagine. On such an island, life is always at risk. And what kind of life is 3 months? It's too much. After the serpent had finished speaking, everyone went to the building where the serpent was pointing. There are more than a dozen rooms in it, which means that you can receive a dozen people at one time. It seems that Yang Ping's kid was really killed, Sokka said after Oki had all left. It looks like it should be. It hasn't returned yet, and the chances of being alive are not great, said the snake. Oh, Ying. That kid can do it. Should you let me give it? I'll give you a top quality elf, Sokka asked toward Ying. Ying glanced at him helplessly. Originally, when the island was only tested with poisonous snakes and him, the two didn't really talk much. But this week, Sokka fully showed what is called talk. How can you be sure that the kid did it, and the other 3 people also have this strength? Maybe there are other people who may have joined forces to do it. Ying said badly. Che, the 3 little guys of Regis have long been united. Do you think I don't know? There are some things that I don't want to say more. They obviously have no intention of competing for the first place. They just come to the cinema. Gold-plated. Ying didn't continue to answer this time. Whether Oki killed Yang Ping or not was not important anyway. Renda had already focused on Oki. By the way, the appearance of the Heavenly King Elf still has a little influence on this island. www.mentalnovel.com. Now the boys have returned. Should you take a look? Sokka changed the topic. It's okay. When you're gone, I'll take a look at it myself. At most, it's a junior Heavenly King Elf, and there won't be much threat. The serpent answered. Well, poisonous snake, when did you become so confident? Wouldn't you want us to catch that elf yourself after we left? The serpent gave him a white look, as if he were weak. Even if you are just a junior Uranus level trainer, at least you have several Uranus level elves. Is there any problem with dealing with one? Don't bother him. The snake turned directly to his study. Hey, Ying, your strength has plummeted. Are you interested in taking a look at it? Maybe you can conquer it. By the time it is cultivated, the strength will be restored quickly. Sokka again found a win. Not interested in. But Ying also turned around and went back with the Viper. Cut. It's really boring. Sokka looked at the back of the two as they left, unhappy. Wait for me. Oki and others went directly into the room of this house. The room was small, with a shop-like counter inside, and then stood a rocket staff. Seeing Oki coming in, the staff member said with a smile on his face, "Welcome to you, Master Oki. Please put your integrating device in this container." Oki followed her instructions and put her own scoring device in a closed container. The points shown above were 1087 points. As for how they detect and rank, they will not belong to Oki. Alas, finally, the mission of Novice Village is over. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 373. See through Master Oki. Congratulations, you won the first place in the trial. According to the rules of the trial, you can get a precious Royal Sangio elf, the staff member said with a smile. Without paying attention to how she judged the points and rankings, she directly told Oki. However, Oki, as a superpower, noticed that the staff member had a small superpower line connecting her head before speaking. ECG induction. It seems that either the superpowers or the superpowers are communicating with them. No wonder you don't need to use any computer or profiler to know the ranking. After the man spoke this sentence, Aoki found that the line of superpowers in her head fluctuated again, and then the staff member's face changed greatly. Sorry, Lord Aoki, please wait. I have something. Please wait. He opened the back door and ran out. After she left, a figure slowly emerged from where she was sitting. Shadow. Aoki saw that the person originally wanted to speak, but was stopped by shadow action. Then from his shadow, a gang ghost emerged, and suddenly released the ghost system energy, directly covering Aoki and Shadow. Well, those superpowers are convenient, but they have been monitoring this way, and there is really no privacy at all. Ying said with relief. I don't know who is the best friend of Nazi, the strongest superpower. Master Ying. Aoki screamed respectfully. You did a good job this time. Not only did you get the first place, but it was more than double the second place. But it was also because the Regis kids didn't have the heart to compete. Ying continued. The last time I promised you that you won the first place in the trial, you will accumulate the rewards from the previous time. The qualifications of the Use and Geo elves who can challenge you will be better, and you will be able to choose. Aoki was slightly pleased and nodded. Then Ying continued. The first place in the final trial also has an item reward. You can apply for something with the rockets as an item reward. The value cannot be too high. In principle, it is an upper limit of 10 million. But you have applied for permission. It cannot exceed 30 million permissions. You can choose one thing. When I heard the movie, Aoki didn't know that the first place in the original trial had item rewards, but with a mind that was definitely better than nothing, she began to think about what she wanted. After a moment of silence, Aoki said, Is the king's certificate okay? The video was suddenly stunned and looked at Aoki Road strangely. You want the king's certificate? Yes. What's wrong? Is it worth more than 30 million? Oh, nothing. The market value of the king's card is around 50 million, and it's often worthless, but there are still a few stocks in the rockets. I can make an exception for you. But are you sure you want the evidence of the king? Ying asked. Aoki's eyes looked a little uncomfortable, but it was still beyond his expectations to get the king's certificate. How easy is it to get the king's certificate? Even if this kind of rare thing is not used, the second sale can still make a profit. Yes, the proof of the king is needed, Aoki affirmed. Yes, he'll be teleporting with the Mikami elves. Since Aoki must, and Ying has left Haiku, it must satisfy him. Did you go to the ghost cave where I asked you to take the Gang Ghost Elf ball last time? Ying asked, with a serious expression. When I heard Ying's question, Aoki's heart stunned, and she still asked this question. Are they aware of the existence of the Dream Demon? Fortunately, in the last 2 days, she talked about all the good things about the Dream Demon, allowing her to complete the basic control of the breath. Now, as long as she is in the Elven Ball, it is impossible for other elves to feel her existence. Go, there is a map fragment in it. I'll get it. Aoki answered honestly. So have you found anything weird? Or have you noticed any weird elf? Have you ever checked the black stone pillar again? Ying asked 3 questions at once, showing that this matter attention. Strange thing? The only strange thing is the black stone pillar. I checked it in. The strange elf didn't see it, but it let my ghost stone absorb some of the phantom energy. Level and strength, they all got some improvement. Aoki summoned Ghost Stone from the shadows. As a trainer who owns Gengui, of course, he knows Stone Ghost very well. Moreover, Zengjin Aoki also scanned the data of Gengui, but today this Gengui passed away and disappeared before he had time to scan. But Aoki can be sure that this Genghis strength has definitely improved a lot. At least it is no longer the strength it once was. Even if you don't reach the level of Uranus, the Quasi-Uranus absolutely has it. So fast, does Ying use an Elven Catalyst on Gengui? Well, your Ghost Stone is not bad. you should cultivate it well. In the future, it may not be possible to become a king-level elf. Ying carefully looked at Ghost Stone and nodded. Although there were doubts in his mind, it was clear that Aoki's strength could not escape under the Emperor-level elf. He asked before, but he was a little confused. It seems that he is more attentive now. How can he escape under the power of a Uranus-level elf with a strength better than the squadron leader? Yes. Well, if you have any doubts now, you can ask me. The trial is over. You should be at least a Rockets Squadron Captain. www.mentalnovel.com. I would like to ask, Regis Hepping. Of course. Aoki will not be stupid to ask. Regis told him about the internal struggles of the Rockets. These are still high-level things. He is not qualified to get involved. Otherwise it is estimated that there will be no bones left. Regis' identity is not simple. If you do not conflict with him, do not conflict with him. As for the other two, although the status is not simple, they are still worse than Regis. As for Yang Ping, you should kill it. Don't rush to deny that. Although Yang Ping is similar in appearance to those three, it is actually far behind, and the Lund behind him is the Kada behind the captain who sent you to test you last time. There is nothing wrong with your guessing. If you get rid of it, you'll get rid of it. Arenda can't make any big waves. It's just a little clever guy. Don't worry. You have now become the first place on the trial island. Many people in the Rockets are watching you. The main thing is that the leader has also paid attention to you. He is afraid to do it. Aoki didn't say, but the shadow was determined, and Yang Ping was killed by Aoki. In fact, people with a little common sense will know. If Aoki did not kill Yang Ping, would Regis speak so well? Really think nobody noticed them? It's just that there are some things that you know and you know. To put it bluntly, it's different. See through without saying. Third more, ask for a monthly pass. And also, don't say me this chapter water. Some things need to be pavement, and some small pits need to be buried, or they will be buried. Chapter 374 Equivalent Exchange. Also, the additional situation this time. Aoki said that the most important thing for others to win the first place this time. Ying Yi glanced at Aoki, knowing where he heard something from Regis. The first place in the trial is indeed the right to dive into other areas and get the Rockets' support. But you should also ask Regis to say something. But it's normal, even if you don't ask. I will tell you. There are still rights, and indeed the Rockets have the strong support, but this intensity is not as big as you think. Some in-depth things cannot be explained to you, but you can understand it is a game between the Rockets factions. Originally the two sides continually entangled, so it was decided to use a trial to determine the winner. But your presence made some of them see another possibility. So wasn't it surprising that Regis didn't rob you of the first place in the end? In fact, this is the result of the discussion by the big guys above. Since everyone wants, and nobody wants the other party to get it, in order not to reduce the overall strength of the rocket, you can only push you up. This matter was also performed under the control of the leader. So you don't need to worry that someone will attack you, because you are a very lucky kid. Even the leader has paid attention to you, unless someone does not want to live. So for a while you are very safe. But after this time, however, your strength still fails to grow to the satisfaction of the leader. Then his attention to you will decline, and it will be difficult to say at that time. However, you can rest assured that there are still some things. Although it is far from invading an area, it is still very scary for individuals. I have talked a lot about it, and although there are some hidden things out, the key part is still said. In other words, although Aoki has the support of the rocket, he does not fully support it. He is just a product of the balance of various factions. As for the materials mentioned, it should be a lot to him personally, but it is a joke to invade an area. Therefore, when invading an area, Aoki need not be attentive. But this is not an opportunity for Aoki. Build your own opportunity. Since the rocket's focus is not on it, why not lay eggs by chickens? Even if he can't leave the rockets in the end, it will become a new faction in the rockets. At least his speech can be conveyed to Sakige's ears. In case, If the development goes smoothly and becomes a major underground force in a region, then you don't have to worry about what rockets or alliances anymore. Aoki now has a lot of thoughts in his heart, but he dare not show them, otherwise Ying will solve him first. Which area do you choose? Aoki asked. In principle, there are no requirements, but in order to better support, geographically, it is best to choose Feneyuan area, which is also planned in the organization. Ying said. I found that Aoki was shaking unconsciously, although it was very subtle, but I still saw it, thinking that Aoki was somewhat dissatisfied with the rocket's arrangements. He patted him on the shoulder and said, don't have any personal emotions in it. If there is any dissatisfaction, quickly improve your strength, and when you reach the Quasi King, you have the possibility to step in the chessboard. When it becomes a Kada, it may become an important chess piece. As for jumping out of the chessboard, don't think about it for the time being. He didn't know that Aoki was shaking with excitement, not an angry one. But he wanted to better cover Aoki's excited heart. Taking a deep breath, Aoki continued to ask after calming his heart, what is the value of those materials? Oh, Ying smiled, and continued, if you look at your current strength, you can really count it as an astronomical figure. But there are some things you can't give you at once. After all, your strength is still not enough. Carrying so many things into an area other than the rockets, but also in contact with other underground forces. In case of identity, it is a huge loss, but it will be delivered to you step by step, no less. As for the value, how do you describe it? It is almost a half-intermediate king. After hearing that, Aoki's eyes brightened. The net worth of a half-king? People who haven't touched this level may not have any concept. But Aoki guesses that several 100 million should be fine. The rockets really did it. Even with so much attenuation in the shadow port, there is still such a level. Since I can't get it for the moment, can I use it? Aoki pinched his heart. Yes, there is no detailed description of specific materials, but if you have any urgent needs, you can choose to exchange them for equivalent items or wizards. In this case, they can be distributed directly at once. After all, it is mainly used to improve your strength. In fact, they didn't want to give you so much, but the leader personally clapped and said that since it is a potential kid, let's cultivate it vigorously. The rockets still need masters, so they finally decided to give you so much. The real effect is to allow you to quickly improve your strength. It can also be seen that the leader pays attention to you. Aoki's heart was slightly shaken. With Sakigi's ability, if he really pays attention to himself, can he discover some of his little movements? It seems that I need to converge a bit www.mtlnovel.com, but fortunately, after going to Feneyuan area, Sakagi wanted to pay attention to himself, and it was not so easy. Can I exchange half the supplies for the 3 elven catalysts you used to have? Aoki hesitated, or said 3 elven catalysts, based on the calculation of the chip, should be able to let the elven eggs hatch. Hearing Aoki's words, his eyes narrowed, and he nodded, yes. Anyway, he used 3 to restore his strength, and the remaining 3 are useless. It is better to exchange some resources to cultivate other elves to link the decline of the elves' strength after catalysis. But I want to remind you that although the effect of the elven catalyst is good, the side effects are still too great. If you want to use this kind of thing to improve the strength of the elves, you are actually overdrawing your potential. At that time, the leader may no longer value you. After all, a person who has exhausted his potential has no value in investing. Yes, I understand. I just want to try to do one thing. Ying didn't say too much. Anyone who makes his own choice must be responsible for that choice, whether he is right or wrong. Yes, after I leave, I will transfer things to you after a while, and then I will detain half of your supplies. No one in the rockets will support a person for no reason. What you want is an equivalent exchange. This is the correct rule. If someone wants to give you benefits for no reason, then you need to pay attention. Such people are either trying to you or your parents. forth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Xiaoyu years incubation is on the agenda. Hope to get everyone's support. Chapter 375 about the choice of royal 3 house elves. Anything else to ask? After I went to the new area, did I recruit the personnel myself, or was the rockets insider? Aoki asked the last question that he was worried about. If the rockets are going to force him to plug in, then there is no need to do anything. The appearance of a large number of unknown people, and people of other forces are not fools. How could they not investigate? So, if the rockets are going to go with Aoki, then he intends to perfunctory, without any resources. Ying looked at Aoki with a strange eye, and then said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about this. If you need someone inside the rockets, you can recruit it yourself. No one will block it. If you don't like using people inside, you can also recruit locally, but you must not disclose information about the rockets. If you are confident, even if you recruit cadres inside the rockets, as long as you hold them back." "I see, I'm fine." Aoki nodded. Ying also nodded, and the space where the ghost system energy created by waving Gengui disappeared. That superpower energy covered the room again. "You can now say which Royal Sanjiao elves you want. Most of the rockets in the region have them. After all, they are elves, so there are still some gaps in qualifications. It depends on your own vision." With that said, I opened a book, turned it to one of the pages, and pushed it in front of Aoki. It showed the Mikami of most areas. Aoki carefully looked up, and found that the most common princes in the Kanto region and Chengdu region. After all, the rockets are rooted in Kanto and Chengdu, and even if the League guards against it, the rockets can get it. So in the end, nothing is left. Aoki estimates that the rockets have their own breeding points for the Royal Sanjiao elves. As for other regions, there are fewer. For example, in the Larolan area just discovered, there is almost no Uzangia rocket over there. There is only one water system Uzangia, the Ball Sea Lion. In fact, Aoki is more interested in the final evolution of the Ball Sea Lion, because this kind of elves' special attacks and special defenses are very good, but also the water system and Fairy Genie, the resistance is very good. In any water system team, it can be better integrated into it. It's just that there should be only one in the rockets right now, and qualifications can't be guaranteed, and Aoki did not take it as his first goal. Aoki's main target for Mitsuya is in Mitoyu in the Kanto and Feniyuan areas, because there are super evolutions in these 3 areas. And the Uzangia of Chengdu area seems to Aoki to be the elves of the Uzangia, with the least sense of existence. In the future, I will go to Feniyuan area for development, so the first goal will be on Feniyuan's Uzangia. Feniyuan Uzangia, which is most interesting for Aoki, is also a water diving fish. The leaping fish is a water-based elf, and the ultimate evolutionary type will be the giant monster creature of the water system and the ground system. The monster-like monster's resistance can be said to be the top of all the elves. It is only 4 times restrained by the grass system, and the rest of the attributes can only deal normal damage at most. There are double restraint of the poison system, rock system, steel system, and fire system, and the immunity of the electrical system skills. From this we can see how good the monster's attributes are. In addition, there is a super evolution of the giant monster. The characteristics of the giant monster are easy to swim, which is simply one of the perfect match for the Rainy team. Therefore, Aoki's first goal is to dive. Then there is the fire department Uzangia. The fire childish chicken. The final evolutionary type of flame chicken is the fire and fighting spirits. Although the resistance is not as good as the monster, but it is also good, but it is only a bit larger. However, the acceleration characteristics of the flame chicken are very powerful, and it is not inferior to the leisurely characteristics of the giant marsh monster. The giant marsh monster's leisurely nature needs to be triggered in the rain, so the cooperation of the Rain team is required, but the acceleration characteristics of the Flame Chicken are not limited. Acceleration characteristics, each round will become faster. The super evolution of Flaming Chicken, regardless of the previous characteristics, will be fixed to the accelerated characteristics after the super evolution. In addition, the flaming chicken's double attack race values are very good, and the speed is also considerable. Compared with the balance of the giant monster, the flaming chicken is better at attacking. And there is a very important point, that is, Aoki now does not have fire and fighting spirits, and the flame chicken can make up for his shortcomings at once. Therefore, the flame chicken can be regarded as the first goal of Aoki. It depends on the water jump fish and the fire juvenile chicken, who has better qualifications and characteristics. Aoki's second goal is the grass family Missangia, the wooden guardian palace, in the Feniyuan area. If neither the water leaping fish nor the fire juvenile can meet his requirements, the only choice is Musugong. Musugong eventually evolved into the Lizard King, a pure grass-based elf, but after super evolution, it will become a grass-based and dragon-based dual-line elf. The Super Lizard King is not suitable as the main attacking sprite, but it is more suitable as a breakthrough sprite, which is specifically targeted at single or multiple attribute sprites. Can be used as a team defender. As for the third target, all three Mikans in the Kanto region. If the Uzumgyo elves in the Feniyuan area fail to meet his requirements, they can only choose to go next and choose the Uzumgyo in the Kanto area. The Kanto area is the birthplace of the rocket www.mentalnovel.com. The number of elves in the Imperial Palace is still very large, and one of them can definitely be selected. Aoki expected the order of the little fire dragon, the seed of the wonderful frog, and the tortoise. Each of the three spirits has advantages and disadvantages, but it must be said that they are all good spirits. In fact, there is another Uzumgyo in Aoki that is more desirable, that is, Carlos Water System Uzumgyo. Eventually evolved into a Koga Ninja Frog. Although there is no super evolution, Koga's Ninja Frog in the anime has a unique version of Koga's Ninja Frog. But whether this super evolution belongs to Xiaozi alone, or everyone can trigger it, Aoki is not sure, so he is afraid to choose the frog. If you have a chance to choose in the future, but now wasting such an opportunity in exchange for the bubble frog, Aoki feels a bit wasteful. In fact, the elves of Uzumgyo are all excellent, and there is no particularly large gap. It's just that personal preferences and future developments are different, so choices will also be different. However, Aoki must say that the Uzumgyo who can super evolve attracts him more than the Uzumgyo who cannot super evolve. Can I look at those elves first? Aoki asked. If he can see the elf, then he can make an accurate choice. Nodded his head. This is okay. You can tell your favorite Uzumgyo elves. Let me show you a batch. Add more. Monthly pass reaches 350 tickets. At the request of book friends, the recommendation ticket also implements the system of adding and changing, and every 500 recommendation tickets will add one chapter. The hibiscus will return before, so I still hope that everyone will vote more. As for rewarding something, just follow it. Bonus plus more. Chapter 376. Bet or not? I want to take a look at the Uzumgyo elves, Feniyuan, Huoji and Mushougong in Feniyuan area first. Aoki said the elves that he wanted to choose most. Then Ying Ying said to the heir, Hudi, bring those high-end Feniyuan areas Uzumgyo elf balls. I promised that if Aoki saved the first prize of Uzumgyo to the ultimate trial, the rank of Uzumgyo's elves would also be higher. Subsequently, a wave of superpowers fluctuated. 5 elf appeared on the table, and the elf could be seen through the transparent window on the elf ball. The chip flashed in the eyes of the chip, and the chip scanned all the data of the 5 elves. These 5 elves are all the 3 princes in Feniyuan area, including 1 water-leaping fish, 2 fire juvenile chickens, and 2 wooden guardian palaces. Aoki pretended to observe the 5 elves carefully, and secretly compared the data of the 5 elves. The 2 relatively weak elf were directly removed, leaving a cyan-qualified water-diving fish, a cyan-qualified fire juvenile, and a cyan-qualified Mushougong. It can be said that the qualifications of these 3 elves are really excellent. If Sumion's initial elves can choose one of these 3, then as long as the talent is fair enough, the future growth limit will never be low. You must know that Aoki now has the strength of the Rocket's squadron captain, but most of his elf qualifications are only dark green to light cyan. With such qualifications, he is already a leader of the young generation in the Rockets, and even Sakagi has paid attention to him. The subordinates who are vigorously cultivated by cadres like Yang Ping, and the big light needle bee in his hand are his ace. But can the big needle bee compare with Miss New in this abundant area? The data of the three sprites are: Pokemon, water jumping fish, cyan, gender, male, level 5, attribute, water system, characteristics, rapids, carrying props, none, genetic skills, reinvention, bite, double return, ice hockey, basic skills, impact, scream, water gun, teaching skills, waves of water, skill learner, none. Pokemon, fire child cyan unusual, gender, male, level 5, attribute, fire, features, acceleration, carrying props, none, genetic skills, flame splatter, high speed movement, treasure, falcon, basic skills, grab, cry, spark, teaching skills, hot air, skill learner, none. Because this book is set as a realistic text, it is impossible to use all the skills for the collection skills. For the time being, you can set them to use 4 skills before you can use them. See the suggestions of book readers later. Pixie, Kamari Palace cyan, gender, female, level 5, attribute, grass, features, lush, carrying props, none, genetic skills, parasitic seeds, magic leaves, seed machine guns, grass fields, basic skills, slap, stare, draw, teaching skills, seed bomb, skill learner, none. The qualifications of these 3 elves are very good, and their skills are more practical. In the case of similar qualifications, Aoki took the lead to rule out his second grade Musho Ugong. Now he does not have grass-based elves, but for Aoki, grass-based elves are not so urgent, and the existence of the Warden Guardian Palace does not have much effect on his team. Unlike the giant marsh monster, which can adapt to the current team configuration, it also has a certain effect on the future planning of Aoki. I don't want the flame chicken, it can completely make up for the shortcomings of the Aoki team, and the flame chicken has room to play in the future plan of Aoki. Then there is a choice between Marsh Leap and Fire Jock. In fact, Aoki personally, he still prefers a relatively stable water leap fish. As long as he evolves into a giant marsh monster, he can become the team's ace. Regardless of whether it is necessary to form a rainy team in the future, the giant marsh monster can be competent. It is because of his excellent resistance that Aoki cannot refuse. However, this fire naive chicken also makes Aoki unable to give up, which is actually a hidden acceleration feature. If its other characteristics, Aoki may choose water leap fish after a little consideration, but luck is better, and the Rockets actually have a speedy childish chicken. The giant marsh monster has the advantage in attribute, so the flame chicken with the acceleration characteristic has the advantage. So the 2 sprites only look at properties and characteristics, which are almost equivalent. Then look at the skills. The skills of the water jump fish is quite satisfactory. There are not many bright spots, and there are no shortcomings. But the fire chicken has a skill that Aoki values more, and that is treasure. The power of up to 140 points, although the conditions are relatively high, but the power of this skill cannot be underestimated. And there is one more key point. The flaming chicken with acceleration characteristics can fully show its strength before super evolution. But the best monster is still Super Evolution and needs the cooperation of rainy weather to play out the biggest advantage. So if these 2 elves let Aoki choose, they may still be childish. It can only be said that the lower limit of the flaming chicken with accelerated characteristics is much higher than that of the giant flaming monster with rapid current characteristics. But the upper limit of the super evolving giant flaming monster is higher than that of the super flaming chicken. Chip, what does this abnormal state of Huoji chicken mean? What Aoki simply does not understand is this abnormal state of Huoji chicken. If he has any defects, then it is better to choose Shuya www.mtlnovel.com. Aoki can bear his growing up time. Drip. The abnormal state of this fire juvenile was detected because the fire juvenile was not born long, but now there are severe mental fluctuations, and its strength and qualifications have not yet been determined. If it is not determined, control may lead to a decline in qualifications. The sound of chip machinery sounded in Oka's brain. Severe mental fluctuations caused his own abnormal state. Was he stimulated? Aoki muttered in his heart. Then his expression changed slightly, and he continued to ask, "Chip." Then his spiritual fluctuations cause his qualifications to fluctuate. Is it possible to use this to affect his qualifications, upgrade his qualifications, and stabilize it in Teal? Drip. There is such a probability, but the chip cannot guarantee that. After preliminary calculations, the probability of success is 1 in 5. An F-fifth, that is, an F-fifth of the possibilities increase qualifications. What about the remaining probabilities? Is there any way to modify these probabilities? The preliminary calculation results are an F-fifth of the probability of increasing qualifications, 2/5ths of maintaining probability, and 2/5ths of decreasing probability. If you want accurate calculations, ask the host to physically touch the sprite before the chip can make accurate probability estimates. There are ways to modify the probability, but you still need to touch the sprite. In other words, this is a kind of gambling. If there is no way for the chip, then there is a 40% probability that the qualification of the fire chicken will be reduced. But there is a 20% chance that qualifications will be improved once more. Bet or not? Flame chicken with accelerated characteristics. Is it worth it? First, more. Speed up the chicken. Still a giant in the water. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 377 Championship Qualification. Hesitate again and again. Aoki still grabbed the elf ball of the fire chicken in his hands. Bet. Even if it fails, the light cyan acceleration characteristics are not necessarily weak. Moreover, after reaching the Feniyuan area, it may not be possible to get a chance to get a marsh jumping fish. But the acceleration characteristics coupled with the cyan qualified hot naive chicken are really hard to see. However, if the bet is successful, the Teal-cold accelerated characteristics of the navy chicken may be evolved twice, and Aoki may not have the opportunity to cultivate it to a blue qualification. You know, even though Aoki in the previous life has the strength of a Quasis Key King trainer, and also has a lot of rocket resources to support, he hasn't got the blue qualified elves. Even if he saw them, he hadn't seen them a few times. The blue qualified elf is called by the people in this world, champion qualification. In other words, as long as the blue eligible elves are trained, they have a chance to reach the championship level. Of course, it's not that the level of cyan qualification cannot be reached. It can only be said that the difficulty is much greater. Normally, the cyan-elven spirit represents the talent of the king. In the eyes of many people, Uranus is the top level, so this level of qualification is also called top qualification. Over time, the title of top qualification replaces Uranus qualification. But blue eligible elves are very rare, only spread to those who are powerful. And this kind of qualified elves is called champion qualification. If we say that the probability of cyan-eligible elves reaching the championship level may only be 1% or even lower, but the probability of blue elven elves is 10%, which may be a little higher. Different types of elves are also different. Let's not say that the teal qualified quasi-god spirit has a championship level strength, which is much higher than the teal qualified big needle bee. So Aoki chose to bet on a chance to reach blue qualifications, even if it's just light blue. Ying Ying looked at Aoki and took the elf ball of the fiery chicken in his hands, without thinking too much. The qualifications of this batch of elves are similar, and the difference is at most a small order, so no matter which one is chosen, it seems to be profitable. Are you sure? Ying asked. Okay. Aoki nodded firmly. Even if the qualification is downgraded to light cyan, there is a way to restore his qualification. As long as the cyan is stable, just a little more time wasted. Okay. Then he waved his hand, and the superpower wave directly wrapped around 4 elves and teleported them away. Then a red wooden box appeared on the table. Ying pushed the wooden box in front of Aoki and said, "This is the proof of the king you want. You can open it for a look." Testimony of the king? Aoki felt a little happy, pinning the elven ball of the fire child chicken around his waist. Put your hand on the box slowly. It is indeed the rockets. Even this box is made of top-level wood, and it is worth tens of thousands. Aoki thought secretly. Open the box. The imaginary golden scene did not appear, but I saw an old, rusty quaint crown in the box. Although there was a cushion that looked very expensive underneath, there was always a kind of feeling cheated. This is also the first time that Aoki has seen the king's testimony. This is the proof of the king? Aoki touched the rusted crown with his hand, which was not much different from touching an ordinary rusty iron block. Yeah, no one wants you to prove the king's certificate. Although this thing looks shabby, it still has a certain effect if it is carried by the elves, but more often, the nobles take it as for collection, said the shadow booth hand. A pair of your own choice. I did not look like. Hasn't the research on the use of elves of the king by elves been done? Aoki scanned the rusty crown with a chip and got the description. Item name, Certificate of King. Role, it can make the carried elves more dignified when attacking, and may cause the opponent to fall into a state of atrophy. Description. The quaint and worn-out crown is a testament to the king of ancient times. It contains a mysterious power, and no one has yet analyzed the role of this power. Remarks. Bring the props that are not so good-looking and function in general. Those who like to collect, hurry up and collect the evidence of the king. His number is not much. It seems right, this thing is the proof of the king, and there should be no one to find his role. Aoki thought. In fact, as Aoki suspected, the role of the king's testimony in the current elven world has not been discovered. 2 species of elves, such as the mosquito killer frog king, bullfrog king and the dummy king, need the proof of the king to evolve. Although they have been recorded in the book, no one knows how they evolved. Just like Minas, there are many people who know it, and they all know that it looks very beautiful, but they do not know that Minas evolved from ugly fish. This is the reason why the shadow is different from Aoki's proof of the king, because although this thing is rare, its main function is for those rich people to use for collection. Cover the box and put it in the storage space. Anyway, regardless of whether the stupid beast needs him, this thing is stable and uncompromising. Well, it seems that you have all the things you want. Then you go back. The plane sent by the rockets has been waiting outside www.mentalnovel.com. Ying stood up and said to Aoki, by the way, the plane will be delivered to Golden City. If you have time, go to the rocket base to register. The top 5 of this trial are helicopter squadron captains. You take your ID card to register just fine. As for those materials that will be released later, please contact me after you have stabilized the place in Feniyuan area. He waved and walked out of the room. Aoki left the room after watching the movie. Others didn't know that this time it was Ying, the Heavenly King class powerhouse received him. Regis made me pay attention to the shadow. What does it mean? After Ying walked out of this room, his Gengi got out of the shadow again. Did you feel it? Ying asked. Oh. Gengui shook his head and said number. Does the class elf really have nothing to do with him? The serpent and Saki don't have a clear sense of Gengui, that class elf is a ghost-bast elf, but I don't know why. That kid has something to do with it. Immediately shook his head with a mockery and said to himself, forget it, with that boy's strength, he should not be able to subdue the Uranus-level elf. It is estimated that the other party should hide it or give it to the poisonous snake. But the boy and Regis were together, but they were not very good. Fortunately, Regis may not be able to get through if he wants to go to Feniyuan. Thinking of something as I walked, it slowly disappeared into the shadow of the house. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. You Sanjia, you are thinking. Speeding up the chicken. I think it is more in line with Aoki's current elf mix. Chapter 378. Leave Trial Island. Because Aoki had a chat with Ying for a while, When he arrived on the plane, almost everyone was there. A strong man like Regis was sitting in a chair bored and waiting. This plane is like a luxurious business hall, with seats that are table seats that can be moved. The waiter in a neat tuxedo carried some drinks and food in his hands, walking through the crowd. Sky, Alec and others have been waiting at the departure gate for Aoki. In the previous room, the person who received them told them that if they wanted, they could join the captain of a certain team captain or squadron captain and get some better treatment. But they were rejected by Alec and others. Following ordinary squadron captains and big captains really has no future with Aoki. At least with the potential of Aoki, it is definitely not just an ordinary rocket captain, and with the growth of Aoki, they can get more benefits. Joining those captains at best is just icing on the cake. But now Aoki is relatively short of staff. Joining in is to give charcoal in the snow, and the starting point is different. Aoki found an empty round table and sat down. Alec and others also sat down at the signal of Aoki. The final trial was very dangerous this time. Originally, there were still a dozen people under the power of Aoki, but now there are 6 people sitting at this table, including Aoki. They are Alec, Sky, Fox, Tenzin and a young man named Rand. Only these people survived. According to the final points ranking, Aoki is the first place. Although Alec finally collected some points, he didn't break into the top 10, and the last was 13. Sky, however, went straight from the beginning. Slowly collect points, then kill some people who are weaker than him, and finally got to the 10th place, which is also beyond Aoki's expectations. A group of rockets carders, prospective carders, and the captain of the team. It is really good to be able to mix to the 10th place. It's just that if you really want to say strength, in fact, Alec Bishk is still a lot higher. From this we can see that the ranking does not necessarily represent strength, but luck is also very relevant. Must Aoki be better than Regis? When the two men fought, Aoki estimated that he had only a 20% chance of winning, which was considered worthy of himself. Then Fox and Tenzin both ranked 30 or more. As for that Rand, this is really up. I have always believed that Aoki can take it out of the island as long as it can complete the trial alive, so it has been hiding in a very hidden place, and finally reached the 40th place with 2 points, which is considered to be the ultimate. However, Aoki will not abandon him. Anyone who can survive the 3-month trial period still has a little patience. One thing that surprised Aoki was that he remembered it in the chat before. The few people who had betrayal and were scared by themselves did not come out alive. Looking at Sky with a respectful look, Aoki felt that Sky should find a chance to solve those people. After all, before the trial began, Aoki also clearly expressed his dislike to those people. At least from now on, Aoki's men are loyal to him. There is also a Miyamoto, although he also intentionally directly indicated that he was following Aoki, but was blocked by Aoki. He was still more valuable to hide among those people. However, Miyamoto was very lucky, and finally won the 7th place, which was a lot of gains. Aoki looked to the side of Regis, always paying attention to Aoki's. Miyamoto nodded vaguely, showing respect. However, when he moved, he bumped into sight with Regis, who was looking at Aoki again. Regis raised a toast at Aoki, signaled the relationship between the two, and Aoki raised a toast at him to show that he had not forgotten. Regis then smiled and turned away. Although Aoki became the first place this time, in fact, it was not as great as expected, and the so-called supplies were directly stopped by those carders. It was Regis who learned a lot, not about the items, but the people. Many trainees who came out alive, because they had no backers, went directly to Regis, who had the biggest background. He is also an unstoppable visitor. Anyway, he has to take over. These potentials are not bad, and they will be more useful after they are collected. As for Kingfing, it is not bad, because Jasmine followed her. So those girls who originally had Jasmine also followed Kingfing, and a total of 4 or 5 people came out alive. These people are all people with good potential. Only Han Song, probably due to his character, saw him sitting not far from Regis, looking down at the book and drinking the coffee next to him, but he was somewhat out of step with these Rockets members. As for those who joined later, There are really not many idiots who can grow to this step. Many people also know the reason and result of their visit, so they resolutely chose to take refuge. Regis is still the biggest winner. Only the men of the prospective carders were unmoved and even hostile to the three Regis. But now the gap between the two groups of people is a little bigger, and the gap will only grow wider in the future. If the people behind them lose miserably, their end is not much better. What's your final harvest? Who is assigned the captain's position? Aoki drank the drink in the glass and asked the five men in front of them with a smile. This group of people can be regarded as his later team, although it looks ordinary now. But he has the help of a chip. www.mentalnovel.com sooner or later will make this group of people grow up. Of course. The premise is sufficient loyalty. Sky looked at the crowd and finally said, in the end, Alec and I got the position of team captain. It is said that the top 5 of the trial were assigned the position of squadron captain, and the top 15 were all there as a squad leader role. As for everything else, it should start with the soldiers. Sky was the first to follow Aoki. Although his strength may be a little worse than that of Alec, it was only because Alec had the support of a large captain in the beginning. Now the two are considered the same status, so it is better to start with Sky, who followed Aoki. The two passed in private before Aoki did not return. However, without the permission of Aoki, Alec did not tell Sky that Miyamoto existed, so as not to disturb the layout of Aoki. Then the two of you will apply directly to my squadron, and I will ask for approval above, and then the three of you will fall under Sky first. After all, we have been together for a long time. As for the rest, wait for the back to stabilize, and then slowly find it. Aoki said. Yes. The 5 nodded respectfully. After you get to Golden City, get off the plane. After you handle things yourself, go to Feniyuan area together. Alec, you are responsible for this. I may arrive later, but I need to watch after I arrive. To a more stable environment, Aoki said to Alec, with a serious expression. After all, it is related to his future plans. Yes, rest assured. Alec nodded. Now he is really tied to Oka's boat. The development of Aoki is closely related to his future development. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 379. Daigo Waji. Finally, after flying for more than 5 hours, the plane came over the golden city of Kanto. Landed in the Rockets private airfield. That's right, in Golden City, the Rockets have their own private airfield. Although the Rockets logo is not posted boldly, it is also very domineering. That's it. Disembarked. These people, led by the Rockets, entered the rocket space in Golden City. Although Aoki has come to Golden City several times, this is the first time in this life. The staff registered their badges skillfully, and these people will become full members of the Rockets. As for those who directly hold the position of captain of the Rockets, such as Aoki, they are favored and have exclusive reception staff. After Sky and Alec registered as the Rockets captain, they submitted an application to the Rockets willing to join the Aoki squadron, and after a series of processes, they were really Aoki's men. As for Miyamoto, I originally wanted to join directly, but now I haven't got Aoki's permission, so I don't know each other there. However, Aoki asked him to go to Feniyuan to find himself after a while, and then let him contact Alec. Before leaving, the two kept contact information with each other. The pill that Aoki gave him was at most 1 month, and Miyamoto would come to Feniyuan to find Aoki. After all registrations were completed, Aoki left the rocket space alone. Putting on the familiar leather mask of the Alliance, Aoki appeared again in the streets of Golden City as a member of the Alliance. When walking on the street, the dumb beast beside Aoki is exuding the impulsiveness of being invisible, so no one dares to approach Aoki when walking on the street. Stupid beasts, converge. This is not a trial island, so don't be so nervous, Aoki said helplessly. The long-term survival and killing in the wild has some influence on the elves. Fortunately, Aoki wears the clothes of an Alliance trainer. Although many people are afraid of the spirit of a foolish beast, when they look at Aoki, they still admire the trainer more. What a powerful trainer. This is what most people think. To avoid trouble, Aoki stopped a bright taxi directly to the more famous luxury hotel in Golden City. As for the Elf Center, it is better to go less with the number and identity of the elves now. After leaving the trial island, Aoki decided to gradually separate his several identities, so that he can feel a lot better, whether in the League or the Rockets. Anyway, knowing that the status of your alliance should only be affected for the time being, and there are at least some high level, which has no impact on the current Aoki, directly opened one of the most luxurious rooms, stayed outside for a long time and didn't even wash well. Aoki entered the room, and after confirming the safety, released all the elves directly, then entered the bathroom and washed his whole body up and down, only to feel comfortable. Wear a bathrobe, charge your phone, and lie in bed for a while. I haven't slept in such a soft and comfortable bed for a long time, and now lying on it, I really don't think much of it. After the mobile phone is powered on, there will be some text messages. There are Big Wu, Xiao Qian and Liu Sheng. Xiao Qian was more looking for Aoki AI, for the time being, but Liu Sheng had only one, which was to let Aoki call him back after seeing the message, and the message was displayed 3 days ago. And Ogo is the most, there are all things fragmentary, and asked many times. Aoki immediately called back after seeing the information. Some helpless rubbing his head, Aoki opened the room's exclusive video phone and dialed Ogo's number. A dozen seconds later, the call went through. I saw that Dou was still so formal and gorgeous, but the background was not in his home, but in the wild, obviously using a portable video phone, much higher than Aoki's mobile phone. Aoki, you finally called me back. I thought you were missing, so I had to send someone to look for you. Dou was excited. Aoki is also a friend with few digits. Patting his forehead, Aoki reluctantly said, "Are you in such a hurry to find me anything? Didn't I tell you that something might disappear for a while?" Haha, it's mainly a little excited. Do you know? The energy cubes you gave me last time were really effective after eating the metal monster, but there are not many left now. Don't you want me to help me get some more? I'm a little embarrassed, and said with an awkward smile, "Isn't I prepared for you for 2 months last time? I'm finished so soon. Isn't this more than one metal monster?" Ogo took it for granted that Aoki was embarrassed to refute. Okay, I know. I may go to Fenyuan in a few days. I will go to you by the time and send it to you by the way. Where are you now? It looks like in which forest? Aoki looked at said the number behind Ogo. Oh, I heard that there was a strange stone here, so let's take a look. It's great that you want to come to Fenyuan. Then I will organize my things and go back in the past 2 days. When you come to Kana's city, look for me. Didn't you say you want a Cocodora last time? I'll take you to the mine, I added. I assume you are not showing off. Yes, you can meet in Kana's then, and the last time I asked you to help me find something, when you run into it, let's talk about it. Busy. You seem to be in a bad situation. www.mtlnovel.com. Aoki 0 pieces of fighting were heard in pieces. Okay. Let's talk then. Hang up first. I'm really in a bad situation here. After talking, the video phone hangs up directly. Obviously something has happened. It may still be fighting the wild elves. Then Aoki called Liu Shenggen's phone again. After a few seconds, the call went on, and Liu Shenggen's appearance remained the same. Your boy just talked to me now, and the text message in front didn't work, and the phone couldn't be reached. Why did you go? Teacher, you calm down. Haha, didn't you go to the field for exercise? I just called you as soon as I came back. Is there anything wrong? Aoki scratched his head. For Liu Shenggen, he really was. There is some respect. Boss, you know the fight. Liu Sheng just heard Aoki's words and scolded himself. Then he said angrily, although I promised to let you be a trainer first, but what the cultivator should learn is still not to fall. I think your knowledge reserve is okay, but it lacks a systematic arrangement and classification. In the next few days, I will outline a summary of the knowledge points for you. I didn't expect to find your kid. I'll send it to you now. Give me a good look. I'll have to wait for the next meeting. If it fails, Humphrey. Oh, teacher, don't worry. You can study hard. It's better to do this. hang up. I'll pass it to you. Liu Shengen snorted. The video call was then hung up. There is some warmth in Aoki's heart. Although he uses ingredients more, he has to say that Liu Shengen is very reliable as a teacher. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 380. Small target. After making the call, I received the information that Liu Sheng had just sent. Then it was directly stored in the chip, and I didn't go to see him directly. The chip will automatically arrange it anyway, but the amount of data is a little bit beyond his expectations. He didn't care if he lay directly in bed and fell asleep. Just sleep until the night comes and then get up. Then left the hotel for the black market in Golden City. After a while, the black market is still the same, no change. Directly go to the elf sales area, and find the light blue gothic duck and the 3 or 2 kittens on the trial island to find a store for sale. When the clerk got the light cyan legible elf sold by the people who came this time, he immediately shocked the manager. Come out and receive in person for them. The light cyan qualification is the beginning of the top qualification, but an elf who is not easy to receive for a month is considered a big customer. After some bargaining, Aoki received 10 million union coins. In fact, in terms of value, this Gotha can still sell a little more, but after all, the way is not very right, and Aoki didn't want to be too entangled, so he sold it directly. Generally, green legible elves are worth less than 1 million, and dark green elves have prices ranging from 1 million to 5 or 6 million, but when the qualification reaches the cyan level, the price will increase a lot. The real value of this Gotha duck should be more than 10 million, but guessed that this Gotha duck of Aoki originally belonged to other people's elves, so the manager was always reluctant to raise the price again. Anyway, quickly let go, lest slander be found behind Yang Ping. It is also that Aoki is short of money now and has not directly given this Gotha duck to his men. After all, their future growth depends on themselves, and they cannot rely entirely on the elves provided by Aoki. When I arrived at the Hunters Guild while wearing a cape, I found that the previous Rose and the wearer of the Sun Medal of the Hunters Guild who had followed me were no longer there, but I didn't know which branch to transfer to. Aoki went directly to the Elf Exchange office and opened the Elf Exchange list. The main purpose of Aoki's coming to the black market this time is also very simple, that is, to see if there is an elf that pleases him. Mosquito coils, a kind of elf that is more common in the Kanto area, but it is what Aoki now needs to prepare. Related to a plan behind him. Although he came up with this plan just after calling Ogo and Liu Sheng today, in his opinion it is highly feasible. That is to become a Taoist trainer in Fenyuan area! Set a small goal and become a Dao Pavilion owner. It may sound funny, a Rockets member who wants to become an Alliance gymnastics trainer can also be called a gymnast, but it is feasible. At least for Aoki now, feasibility is not low. First of all, he has a close friend who is very important in Fenyuan area. Fenyuan's largest company, the next chairman of Devon, has a much higher status than the general museum owner. With his support, Fenyuan does not have much opposition. Then there was Aoki's teacher, Liu Shengen, a well-known league senior trainer and a trainer of Heavenly King strength, can be regarded as the veteran figures in the half of the alliance. Even if Liu Bo, the two met with each other as friends. Therefore, as long as the Rocket's identity is not exposed, Shenmu can be regarded as a well-established league trainer, but he has not received the initial elves of the Yuuzhan family in the league. Thinking of this, Aoki is still thinking, is it possible to make Liu Sheng just a little bit, but receive a Yuuzhan GU elf? Mind-leaping fish? A little chance. So from these 2 points of view, it is not impossible for Aoki to become a Taoist trainer in Fenyuan area. The only thing that restricts him now is strength and elves. Everyone knows that although not all elves are just one attribute, in many people's eyes, they are trainers who specialize in one attribute. Therefore, Aoki must also choose a representative attribute for himself in advance. Even if he is not a specialist, he must do something on the bright side. However, in some of the famous cities in Fenyuan, there are already Doguans, and even some cities have more than one Doguan. It would be more difficult to build another Taoist in these cities, and it would offend the original Taoist. And with Oka's current strength, it is not an opponent to those old Taoist museum owners. The funding required to open a pavilion in these cities is also a very big issue. However, if Dojiao is established in some small towns and some underdeveloped cities, maybe they can also get the support of the Alliance. After all, the Alliance wants to expand the right to speak in other regions, so the best way is to open as many avenues as possible. There are avenues in all cities or towns, so the control of this town will be greater a lot. The owner of a doguan can largely represent the Alliance's spokesperson in this place, which is also equivalent to the mayor of a city. www.mentalnovel.com status is similar, and maybe the museum owner is more able to represent the town. For the trainer, the museum owner's credibility is much higher than the mayor and the like. Then if you become the owner of a Dao pavilion, Aoki will have a lot of control in at least one city, and some small underground movements can be covered up. It is of great benefit to both the development of the underground and the development of the Alliance. Therefore, becoming a museum owner is Aoki's first goal in the Fenyuan area in the future. After this goal is completed, it may participate in the struggle of underground forces. So, Aoki now has to make a choice about the attributes he chooses. Elves who have shown his Alliance status now include Ghost Beast, Big Milk Can, Ghost Stone, Tyrannosaurus and Tropical Dragon. As for the other elves, there is not much exposure, so there is no problem. In fact, if the situation allows, Aoki would like to choose the Dragon Spirit, but the Dragon Spirit is too difficult to obtain, and the growth rate is too slow. Some cannot meet his current needs. Therefore, Aoki can only step back and choose the water elves with the most attributes among the several elves he has exposed. Therefore, Aoki put the first target on one of the most common water system elves in the Kanto region, the mosquito coil. Although mosquito coils are common, these people know only one or the other. Most people know that the final evolution of mosquito coils is that they can evolve into mosquito coil swimmers, quick swim frogs after using water stones. But I don't know that there is another direction of evolution. Add more. Monthly tickets reached 400 plus more. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for support. Chapter 381 Inflated Mosquito Coil Frog King. Another evolutionary form of mosquito coil, but the evolutionary conditions are more severe, and in this elven world, no one has yet known how he evolved and what kind of elves evolved. But Aoki knows. The Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor evolved after the Mosquito Coil King used the Certificate of the King, Proof of King. In the elven world, there are only two elves that can evolve after using the Certificate of the King. One is an evolutionary type of Dull King that is currently available on Aoki, and the other is the Mosquito Coil Frog King. According to some memories of Aoki, the Ice King of the Four Kings of the Kanto has a Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor, and it is also a Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor with rainfall characteristics. The reason why Aoki considers the Mosquito Repellent Frog Emperor is because of his hidden characteristics of rainfall. It can be said that it is one of the elves of the Rainy Team and the core of the whole Rainy Team. Of course, Aoki now has one Proof of Kings, but if the Dumb Beast decides to use evolution to become a Dull King, then there is no extra Proof of Kings. But it doesn't matter, because the hidden characteristics of the Mosquito Coil are leisurely, and it can be regarded as an elf that can be integrated into the Rain Team. So no matter what, they are all very good spirits. If the Dumb Beast uses the card of the King, then Aoki can only consider changing the core of the Rain Team to another elf. Toucan. It is also a fairy with rain characteristics. Two elves known in the elven world with rain characteristics. Actually there is one more. Gyoka. But this kind of elves cannot be subdued at all, so there are only two kinds of people know. The more commonly used are the Big-billed Gull and the Mosquito Repellent Frog Emperor of Kona. Aoki put his first target on the Mosquito Repellent Frog Emperor, because the single water mosquito coil frog emperor is much stronger than the big-billed gull in terms of resistance and racial value. After looking for the number of the mosquito coil on the computer, Aoki took the hunter's identity card and went directly to the internal wizard exchange of the Hunters Association. Follow the signs and came to a huge water tank. There are a lot of water spirits inside. Probably most of the water elves in the Golden Hunter Guild are here. Even Aoki saw a Jenny tortoise living in this water tank leisurely. Many elves didn't dare to approach him. Obviously, in this water tank, he was regarded as the elves of the boss level. After seeing the information of this Jenny turtle, Aoki didn't show much interest. The green qualification. If it was Zengjin who just returned from the trial island, seeing this Jenny turtle may choose to buy. But now Aoki inflated. Maybe there is not much interest in the elves with qualifications under light cyan. Therefore, this time selecting mosquito coils is also aimed at the qualification of light cyan, but also the hidden characteristics. Leisurely. Directly ignore the horned goldfish, goldfish king, and carp king. Through the coverage scan of the chip, all the data of mosquito coils were scanned out. The dense mosquito coils can be said to be the most elves in the entire tank, and they are relatively underground, and may be higher than the king of carps. Data graphs flashed directly in front of Aoki. Chip, filter the information of these mosquito coils, leaving qualifications above light cyan. Aoki ordered the chip. The Hunters Guild can be caught and sold. Although there are many mosquito coils, none of them are below the light green qualification. But using the light cyan qualification as a screening condition, more than 95% of the mosquito coils were removed at once. Finally, there are 3 pictures in front of Aoki. Slightly swept, and found that it is not bad. There are actually 2 characteristics of leisurely freedom. The probability of the hidden feature appearing is relatively low, but this time 2 actually appear in the 3, which is rare. The data of the 2 mosquito coils are: Pokemon, mosquito repellent light cyan, gender, male, level 12, attribute, water system, features, leisurely travel, carrying props, none, genetic skills, water waves, refreshing, bubble light, basic skills, playing with water, water gun, hypnosis, foam, teaching skills, snoring, skill learner, none, Pokemon, mosquito repellent light cyan, gender, male, level 20, attribute, water system, features, leisurely travel, carrying props, none, genetic skills, reinvention, hold up, mud shooting, basic skills, playing with water, water cannon, hypnosis, foam, cereal slap, begging for rain, teaching skills, water waves, snoring, skill learner, none. At first glance, there are not many differences in qualifications and skills between the 2 mosquito coils, and there are only differences in levels. The mosquito coil will evolve into a mosquito coil at level 25. This is a level. After a little thought, Aoki made a direct choice and set his target on the mosquito coil of class 12. Maybe in the eyes of ordinary people, it is of course to choose a high-level elf, which is not only more practical but also reduces the investment of resources. But in Aoki now, a mosquito repellent maggot has almost no effect on his team's overall combat effectiveness. Even if it evolved into a mosquito repellent prince, it may temporarily have little effect on Aoki. Only after it has evolved into a mosquito coil swimmer and a mosquito coil frog emperor, can it have a qualitative impact on the team of Aoki. www.untilnovel.com. A small tag is attached to the tail of the mosquito coil, which says that numbering. Aoki entered the number directly on the machine next to the wall, and displayed a series of data on the screen. The qualifications and skills of this mosquito coil, and the description and speculation of its characteristics are marked. And it is clearly marked that the characteristics of this mosquito coil are hidden and relatively rare, and the value may be higher. There is nothing surprising about this Aoki. If the Hunters Guild does not even sum up the characteristics and skills of the elves, sometimes it will lose money. After pressing the OK button, the hunter points needed for this mosquito coil full point exchange 6 million. One of the most common mosquito-repellent maggots with a light cyan qualification and a leisurely hiding characteristic, actually costs 6 million. You know, this is a low-level elf that has not been cultivated in the slightest. The light green cyan qualified gotha duck that Oki sold before, but only sold 10 million. The requirement for redemption of this full point is a level 4 hunter, and Oki is now a level 3 hunter, which means that it can only be redeemed for ordinary points at most, and the remaining half needs to be paid for Union currency. Oki now has 4.95 million hunter points left, and his accumulated points have reached 5.5 million. Swipe the hunter's identity card directly on the machine, deduct 3 million points, and then take out the bank card and swipe 3 million alliance coins. Got this mosquito magpie elf ball. Put this mosquito coil in the elf ball directly. Pulling the hood on the slider, he left the black market without hesitation and returned to the hotel. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 382. Arrive in Kanazokus. Last thing in the Kanto region is done, and the rest of the lineup is no longer a wizard in the Kanto region. The next day, I bought a ticket directly from Kanto in Kanto to Kanas in Feniyuan. It also booked a first-class cabin with its own room. Oki was going to make an energy cube for Ogo on the plane, so that when Feng Yuan met Ogo, he and Oki could not get the energy cube. The plane flew for 5 hours. When the plane landed in Feniyuan, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Kanazawa Oki is also the first time. Feel a completely different atmosphere from Golden City. Kanas City is also one of the largest cities in the Feniyuan area. The entire Elven world is famous for its German manufacturing shares. Some companies' headquarters are located here. To the north of the city is the Meteor Waterfall, to the south is the Orange Forest, and to the east is the Kalu Tunnel. Both the economic development and the development of the Elven trainer are excellent. And because of the emphasis on elves, Kanas has a special trainer school, which is a school established by the injection of German manufacturing Co. Limited and the support of the Feniyuan Regional Alliance. It is mainly aimed at the descendants of members of the Alliance, or some civilian trainers with talents selected by the Alliance. Fortunately, the descendants of the members of the Alliance said that what they want to do after graduation is up to them. But those talented civilian trainers must provide the Alliance with 6 years of service free of charge after graduation. Of course, the term free does not mean that there are no monetary rewards and wages. It is just a rigid task and target requirements. But even so, a large number of people burst their heads and wanted to participate, because after graduation, you will have a good stable income and be a respected trainer. Not only that, the graduates of this session can participate in the annual trainer competition organized by the Rich Alliance. Unlike those who go out and travel directly, they need to collect 8 badges to participate in the competition. Those who have graduated can directly participate in the competition. Just graduating is also very difficult. In short, the position of trainers in Feniyuan areas is still relatively high, and as the Alliance has been in the market for longer and longer, the degree of control over Feniyuan areas has increased. From this school, it can be seen that the German company with the greatest margins has cooperated with the Alliance. Perhaps Ogo could become the league champion in the future, which also has part of the reason. Unlike Chengdu and Kanto, except for the League and the Rockets, there is no third major force in those 2 regions, and Chengdu and Kanto are both under the control of the League. But the prosperity is more complicated. Although the Alliance is still the biggest in the Ming dynasty, many local inherent forces are more or less in the Resistance Alliance. It can't be seen on the surface. After all, even big forces like Devin have chosen to cooperate with the Alliance, but there are still things that can be seen in the background. Oki, as a member of the Rockets, is still sensitive to underground forces. Almost an hour after he got off the plane and strolled down the street, he found that there were some underground forces in all corners of Kanas City, and not just one. Oki alone saw 3 or 4. It can be seen that the law and order in Feniyuan area is not as good as expected. It may seem to some aristocrats or members of the Alliance that the Feniyuan area is beautiful and peaceful, and has not encountered any serious illegal incidents or serious injuries. That is because of their special status. Members of the underground forces deliberately avoided those people. But for some civilians or ordinary people, the law and order of Feniyuan is really not ideal. It seems that it may not be until after Ogo takes office that law and order in Feniyuan area can be improved. Aoki thought to himself, the time when Fengyuan was really included in the league's territory was when the next chairman of Devon, Zvki, became the champion of the league. It marks the comprehensive and large-scale cooperation between Devon and the Alliance, as a Famikli instead of Ogo to become the league champion. Do you really say that there is no secret support from the league? Maybe not. Who said that after becoming a champion, you cannot become the chairman of Devon? The airport is in the northeast corner of Canas, while the landmark of Devon is in the northwest corner, which is located on the south side of the Meteor Falls. Aoki walked from the airport to the bottom of the German manufacturing Co. Limited building. Looking at the huge high-rise building with more than 100 floors, Aoki sighed again. Big dog. Feniyuan Regional Alliance headquarters are not so stylish. Now that Ogo is not in Canas City, Aoki left the building after glancing at the famous German company building. I found a decent hotel and stayed. After a few hours of walking, it gradually darkened. At night, Aoki disguised himself and went to the black market in Canas. No matter where it is, the black and dark trading venues of the black market definitely exist. But the forces responsible for the black market in different regions are different. Like the Kanto area www.metalnovel.com, most of the black market is hosted by the Rockets. Nearly half of the Chengdu area is also hosted by the Rockets. The remaining half is jointly established by some ancient local forces in Chengdu. Like Yuanzhou City, the black market in Canas is controlled by the underground forces here. Because of this, the black market here is not only unsafe for life, it may even be targeted by some gang forces. It is better not to buy and sell in the black market without sufficient strength. After entering the black market, Aoki directly added the head of the crow and released it. Today's evolved crow head not only looks very elegant and domineering, but also cannot be underestimated in strength. Originally, after Aoki entered the black market, he stared at his sight. After the crow's head came out, Juching disappeared suddenly, and the remaining 10% did not dare to watch openly. The crow head with Cyan qualification and level 33, is said to be the strongest elf that Aoki can command now. It's okay to just walk around the black market and see what forces are controlling the black market in Canas. Such a large piece of cake is not so easy to swallow. Aoki wandered the black market with the Dark Crow. I still remember that the two largest underground forces in the previous life were the Water Fleet and the Fire Rock Squad. They may not have been born yet, but they are coming soon. Thinking about some lines to be developed in the future, and then observing the strength of all parties in the black market, the discovery was more complicated than Aoki imagined. There are only 8 forces exposed on the surface, let alone some scattered ones, depending on the small forces attached to these 8 forces. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 383. Onboarding. After walking around for a while, Aoki left the black market directly. Basically understood the mode of power in Feniyuan area, and also preliminary understood the strength of various parties in Canas City. Headed by the 8 strongest forces, and then some small forces are attached to these 8 major forces. The Alliance and Devon, as well as the rest of the wealthy people in Canas, are separated from these groups and have a detached status. In the complex situation of Canas, it is not possible for Aoki to participate in it now, leaving the black market and returning to the hotel to sleep peacefully. The next day, Aoki received a text message from Ogo, informing Aoki that he had returned to Canas. So after breakfast, Aoki went directly to the German building. Because when I chose the hotel, I was not very far from the Devon building, so I only walked 5 minutes and Aoki went downstairs. It happened that Ogo had just returned at this time, and Aoki on foot saw Ogo in formal clothes and was coming down from an extended car. Can't help but grumble in my heart. Big dog. Ogo got off and saw Aoki. A smile appeared on the original serious face, and came towards Aoki. Aoki, I just told you that I'm here. Here so soon? Ogo smiled and patted Aoki's shoulder. I arrived yesterday, but there was nothing to do, so I strolled around Cannes and stayed in a relatively close hotel. Aoki stalls handed. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Just staying at my house? What hotel do you stay in? Ogo complained, and then continued, let's take you to the Devon building. Under Ogo's leadership, many people in suits and sunglasses followed. 10 visits to the Devon Company building. The two then appeared in the top-level Ogo's office. It's an office, but it's actually much bigger than the average hotel duplex room. The spacious ones can be directly trained in the elves. 2 people are sitting on the sofa. How? Ogo asked. What? How about Devon? Any suggestions from your perspective? I can understand it. Are you showing off to me? Aoki was helpless, and such a large company let itself be a layman and see what the way was. Doru is dumb. In fact, he really just wanted to hear some comments from Aoki. Although Devon is the largest company in the Feniyun area, as the next successor, Dogo must make his own performance in order to convince the people below. Originally I wanted to hear some suggestions from Aoki, but I didn't expect to be understood by Aoki as showing off. Well, just kidding you. What can I suggest for a company as large as Devon? But the working environment is good, but I feel that the pace of life is too fast. If you can add some entertainment facilities, maybe add some groups, construction activities should be able to make it more efficient. Aoki casually said something. When Ogo heard Aoki's words, his eyes lightened. Continue talking. Haven't eaten pork yet and haven't seen a pig run. As a new youth on the planet, he has also experienced social suffering. The management models and directions of some large companies on the earth have been explained a little bit in their own words. He does not mean that. As Aoki talked more, Ogo's eyes became brighter, and he even took out a notebook to record it. Although the German company is large, it is an elf world after all. People are more focused on the elf. How many people really study the company management? It is different on the earth. In order to complete the task more efficiently, various schemes and management methods have been studied. Aoki copied it and spoke. Snapped. When Aoki finished speaking, Dogo hit his palm with his fist. Aoki, I find that you are really a genius. Not only is there a good set of elves training, but the talents in nurturing are even better. Nowadays, I still have such a unique corporate management opinion. Compared with you, I'm a little embarrassed, Ogo said excitedly, as if he saw something strange. Aoki could not laugh or cry. I just copied what others have researched. Who knows that no one in this world has studied it? I'll assume that you are bragging about me. Aoki spread his hands, helplessly. Even if I explain more, I wouldn't believe it. Aoki, are you interested in coming to work at the German company? If you pay for the job, the position will temporarily be the chief secretary of the chairman. What about it? You don't have to bear the weight of my father. You are responsible for me. Ogo blinked strangely. Light looked at Aoki. Forget it. Forget it. I will talk about the theoretical knowledge. Do you really think I can do these things? I still have to be a trainer. Aoki waved his hands again and again. Joke. Talk about things in theory. Just talk. Really come to the actual operation. And I am not afraid to be pitted by myself. But Ogo didn't let go of Aoki. He must help Aoki, and it is very important to get a foothold in the German company in the future. In the end, he couldn't beat him. Aoki promised to become the chairman's chief advisor. It can also be said to be Ogo's personal advisor. www.metalnovel.com. As for the annual salary, it will be temporarily set at 10 million Union currency. He usually doesn't need to go to work. Just tell all his strange ideas, tell Doru, and inspire him. In addition, some resource props within the German company also open meals on Aoki, and the purchase price is directly discounted by 30%. This shows how exaggerated the treatment is. Originally Aoki had to firmly refuse, but after Dogo said that his annual salary was 10 million yuan and the internal products of Devon were open to him, Aoki gladly accepted. Anyway, it is a job, and you can get so many props for free. Why not? Nodded happily. Once again, we succeeded in killing big households. But Dogo seemed to be happier than Aoki. Even the problems of the elves were put first, and he frequently exchanged some company management knowledge. Aoki was a little impatient when asked, but the thought of just becoming the so-called chief consultant, and also paying 10 million wages, can only hold back the irritable heart. It wasn't until Dao's secretary interrupted them that it was time for lunch, and Dao ended intently. Aoki was relieved for a long time. It is finally over. It's okay in the future, definitely not to come to the Devon building. Might as well talk to Dao about elf knowledge. Let's go. Aoki, go to eat, and then I will take you to see my mine in the afternoon. By the way, pick a Cocodora, Ogo said with a smile. The secretary next to him heard Ogo's words and couldn't help glancing at Aoki. Choosing a Coca-Cola from the Zvich mine? This is not a qualification that can be obtained by anyone alone. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 384 Zvich mine. After lunch, Ogo didn't take the morning thing as a joke, but took a real contract directly to Aoki. The two signed their names, and Aoki was a full-time employee of Devon, and it was half a senior, because Aoki's position is relatively high. So there is someone to measure the size of Aoki, which is said to be custom work clothes, that is, suits. One of the benefits of the senior staff of the German company, all work clothes throughout the year are borne by the company, and the secretary brought Aoki a car key. This is a high-level car for Devon. As long as you have been working for Devon, this car basically belongs to Aoki. It's not expensive. It's only 5 or 600,000. What is wealthy? This is the wealth of money. Aoki, who has not yet bought a car, has received his first car. Although it may not be commonly used by Aoki. Then Aoki officially became a member of the German company. Right to enter Ogo office directly. Afterwards, in the comfortable extension car of Ogo, Aoki and Ogo went to the famous Zvich mine. It is the private mine of the Dao family. It contains a large number of steel and rock spirits, and is also the private property of the Zvich family. Don't look at a company as large as German, but it is actually only part of their Zvich family. The forces that can make the alliance dare not. How can there be only one company, without some specialized combatants, and how can it withstand those underground forces and the invasion of the alliance? These combatants are mainly stationed in this mine. This is one of the main industries of the Zvich family. When Devon made elven and other elven props, many metals were mined here. This mine is also an important factor in the development of Devon from a small company to the silver company that currently rivals the Kanto region. Obviously, Dorskar did not need to perform any detailed inspection. After the gatekeeper directly showed the certificate, the car drove directly into the mine. However, after all, the mine is mostly stone, so after the car can only carry 2 people for a distance, it has to stop. Let's go. Aoki, we will have to leave by ourselves, but there are many elf inside. Ogo and Aoki got out of the car and said, "Hi, hey, I see, future chairman." Aoki joked with Ogo with a smile. How to say now, he can also be regarded as an employee of the German company, which is a direct subordinate of Ogo, only under his control. You guy. Ogo smiled helplessly. Ever since Aoki signed the contract, he has been joking with Ogo about this matter, and jokingly said that he had signed a contract to sell him, and Ogo needs to provide him with better resources. Regardless of the fact that Ogo directly gave Aoki such a high position and annual salary, and also allowed Aoki to enter the mine selection wizard of the Zvich family, these Ogo directly decided, but in fact, there may not be the participation of the old guys of the Zvich family, and the acquiescence of the current chairman of the family clan of Zvich Hibiscus. Aoki's talent for trainers is not weak, and the talent for nurturing them is even more terrifying. Now that Liu Shengen has been brought into the door, it will definitely be a smooth road in the future. The visionaries Zvich family has long understood that it is inevitable for the alliance forces to enter the rich regions. If the German company does not want to be suppressed, The win-win way of cooperation between the two parties has long been defaulted by the two parties. Okay. This is an important starting point for the German company to show its favor to the alliance. It will also be regarded as an important link between the two parties by the German company and the alliance. There are some things that although Doru doesn't understand, he just doesn't want to say more, and he won't take them apart. He just wanted to continue the friendship with Oki, and did not want to be involved in so many interests. Oki also saw through these things, so after considering it for a while, he directly agreed. Ogo has a profound friendship with him. Although Oki is now mostly friendly to Ogo, he initially approached Ogo mainly to use his identity and relationships. The two walked directly in the mine, and the rough road couldn't help them. As they went deeper, some elves also showed their bodies. The Zvuchfamlis mine is not only large in scale, but it is apparently carefully managed over time. It's not only the elves in Fenyun area, whether in the Kanto area, the Chengdu area, or the Shinao and Hezhong areas. Some of them can be seen here. And there are already some small ethnic groups established. Doru is obviously a frequent visitor here. When the wild elves saw him, they not only refused, but also stepped forward to say hello. Most of the mines are small boxing stones, and the largest number is also small boxing stones and rumbling stones. Mountain squirrels, gophers, little magnets, big rock snakes, armored birds, iron-armed rhinos, north-facing noses, etc. All these elves have seen them. There are also some elves with other attributes. It can be said that the number of elves here is comparable to the wild wilderness area. There are so many elves that don't form a food chain relationship. How do you keep the elf species from collapsing? Oki asked curiously. Although there are a lot of elves here, they obviously do not affect each other's survival. If you continue this way, it will cause excessive reproduction in a few years. Even if you have such a large mine, you will be emptied. After reaching a certain number of elves, there will be special personnel to carry out qualification testing. If the qualifications are not up to standard, they will be released directly into the wild, so the remaining elves will continue to increase in number of breeds, and the qualifications of the elves will also increase. They are getting better and better, and then they will come up with some better qualified elves, those back children assigned to our family, or some good guards. Ogo explained. Their Zvich family is considered a big family in the Fenyun area, and there are naturally many people, so many young people's initial elves are directly obtained here. Of course, some people choose the royal 3 elves issued by the alliance. Ogo's original wizard is the flashing iron dumbbell encountered in this mine. Really think there are so many flash iron dumbbells? In fact, most of them were specially cultivated in the mine by the Zvosai family, maybe in the elven world. The wild iron dumbbells are not as many as in this mine. This is also one of the important properties of the Zvich family. Only those true family elites may be able to get the reward of iron dumbbells. Go. I'll take you to the area where Kokodora is located. That place is much more spectacular than here, but you have to be prepared. It may not be so easy to take a Kokodora, Ogo said with a smile. Leading Oki walked towards the depths of the mine. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 385. The horrible boss Ghidorah with continuous deepening. The level of the wild elves is also getting higher and higher, and Ogo and Oki have to release the elves as a deterrent, so that the elves do not sneak in. Ogo summoned his metal monsters, and Oki summoned the dumb beast. The metal monsters are so powerful that they directly deter the wild elves. Obviously, Ogo was very familiar with this place, and he took Oki straight to a mining area with a metallic cluster. The rocks here may contain a lot of precious metals. If you have a more demanding metal spirit, I definitely like it here. Sure enough, with a metallic cluster, Kokodola, like a puppy, appeared in their sight. Kokodola's head was very large, almost the same as his body, and a pair of blue eyes opened, looking at Oki and Ogo without fear, but eating the rocks on the ground calmly. This is the place that belongs to Kokodola, Ogo said with a smile. Then all the different Kokodola appeared, and there were several Kodola. Kodola looks more aggressive than Kodola. Kodola is more like a cute pet, while Kodola is like a rhino who is wrapped in metal armor, especially the towering metal spikes on the back. You can feel the thickness just by looking at it. However, if you want to conquer a Kokodola, you must pass the affirmation of an elf first. Affirmation of an elf? Let's go in and see if you know. Ogo motioned to Oki to continue inside. After deepening again, not only Kodola, Oki even saw one or two Boscodola, sitting in a pile of rocks, as if enjoying some good food, eating food slowly. From time to time called a few times. In front of him, there were several Kodola and a group of Kodola around, listening to his cry, and nodding his head. This Boscodra is giving classes to those Kodola and Kodola, telling the way their ethnic group fights. Ogo explained. Don't look at the fact that they have always lived here comfortably, but in the entire ethnic group, there are internal fights to prevent the elves from becoming food-only waste. Oki nodded. No wonder he came all the way. No matter he was Kokodola or Kodola, he was full of energy and spirit. Unlike the captive elf, he had firm eyes and a desire to fight. Hi! Finally, Ogo stopped. It is because of the existence of this Boscodora that the great development of the entire ethnic group is excellent. Everything was initiated by him and he directed the people to fight. He is the patriarch of this group. Doru pointed at a domineering Boscodora standing in the middle of the mine. The average Boscodora is about 2 meters in height, but this Boscodora is 3 meters high. Oki saw scratches, and various marks on the armor of Boscodora's body. Being able to leave so many scars on Boscodora with such a good physical defense, we can see how powerful the elf that is against him is. Oki started the chip directly and got the data of this Boscodora. Pokemon, Boscodora Teal. Gender, male. Level, 68. Attribute, Steel Series plus Rock Series. Characteristics, hard head. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, harsh, double-edged mace, dragon's dive, invisible rock, sober. Basic skills, impact, hardening, mud throwing, head hammer, metal claw, rock block, hold, roar, iron head, rock fall, slamming, metal sound, iron tail, iron wall, body collision, lightweight, heavy pound, metal explode. Teaching skills, lightning fist, power of the earth, Zenki fist, flame fist, lame, frozen fist, skill learner, hold, awakening power. Middle dot. Water, frozen light, destructive light, 100,000 volts, earthquake, jet fire, larger character, explosive flames, aura, ultimate impact, spike attack, dragon tail, surfing. Oki couldn't believe what he saw. Are the skills learned by that long list of skill learners real? These skills are so concentrated on an elf, it is wasteful. But Oki can only say 2 words on this Boscodola. Terror. This is definitely an elf with Uranus level strength, and among Uranus level elves, they can all be called strong. This is the true king level elf. The dream monster that Oki abducted on the trial island can only be regarded as a false king. But look at this one, whether it is in terms of skills, levels, or combat talents, it is a top level existence. No wonder in this Kokodola tribe, even if life is so easy, they have never given up fighting. It is because of this one in front of you. The horrible monster is an ordinary quasi-god elf. His opponent. Even if the level is the same, you have to fight before you know. Feeling Oki's gaze, Boscodora turned to look at Oki. Roar. A momentum that belonged to the heavenly king elves was fully revealed, making Oki feel so small and vulnerable. The dumb beast that was next to him lay directly on the ground, without even the ability to resist. The gap was too large. Big guy. Collect one. Collect one. This is my friend, Ogo said quickly. Then he looked very familiar, walked to Boscodora, and patted him with a huge paw in Ogo's shape. Standing next to him is like a baby. Hearing Ogo's words, Boscodora immediately converged, and 2 sharp eyes narrowed, revealing a happy look, and whispered to Ogo. Okay, big guy, this is my friend, You are busy with me. www.mentalnovel.com. I am entertaining my friend. Then Doru patted the arm of Boscadola and walked towards Oki. Boscadola, who heard the word, continued to direct Kodola and Kodola the trainers in front of him. This Boscadoro is terrible. Oki patted his chest with a lingering fear. Facing this Boscadoro, he didn't even have a chance to resist. That is, this Boscadoro is an elf of my grandfather. Since my grandfather's death, he has been living here. Every day I teach these people and never go out again. Ogo lamented apparently. He admired him very much. Being able to command such a powerful elf, your grandfather must have been a strong trainer before. Oki glanced again at the domineering Boscadora and said, yeah, although I'm not very impressed with Grandpa, I can also learn from others' mouths. Grandpa is very powerful. It seems it's really not easy to conquer a Kokodora. Oki smiled bitterly. Earlier, Ogo said he had to go through the consent of an elf, and Oki didn't understand it. But after seeing this Boscadora, he could only smile bitterly. It's really not easy. Ogo nodded in agreement. It was thought that when he conquered his Kokodola, he was also hit hard. Add more. Thanks for being born and loving, and more. Then ask for a monthly pass. I was planning to change 6 today. But look at the 5 more. The whole number is very comfortable. All of a sudden the rhythm is uncomfortable. Forgive me for OCD. Then at the end of the month, if there is no payment at the end of the month, let's return it together. Chapter 386. Kokodola Go, say hello, see if there is Kokodora that you like. Dago waved to Boscodora. It turned out that there were a lot of steps to conquer a Kokodora. Oki followed Dago in this mine. I have to say that the Zvich family is really rich, because Oki looked down at a glance, as the chip marked the elf's qualifications. There was no Coco with a light green qualification. If the spirits of the entire mining area are like this, it is terrifying. If you sell it all, it is estimated to be another German asset. No wonder that the German company can only be regarded as an industry of the Zvolch family. Really is terror. Comparing the large milk tank farm in Chengdu Manjin with the Zvochi family, it is estimated that it can top dozens of large milk tank farms. After all, although there are many big milk tanks on the big milk tank farm, their qualifications are not exaggerated to this extent. And the big milk tank is not the kind of elves that are especially suitable for fighting, but the elves in the mining area are different at this moment. That is, they can fight if they really go out. No wonder the Zvolch family is sending so many guards here. The hunters poached a mine, and the loss was unthinkable. However, in fact, the average hunter came to this kind of mining area, and when he encountered a Boscatola just like that, it was estimated that it would be completely destroyed. Double insurance. As a result, Oki searched in all Kokodola at ease. Oki, who owns the chip, has an innate advantage for the selection of elves. After Kokodola evolved into Boscadola, in Oki's opinion, the characteristic is more practical or hard-head. But the robustness is not particularly bad. So when choosing, Oki does not have too many requirements in terms of characteristics. The first goal is qualification, then the difference between genetic skills and transfer skills. With a chip, you can see in detail the development of Kokodola and the state of physical growth. In the end, Oki focused his eyes on one of Kokodola, who was silently squatting in the Orb Island eating the ore. It seems to be incompatible with other Kokodora, because even when other Kokodora is eating, there are some companions around, and they are chatting with each other while eating. Only this Kokodola has been eating silently, and noticed his existence when he came in from Oki. Have been eating and never stopped. It's as if you are not eating for you're hungry, or you are eating for your sake. Ogo, how about this Coco doll? Oki asked Ogo, pointing to the Coco doll. You fancy this one? Ogo gave a strange expression. What's wrong? Oki was also a little curious, and Ogo's expression was a little strange. Oh, it's nothing. But this Kokodolu is a bit uncomfortable because of his life experience. The general Kokodolu is not willing to play with him, because he is fighting crazy, except for eating. When fighting, He himself fought against other ethnic elves in the depths of the mine, and he was exhausted every time before returning, Ogo explained. After hearing that, Oka's eyes lit up. Why? Asking this, Ogo's expression is even stranger, because his goal is to win the boss Kodra you saw before. The previous boss Kodora. Isn't that the grandfather of Dor Utopia elves? Ogo went on to explain. This Kokodola is, strictly speaking, it can be said to be the grandson of Boss Kodora, but because his parents are now killed and he went out to fight and avenged his parents, but was stopped by Boss Kodol, and seemed to make some promises, some of which I didn't understand. Probably parents fight. You also know that Kokodola here does not exclude the elves who become trainers and go out to fight. Then accidents are always unavoidable in the battle. His parents died when fighting against other forces, so I always wanted to find revenge for that underground force, but he was a bit far away because of his current strength, so he was rejected all the time. So he just ate and battled every day and wanted to grow up quickly. Okay, it's him. Oki blinked in his eyes. Just like fighting. It turned out to be the grandson of the king-class boss Kodora. No wonder he has such a talent. Pokemon, Kokodora Teal. Gender, male. Level, 16. Attribute, Steel Series plus Rock Series. Characteristics, hard head. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Dragon God Dive, Double-Edged Hammer, Invisible Rock, Harsh Sound, Tarzan Top. Basic skills, Impact, Harden, Mud Throw, Head Hammer, Metal Claw, Rock Block, Hold. Teaching skills, Iron Head, Earth Power, Iron Tail, Snoring. Skill learner, none. It can be seen from the skills of Boss Kodora that he definitely has some dragon blood in his body, so he can learn so many powerful dragon skills. And this Kokodola is one of the few in this mining area. Among the genetic skills, there is Kokodola with dragon diving ability, and the qualifications are good enough. Even in this kind of mining area, there are so many elves and their qualifications are generally so excellent. Oki has never seen blue qualified elves along the way. It seems that teal is the top. However, the blue eligible elf is the richness of the Zvich family, and he will not choose such an elf in the mining area. www.metalnovel.com. At least Hogo only people with this status can use it by themselves. You know, Dor's metal monsters are just teal qualified elf. However, Oki speculated that Ogo should have 2 metal monsters now, and the other one may have a higher qualification. Are you sure? Ogo asked strangely. I'm sure. Oki remained the same. If such an excellent elf could not get it while he was cheap, he would feel heartache in the future. However, Ogo apparently did not know the specific data of this boss Kodora, only to speculate that his talent was not weak, but the point is that this Kokodola was the grandson of that boss Kodra. The reason why he was not allowed to go out was not to wait to see him, but to protect him. Wait for me, said Dor, who ran to look for that boss Kodora. Oki came to Kokodola's side, and he still just ate the ore. Oki squatted down and said, you only eat these things, and no matter how much you eat, it won't make you grow faster. But Kokodola ignored Oki at all and continued to eat her own stuff. Gow, gow. No matter how hard the rocks and the metal are, it's just like ordinary crispy bones in his mouth, and it tastes particularly strong. Oki was not annoyed. He smiled, took out the energy block from the storage space to be used by Dor's metal monster, and put it in front of Kokodola. Kokodola finally stopped eating, and 2 big blue eyes stared at the energy cube in Oki's hand. As a steel spirit, he can feel the energy inside. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 387. Conquer Kokodola, eat it. Oki smiled and placed the energy cube in front of Kokodola. I saw that he sniffed slightly, looked at Oki with a smile, and hesitated a bit, then swallowed the energy cube. Koko's eyes brightened. The smell of the energy cube made him feel very strange. Although there were a lot of rocks and metal, there was no taste, which was equivalent to human rice. But this energy cube has a taste he has never eaten, and after swallowing, you can feel the gradually rising temperature in the body. A slight warm outflow is now in the body. The rigid body that remains unchanged has been relieved. There are many more here. Aoki took out an energy block again and placed it in front of Coca-Cola. This time he didn't hesitate, eating directly with his head down. Aoki's hand slowly touched Coca-Cola's head and felt the texture of the metal on it. Coca-Cola also felt Aoki's hand, but did not refuse, just eating energy blocks. Just touch it, and it won't die. Such delicious and energetic food has never been seen before. When Coca-Cola finished eating, Aoki asked with a smile, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Including Coco nodded. "Have you ever thought of following me in the future? These things are full, and you also feel the energy in them. With these energy, you can grow faster than you eat these stones. And as a trainer, your story I have also heard of some, and I can train you better than that Boscodora." Aoki continued. Cocodora's blue eyes looked at Aoki with an expression of doubt. "I don't read much, don't lie to me. Can you train better than Utopia Boscodora?" Cocodora is obviously not convinced, but Aoki's energy block is still good. "You have to know, if you stay here, you will not only grow slowly, but you will not be able to find the people you want to avenge. Maybe when you go out, they have already been killed by others. So how do you avenge? Include. When it comes to revenge, Coca-Cola's expression became more serious. Although many people know this, not everyone can speak in front of them. "If you believe me, just go out with me. I will train you to make you stronger, eat the food that suits you best every day, and make you grow faster. Do you think that what you eat this time is the best? These are suitable for other spirits. If you follow me, I can make the energy block that suits you best." Then, from the corner of the storage space, Aoki took out the long-held glass bottle. It contains the geospermium collected on the trial island, which was originally intended for Iru after hatching, but in fact, for Coca-Cola, the temptation is not small. Opening the bottle cap, a strange fragrance gradually diffused. However, the scent just disappeared just 2 meters away, and only Coca-Cola and Aoki in this range could smell it. "Brah!" Coca-Cola's eyes widened, her face shocked. Aoki took a drop from the bottle with a tool used to make the energy cube and fed it to Coca-Cola. Then he closed the bottle of ground milk. "How's it?" "This is just the unprocessed ground milk. As long as you follow me, I will combine these ground milk with the energy cubes you have eaten before to make the energy cubes that are most suitable for you, and I will train you in the future. How to fight. How to use your physical strength to fight." Aoki's self-assurance looks like a win. Coca-Cola hesitated. Ha ha. At this moment, a load-bearing footstep appeared. I saw Ogo brought that Boscodora to Aoki. Seeing that Aoki was communicating with Coca-Cola, Boscodola's eyes flashed with wonder. You should know that this Coca-Cola hadn't passed through the other elven ditch for a long time. Even if it was communication, it went directly to the fight. "Aoki, he's here. If you want to conquer this Coca-Cola, you have to ask him first," Ogo said. "Raw." Include. Instead of looking at Aoki, Boscodora spoke directly to Coca-Cola. It's just that the tone of the last 2 conversations is getting faster and faster, and obviously they are talking about some sensitive topics. "Raw." At last Boscodora yelled at Aoki, then left without looking back. Aoki was startled, and then some clouds and mist. Looking at Ogo, his eyes were like saying, "What happened?" Ogo patted Aoki's shoulder with a strange smile and said, "Okay, Aoki, I've only been away for such a long time, and you just turned this cocoa into your hand? Also this expression, although I don't understand the words of Coca-Cola and Boscodora, but I probably understand it a bit. It is Coca-Cola telling Boscodora that you are okay, help being able to go out with you." The 2 elves finally quarreled, but Coca-Cola's Boscodora finally chose to give up. Doru sighed. Actually, Boscodora has been paying attention to his grandson's condition www.mentalnovel.com, but you also know that this Coca-Cola is already a little paranoid. It is determined that he must be defeated, but every time he eats crazy and goes out to fight. In fact, Boscadoro is watching in secret. When you communicate with Coca-Cola before, Boscadoro is already watching in my eyes. This time it is just a form. In fact, more than that, before I greeted Bosco and Dora, saying that Oki was an excellent trainer and cultivator. Coca-Cola could definitely grow faster with him. That's why Boscadoro agreed. Of course, there is another reason. The grandson of Boscadoro is not the only Coca-Cola. He has several sons. Just can't bear this grandson has always been lonely. So, no test? Oki asked. It has already been tested. It is not scary to be in front of the king level elf, and there are not many trainers who dare to choose his descendants, and you can get Coca-Cola's consent. What else do you want? With Boscadoro fight? You are not afraid of being tortured to death? Dora teased. After hearing that, Oki smiled bitterly. It turned out to be the so-called assessment. Squatting down and touching Coca-Cola's head, he took out a super ball and said, "Follow me, I will help you grow." Coca-Cola directly nodded on the button in the middle of the fairy ball and was absorbed by a red light. Congratulations, Oki, to conquer such an excellent Coca-Cola. Thank you. Oki knew that he was able to conquer this Coca-Cola, and Ogo definitely paid a lot of things. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 388 Secret Battle. The two did not hang out in the mining area, and after conquering Boscadoro, they left. Oki never saw an iron dumbbell throughout. It can be seen that even the wealthy Zvuchi family, for iron dumbbell like Quasigod level elves, look a little tight. After successfully taking Coca-Cola, the main battle elves on Oki officially reached 9, and if they went out as an auxiliary, there were 8 big milk cans. In addition, this time you may be able to hatch Eula, 10 elves. The burden of cultivating the elves has doubled and more than once. After all, Coca-Cola and Yukihiro are both known to be able to eat up a mountain. Suddenly, Oki pressure doubled. But high pay also has high returns. The qualifications of Oka's conquests have reached above light green. As long as they are cultivated, their strength will definitely increase linearly. Get out of the mining area, sit in Ogo's extended car and drive to Ogo's house. Oki, you said last time, when we saw it again, we fought once. Ogo's expression was a little teased. Although Oki's strength improved quickly, after all, the two were not separated for more than a month, so how could Oki catch up with Ogo's strength? Oki felt a headache when he thought about the metal monster that Ogo summoned before. I thought I would meet with Ogo at least a few months later, and even if I was defeated, I would not lose it very ugly. However, judging from the current situation, he will definitely be miserable if he fights against Ogo. After all, Oki has no elves who can restrain steel. There aren't even any hard steel elves that can face the steel elves. Helplessly shook his head, Oki said, I know it's not your opponent, but the words are still to be done. But you don't want to have a one-sided battle, right? After all, Ogo is older than Oki, and with the support of a family power, it is natural to lead Oki. It's only been 3 months since Oka's rebirth. Being able to have the current strength can be said to be very outstanding. You know, when Oki had the strength of a squadron captain, it was a year later. Well, it makes sense, too. You use 2 elves, and I use 1. Let's have a fight. Ogo supported his chin thoughtfully. Judging from the dumb beast that Oki has been around, his strength is good, but it is still a little worse than himself. So even if he is a Nianwo, he has the confidence to win. Soon, the two arrived in a luxurious manor. According to Oki, the manor, including the grass on the outside and the back garden, was about half the size of Cage City. That's not the real mansion. Before Oki had time to take a closer look, he was directly taken by Dora into his usual battle room. The door to the war room was closed, and no one participated in watching the battle. After more than an hour, Oki and Ogo came out together. I saw Oka's face with a light smile, but Ogo was uncomfortable. What's wrong? Still not happy to win? Others see us like this and think I've won. Oki glanced at the unhappy Ogo with a playful smile. Ogo looked at Oki with a proud look, and was really unhappy. That's right, the winner of the battle is Ogo. and Ogo still won with 2 elves against Oki. It's just that the superiority of this battle is really uncomfortable for him. Oki sent a doll beast and a ghost stone, and Ogo sent his metal monster. It was originally thought that the two would collide directly with Mars, but in fact the opposite was true. Oki directs the foolish beast and ghost stone to fight guerrilla tactics. The slower metal monster is used as a kite throughout the process, and the metal monster's physical strength is slowly consumed. If it is not the metal monster's excellent resistance, coupled with the advantages of level and qualifications, it may really be killed by dumb beasts and ghost stones. That is, the poisonous skills of ghost stone cannot be effective, otherwise the metal monster cannot carry it. Beaten all the way. After being beaten for nearly an hour, Oki finally felt that the stupid beast and ghost stone had insufficient physical strength and took the initiative to concede, otherwise they didn't know when it was going to be hit. So when they came out, Ogo was uncomfortable. The dumb beast and the ghost stone support each other. Even the metal monster has superpower and familiarity, but under the protection of the dumb beast, the ghost stone has little effect. Forget it. It's boring. After waiting for your strength to improve again, let's play an Ian Naut Won't Wo. It's so uncomfortable. When you and the 2 elves are playing, the tacit understanding is really excellent. The cultivation of their fighting qualities is also remarkable. Now I finally understand why you have such a high talent for cultivators and you still choose to be a trainer. Ogo once again admired Oki, not only admiring Oki's talents, but also admiring Oki's efforts. www.mentalnovel.com. He has seen more talented people, but there are really too few talented people who choose to work hard. Exaggerating. Usually you have to learn to manage the company and collect your stones. Then you train the elves and fight. It's really terrifying. Oki also said that the current Ogo has gradually developed the prototype of future championship's strength already. Even if it was really gang, it would not be able to bear it after being beaten for an hour, but Ogo commanded the metal monster to bear it, and Oki could see it with his thoughts and efforts. Ha ha ha, okay. Don't talk to each other about business, let's go and take a break. Ogo patted Oki's shoulder with a big smile, leaving all the depression just behind. You have to work hard. Don't see Oki next time. The two came to Ogo's study. You've finished reading all the books on the bookshelf. Oki looked at the huge bookshelf, densely packed with books, about elves, all kinds of stones, and many books on corporate management. It's almost like that. I watched 7878. This is the task assigned by my father. I usually read the book here when I'm fine. Doru poured tea to Oki and said casually, great. Oki sighed heartily. After reading all these books, I still have some memories in my heart. Who said that Doru's success depends entirely on the German company? No, I haven't had time to watch it recently. I haven't read a book for a long time. I'll take you to see the stones I collected. That's really interesting. He said the stones he collected were dark eyes. In his eyes, there was a look called excitement. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 389. Slaughter another knife. Oki sat down after a brief visit to Ogo's study. Take out a box from the storage space, which contains the energy cube of the metal monster that Ogo needs. Here is a 4-month energy cube. It is estimated that your 2 metal monsters have been eating for 2 months. If you have finished eating, please come to me directly, Oki said. As soon as Doru's eyes lighted up, he didn't open it and closed it. Then wondered, go straight to you. Yes, I guess I will settle in Feniyun area for a while. Oki nodded. Really? Do you want to settle in Cannes? You can go to work in German directly. Would you like me to choose a house for you? Ogo is a little happy. If Oki can settle in Cannes, then I have a good friend by my side. No, Cannes is not suitable for me, and now am I not suitable for decadence. The cultivation of elves is what I must do now. Oki refused directly. On hearing that, Ogo nodded. It is also true that if Oki gives up on improving his strength and settles in Cannes, it is obviously not in line with his personality. Which city are you going to? Coriander Corridor is still good. Don't go to Zijing, but it's almost the same. In Fuai Town between Zijing and Luoyang Town, I'm going to develop the Fuai Town. Dou frowned slightly. He has heard of Fuai Town. It is a relatively small town in Fenyuan. Not only is the town small in size, but also the facilities are not perfect. The town does not even have the most basic Elven center value. Yes, Fuai Town. Although the place is a bit small and the facilities are not perfect, it is still more suitable for me now. When training the elves, it will not affect others, and there are some small industries in Fuai Town, which are more suitable for the present. I develop. Aoki nodded. Well, now that you've thought about it, I have nothing to say. Anyway, the distance from Kanas to Fuai Town is not long. It only takes a few hours by car, and I will fight for you. There is a card green tunnel between Kanas City and Luoyang Town, which is very convenient for driving. And the distance between Luoyang Town and Fuai Town is not long. The flying elves can arrive after flying for a while. If you need any help, just tell me directly. After all, you are still half a German company executive. Aoki groaned a little, and said, there may be some places that really need your help, or the German company's help. Continued, I plan to develop in Fuai Town, and may apply to the Alliance to open a Dao Pavilion in Fuai Town. Although the current strength is still a little bit, it should be similar after a while, so I hope you can help me open some commercial streets in Fuai Town to develop Fuai Town. Ogo was about to speak and was stopped by Aoki directly. You listen to me first. I know you must agree directly, but it is not the time yet. After I settle in Fuai Town, and when I am going to apply for a pavilion with the Alliance, I will inform you to inspect the market. Friends be friends, but there are things that cannot make it difficult for you. Although he is a friend with Ogo, but using him so boldly, Ogo himself may not mind that he is a friend helping each other directly, but from the perspective of the other directors of the German company and other members of the Zvich family, Aoki, obviously you are using Ogo. Then the relationship between the two of them can be maintained in the future. It is not necessarily. After all, boil the frog in warm water. Local tyrants need to be slaughtered slowly. When Yanwu also nodded in agreement, he does have the right to directly agree, with the support of the German company, even if Fuai Town is still behind. Business can develop, but business does not do this. It is incumbent as a friend, but heirs like Dou will be criticized. And Ogo also believes that with the strength of Aoki, as long as the Doguan can be opened in Fuai Town, the facilities of various alliances will also keep up, and the prospects for development will be even better. It all comes down to the point that Aoki was able to open a pavilion. However, Aoki's Master Liu Shengen, although regardless of the alliance's affairs, others should give it some face. As long as Aoki's strength is up to standard, it is not impossible to open a museum. In a word, if there is anything I can help, just tell me directly, Ogo said. Then he took out a wooden box from the study drawer. This is the dark stone and the evidence of the king you asked me to find. There is no top quality dark stone. There is only such a high quality one. If you still need the top quality one, I will help you find it again, and then sharpen it. The claws have gotten loose, and may need to wait for a while. As for the certificate of the king, the price of this king is really expensive, and I don't know what it is for. But when Aoki heard that Ogo got the king's certificate, he was surprised. Proof of two kings. When there was only one, Aoki was still thinking that if the dull beast chooses to evolve into a dull king, then the mosquito coils purchased before can only evolve into mosquito coil swimmers. www.mentalnovel.com And the core of the Yushan team I can only catch a large-billed gull. But now Ogo's proof of this king has made the Aoki team's fault tolerance rate go up all at once. Mosquito coil frog king. The most perfect rainy day team core. As for the dark stone, the Dark Crow has completed the evolution on the trial island. Such a dark stone is not necessary, and it can be sold next time. It doesn't matter, high quality is enough. Aoki waved and continued. How much does this cost in total? I may not have enough money at once. No, although the price is relatively high, But it is not a necessary thing. You can use the energy cube to pay back the money slowly. Don't you still have salary? Directly deducted, Ogo said with a smile. Although it is also tens of millions of things, for Ogo, money is really just a number. So let's do that. I wanted to use the energy cube formula of the big milk tank and the Xiaoqian family to trade for a way to upgrade the quality of the big milk tank. Didn't they say they were willing to buy it directly for 10 million? You can trade with them. Oki thought for a while and decided to take the energy cube formula of the big milk tank directly for trading. Anyway, the current big milk tank has the help of energy crystals, and has already upgraded its qualification to green. As long as it continues to be used, it can still be upgraded to dark green. As for the promotion to light cyan, OCUS requirements for big milk tanks are not so high, although these things are not enough to pay off debts. But like Ogo said, it will be sufficient to pay off debts with energy cubes in the future. Oki gradually stopped. Seeing Ogo, the slaughter is straight. Anyway, it's not your own money. Fourth more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 393 Goals. The next day, Oki slept in Ogo's mansion for a night, leaving Kanas with a new car. But before leaving Golden City, let Alec and Sky go to the town of Voi to check the situation. Alec has lived in Fenyuan for some time, so he still knows the customs of Fenyuan. And Alec's uncle has his own industry in the town of Fui, and rushing in will not cause unnecessary attention. The role of his men is to help Oki solve some things that must be done, but it is very troublesome and does not have any practical benefits. After a slight observation of Kanas city, Oki knew the situation of the underground forces in Fenyuan area. Because there is no force that can deter the audience, no one is convinced, and everyone hopes that they can do their best. It's just a group of devil dancing. I hope that a small town like Fui Town will be slightly better, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. The car is a new car and it's not cheap, so it's fast. In the elf world, these vehicles are not very popular, so it is almost difficult to encounter a car on the road. Kanas City and Luoyang Town saw a Kalui tunnel, so Oki arrived in Luoyang Town 2 hours later. Without stopping, driving on a somewhat bumpy road, Oki went to Fui Town. If you want to develop Fui Town, this normal road must be built. Otherwise, the road is so difficult. Who wants to run to a ravine? Driving in, Oki thought. It took 2 hours for Oki to reach Fui Town. How to say? When I first arrived in Fushiba, Oki really felt that it was too remote and rude. Luoyang Town and Fui Town are also towns, but the difference is really not a little bit or two. At least there are several high-rise buildings in Luoyang Town as iconic buildings, but Fui Town looks at a glance, and the highest floor does not exceed 5 floors. Many houses are small, two-story, three-story houses that belong to their own houses. The roads in towns are not very easy to drive. As the most central area of Fui Town, there are no bustling streets and no crowds of people, and it feels like a rush from a luxurious metropolis to a small mountain village in the valley. Following the location described by Alec, Oki went straight to the land and house where his uncle had purchased. After half an hour, Oki finally arrived. Looking at the 6 people waiting at the door, Oki got out of the car. Master Oki, the 6 shouted respectfully. Don't worry if anyone sees it, because there are no people at all. This house is very unique, with 5 floors, and it is divided into one in front and one in the back. The 2 houses are connected to each other. Behind the house is a huge vacant lot, and behind it is a mountain. As for the open area in front of and around the house, which is several kilometers away, according to Alec, such a large piece of land belongs to him, and the purchase price is very cheap, because the land is remote, so the land price high. Go inside. Oki nodded and walked in first. Alec briefed Oki later about the situation in the house and the role of each room. First of all, there is a huge living room on the first floor. The whole floor is empty and has no facilities. Then one of the larger rooms on the second floor is used as a conference room, which contains a huge conference table, and some necessary tools. The other rooms on the second floor are everyone's work office. The third floor is the training room, the kitchen, and the cafeteria. It is relatively empty, but the facilities are quite good. The fourth floor is the library and leisure area. When Alex's uncle built this house, he thought about it. On the fifth floor, there are some houses with a lot of rooms. There are no problems with 20 or 30 people. As for the back house, it is entirely inoki. Although it is only a small two-story bungalow, the interior is full of decoration and facilities. Alex's uncle once used it as a final refuge, but before he could live in it, he was killed by Landa. In general, Aoki is quite satisfied with this place. At least all the necessary facilities are in place. There is no need to reprepare, saving a lot of time. Go to the conference room on the second floor, Aoki said. 6 people followed Aoki to the second floor meeting room, and the long conference table seated only 6 people on their heads. Aoki sat on the main seat, and Sky, Fox, Tenzen, and Rand sat on one side in order, and the other was Alec and Miyamoto. First of all, I want to say one thing, and that is to start today, and give me all the signs about the rocket or anywhere on the body. Aoki said, hearing that 6 people have changed color. What does Aoki mean? Are you leaving the rockets? Even in Feniyuan area, they will be hunted down, right? There is no intention of leaving the rockets. Feniyuan area is more exclusive to foreign forces. If people are known that we are the rockets, do not come to chase us directly. Don't look at the underground forces in Feniyuan area. There is no key leader, but if there is persecution from outside forces, it will directly lead to the appearance of this person. After all, no one likes outside forces. Therefore, it is necessary to remove anything about the rocket and the logo. www.metalnovel.com. All the people were relieved. Not what they meant. Then I will talk about their main things we have to do next. The first, after tomorrow, you all go to apply for the registered hunter status of the Hunters Association. If you don't understand, you can ask Miyamoto, he should know better. Second, no matter what the situation is, the underground forces in Fuai Town must be in our hands and must be highly mastered. Third, I will open a Dao Pavilion in Fuai Town, so that we all have a bright identity, but also have a high status. These 3 points are the main things we will accomplish in the next period. Of course, you have to eat bite by bite, and you have to go step by step, so I will separate these things, and you just have to do your own thing. After hearing Aoki's 3 things, several people were really stunned. Registered Hunter Guild hunters are okay to say that catching owls to earn some money can make everyone's strength faster. Controlling the underground forces in Fuai Town is difficult, but everyone feels that since the rockets started in Feniyuan, the underground forces in Fuai Town must of course be in the hands of Lord Aoki. So even if this matter is difficult, they agree. But what is the last thing? Opening a dojo in Fuai Town? Exclamation mark. You know, we are the Rockets, even without a normal league status. Not to mention the Dao Pavilion, which is difficult for even members of the Alliance. The identity of the Dao Pavilion owner is the most trusted member of the Alliance. How does this work? Exclamation mark. Dash. Add more. Monthly tickets reached 450. Ask for a monthly pass. Thanks for your support. Chapter 391 Situation of Fuai Town. You don't need to worry about opening the Dao Pavilion. I will deal with it. You are mainly responsible for the first 2 tasks. Aoki also knew that they were surprised, but they didn't know something. If you know that Aoki's friends are the young masters of the German company, and the teacher is the league's old breeder, then you may not feel that difficult. After all, it can be regarded as a halfway debut alliance. Only a member of the Rockets went to open the Dao Pavilion. So far, none of them can be below the strength of the Uranus. Aoki continued, and the survey I asked you to do before, what's the result? Let me talk about it. After we came to Fuai Town in the past 2 days, we did a preliminary investigation and found that not only the strength is not strong on the surface, but the strength of the underground forces is also average. On the bright side, the strongest person is a son of the mayor, who is almost 30 years old and has the strength of a squadron leader. He is also the director of the police station in Fuai Town, responsible for law and order management. Alec, the speaker. Alec went on to say, then the underground forces in Fuai Town have two shares. One is an underground gang called the Black Snake Gang. It mainly depends on collecting protection fees to maintain the normal expenses of the gang. Shops or businessmen must pay certain protection fees on time every month, otherwise they cannot continue to do business, which is also an important reason why the business in Fuai Town has been unable to move forward. Another force is called the Celestial Hunting Group. It is a hunting group registered by the Hunters Association. They use Fuai Town as their residence site. They often go out for hunting and are also elves to earn money. The main goal is also the forests around Fuai Town. Wild elves here briefly described some of the three forces in Fuai Town. On the surface, there is only one of them. Fortunately, the hunting map is mainly for making money, and it will not interfere too much with the life of the residents in the town. It will be almost the same as the slums. Have you investigated the specific strengths of these two forces? And Miyamoto, let you see what the black market in Fuai Town said. Oki asked again, because the time is relatively short. The specific strength of these two forces has not been investigated too much, but the strength of the mayor's son can balance them, and it is estimated that it is between Boss Hong. Alec explained about the black market in Fuai Town. I made a preliminary investigation and found that it was actually a display point of the Black Snake Gang, and it was in a shabby state, saying that the black market was regarded as a compliment to him, and that there were not many people from Fuai Town. So the black market has no special effect. Miyamoto also said, among Oki's men, only Miyamoto knew about the black market. After all, no matter whether it was Scar or Alec, more time was spent on the trial island. Even if Alec had lived with his uncle for some time, he still absorbed the elf's knowledge during that time, in case he would not encounter too many unknowns after trying the island. Then today your task is very simple. Go out and infiltrate into the town of Fuai. Look at the power of the so-called Black Snake Gang. How strong are their several leading characters? Then you will make a decision. In the face of this Black Snake Gang, Oki directly finalized their task today. Yes. The six stood up and answered. Well, you go. Remember to put away the rocket stuff. The six nodded and stunned, and went out in full swing. This is the first time I have done something under Oki. No matter who it is, I want to do it beautifully. Oki came to the house behind. Although he believed that Alec wouldn't do anything, his uncle wasn't sure, so Oki asked Ghoststone to conduct a thorough investigation of the house. The end result is indeed no problem. Be careful to sail the boat of 10,000 years. This is the rule of Oki. Without entering the house, I went directly to the flat ground behind the house. Obviously, no one had taken care of it for a long time. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and some of the original training grounds were covered with weeds. However, the area of the open space is very large, just missing a pool. There are many water spirits in Oki now. Although leaving the water has no effect on them, it is better to have a pool. Take out the elven ball directly and release all the elves who have been conquered. As for getting the elves after the trial, so far they have not greeted them well. Everyone will take care of everything here according to the original division of labor, then Tyrannosaurus, claw-tailed scorpion and dull beast. You are responsible for excavating a large pool here. The depth and area must allow Tyrannosaurus the degree of tumbling inside. Tropical dragon, I know you don't want to do anything. Then you go to the top of the building to monitor this area. As long as humans rush into the area, they will be blocked directly by me. Anything you want to break out of will hit me and miss one. People come in and break you for 3 days. Oki ordered the elves. These things were done by the elves last time in Zijing City, so they are still familiar. And now their strength has improved, and things get a lot faster. As the elves began to act, Oki took out a few more elven again. Inside are fire juvenile chicken, mosquito coil, and Cocodora. Release all 3 elves. Although the mosquito coil maggot needs to be in the water in order to move normally. He came out and found that it was land. and a small puddle was sunk directly on the ground and nestled inside. Kuozi, we should meet for the first time. My name is Oki. Please advise me in the future. Said Oki took out the advanced energy block www.mentalnovel.com and put it in front of Huachi. Originally, the fire chicken was a little proud, but when you saw the energy cube in Oki's hands, all of it was forgotten. After all, they are relatively young, have no resistance to food, and have just entered the growth stage, and their minds are relatively simple. The mosquito coil maggot, you also know what happened to you before. I believe I will not let you go back to that kind of place in the future. Follow me, I will bring you to grow. Then there is the mosquito coil maggot. The mosquito coil was kept in the water tank of the Hunters Guild before. Although the water tank is also quite large, he often sees the familiar elves who have been bought by him. He knows what happened when he is young, and now it is his turn. Myself. What has been worrying about has not happened, and it seems that the person who buys himself seems to be good to himself. Slowly poked a head out of the water and ate the energy cube in Oki's hand. The last Kokodora is arguably the most number of contacts with Oki now. Without excessive explanation, Oki directly took out the energy cube he liked to eat. After touching his head, since he promised to bring him to grow, some things must be put on the agenda. The following afternoon, the crowheads were all busy processing the site, and Oki knew each other directly with the fire juveniles, mosquito coils and Kokodola. Of the three elves, Kokodora is the oldest, and the level and strength are also the strongest. The fire juvenile may be because of the fire elves, so it soon became a peace with Oki and other elves. He is the youngest and has the lowest strength and level. As for the mosquito coil maggot, it may be because of the previous living environment, so the character is relatively maggot. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 392 about Genie's plan. After it is settled here, it is estimated that it will be a long period of incubation for Oki, with peace of mind to develop and grow. Then the training of the elves must be arranged now. The first is the head of the crow that has just evolved. The body has expanded more than doubled at once, so the control of the body has decreased relatively, and because the level has been increased on the trial island, it takes a long time to master of. After all, it was a change in physical shape, and even the previous weight was suddenly ignored by the crow's head. So Oki directly adjusted the weight of the crow's head to 150 pounds this time. Even so, he could still accept it. After all, you can't lift too much at once. After the crow's head gets used to it, lift the load a little bit. And the crow's head also learned a big move that belongs to the flying elves, and the bird slams. The power of the bird's slam is strong, but it takes a long time to charge, so the attack is more protracted. How to reduce the time for charging is also something that Oki needs to consider. In addition, the crow's head changed from the original Brankheart characteristic to the current overconfidence characteristic. Certain changes must be made in the fighting rhythm and habits. The original positioning was to assist attack and containment, but now it may be promoted to the position of main attacker or Reba. After all, the feature of overconfidence is still terrifying after the number of layers. Then there is the dumb beast. As a genie that has been conquered about the same time as the head of a crow, the foolish beast is already a veteran in the hands of Oki. However, some of the dark green qualifications of the dumb beasts have fallen behind, and they have become the lowest qualification among Oki's main battle elves. But after evolution, it should improve. Oki has prepared all the necessary things for the stupid beast to evolve, but the stupid beast has not decided which elves to evolve into. I have been procrastinating before. After all, a body model has been used for a long time, and changing it will have a great impact on dumb beasts. However, after seeing the evolution of the crow's head, he tried to turn the tide, and the dumb beast gradually thought about whether to evolve, or what kind of elves have evolved. After all, every evolution is a qualitative change for the elves. The evolution of dumb beasts has also been put on the agenda by Oki. If you want to build a pavilion, You can only use the elves of the Alliance status on the surface. So the dumb beasts must evolve before Aoki can pass the Alliance's assessment of strength. Ghost Stone. Ghost Stone also gained a lot of benefits in the Ghost Cave on the Trial Island. The increase in level and the increase in the concentration of the phantom energy in the body have improved his strength. After all, it is a ghost of the ghost system, and it is because of the use of the energy of the ghost system. It needs to be improved again. In addition, the body almost swelled before compression, and the body became more solid after compression. This phenomenon is gradually approaching Genghis physique. Although it is still a little far away, it may be an evolutionary state. Paula. Paula's sense of presence on Trial Island has always been relatively low, because there is no suitable target for him to fight, and his strength is a bit weak for turning the tide. In the control of ice energy, it has been done well. The next step may be to improve the level and continue the battle. In the matter of stabilizing Fuai Town in the back, Paula may be one of the main elves of Aoki in the dark. Raising the level of Paula cannot open a gap with the first echelon. It's okay, but the current level of the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion is really awkward in the Aoki team. There is still some gap with the first echelon, but it is better than the second echelon Koko. For the first elf that hatched by himself, Aoki's expectations for the claw-tailed Scorpion were relatively high. There has been no opportunity before, but for the next period of time, the development of the poisonous properties of the claw-tailed Scorpion will be put on the agenda by Aoki. Then, as long as there are suitable enemies, the claw-tailed Scorpion and Mule will be the main players in Aoki. Battle Elves. As for the Big Milk Tank, although the qualification of the milking monster has been upgraded to green, but the Big Milk Tank that did not like the killing originally, Aoki is ready to put it completely in the reserve team, or as 3 Coco dolls the nanny is more suitable. The milk in the Big Milk Tank and her relatively careful heart are the most suitable for taking care of the growing elves. Cocodora, they have the help of a Big Milk Tank and can definitely grow better and develop better. A good example is the claw-tailed Scorpion. The elves of Aoki First Echelon made this arrangement temporarily. Then there are 3 new sprites. Cocodolo is arguably the most reliable of Aoki. As long as he has enough food, he will work hard even if he doesn't say it. However, with Cocodolo's appetite, if Aoki does not make time to make money, it may soon be short. Don't look at his small size, but the speed of food consumption is much more horrible than a big guy like Tropical Dragon, and as soon as it is empty, he will train himself in the way Aoki tells him, or simply find another elves fight, like the claw-tailed Scorpion. However, Aoki now let Cocodora calm down and feel and be familiar with her own body changes. This also makes the claw-tailed Scorpion feel a certain pressure. When the claw-tailed Scorpion who likes to fight against Cocodolo still wins, the restraintive attributes and the unyielding spirit of Cocodolo make the claw-tailed Scorpion very uncomfortable. He can feel it. www.mentalnovel.com. If he doesn't make any progress, he may really be caught up by Cocodolo. And Aoki is most worried about the fire juveniles. Now the fire juveniles are still in an abnormal state. Aoki has long let the chip calculate and analyze the solution, but there has not yet been a method with a high success rate, and another one may appear tonight. In this way, we can only hope for higher efficiency. If the abnormal state of the fire chicken is not resolved, then Aoki still dare not let him perform high-intensity training, and can only do some simple physical exercises to strengthen the body. The fire child chicken is a fire spirit. It is more open in character, but the incident that caused him to be abnormal has always been a knot in his heart. If it cannot be undone, it may affect his life. However, Aoki is more pleased that Cocodolo, who has a similar experience, is already helping Aoki to gradually communicate with the naive chicken. I hope that he can focus on improving his strength like Cocodolo, so no matter what he plans to do in the future, Aoki will give some support. The last is the mosquito coil, and the pond is still under construction, so there are not many places where the mosquito coil can be active. However, because it is quite comfortable to spend in so many elves' water tanks, the mosquito coils have matured in ways that do not fit his body. Therefore, Whether it is the more powerful Coca-Cola, it is not very comfortable due to the attribute restraint fire. Juveniles have a certain affinity for mosquito coils. In general, Ocus elves are still developing well, and how to grow has been slowly planned by Oki. I believe that after a period of time, Ocus strength will usher in a period of explosion. It's time for Oki to start all his plans. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 393. Ready to start at night. The treatment of the backyard was almost finished. All the weeds were cleared, and some of the original training grounds were cleared out. This large area is enough for all the spirits in Oki to train. Later Oki will add some more professional props. The pond was also dug out initially. Although the requirements of Oki have not been met, it is estimated that the elves will finish the digging tomorrow. By that time, whether it is a mosquito coil or a large tongue, it will be able to live in the water. Golems and Tyrannosaurus can also rest in the pond for a while. In the future, if Oki wants to expand the rainy team, this pond Oki will continue to expand it. Then the mountain behind the backyard will be developed. Taking Coca-Cola and Yuki-Ira, which can hatch in a while, was not a problem at all. Maybe not enough for them. At night, Oki and Sky again sat in the conference room on the second floor. Tell me what you guys have inquired about, Oki asked. The three looked at each other for a few moments, and in the end Alec paid back. After all, Alec was relatively familiar with it. The six of us disguised ourselves and went to different places to search for information, whether it was the police station, the store where the protection fee was collected, or the bribery of some Black Snake gangs. The information we got was almost the same. The Black Snake gang is mainly controlled by 3 people. The Black Snake as the gang leader should also have the strength of the squadron leader or above. I heard that he had fought with the mayor's son for nearly an hour. The town's police station can only leave the Black Snake gang to rest, and it cannot be eradicated. Then the deputy leader was a woman with the nickname Green Snake. It was said that the devil's gimmick was of average strength, but with the nepotism, it was in the position of second leader. The third player is a man named Viper, whose strength is second only to that gang leader, and should have the strength of a small captain, but he has not seen much about the deputy gang leader, and the relationship between the two is also apparently discordant. I just have to start with this person. There are nearly 50 members in the entire Black Snake gang, regardless of strength and quality. The Black Snake gang does not look at the quality and potential at all, and it has no real underground power at all. That is, there is not much oil and water in places such as Fuai Town. Otherwise they will not be able to turn. Alec told everything they had inquired about today. Oki nodded, thinking about a problem. Even if Fuai Town is just a small town, but not to make the Black Snake gang such a gang bigger. Although the police station in the town is about the same strength, the Union's in as long as they can fully grasp it, they will not care even if the place is small. In addition, the Black Snakes helped these third-rate forces, and a moderate prosecutor in the Alliance could send them all away, unless the coalition forces here are not reported, because the Black Snake gang did not cause significant losses in Fuai Town. It only charged some protection fees. Although the frequency and cost were higher, people could still swallow it. Moreover, in addition to the police station in Fuai Town, there is not even a Pokémon Center or a Pokémon store. It can be said that the Alliance's right to speak is in the hands of the police station. Are the gangs here united with the Union Police? It is not impossible. If this is the case, Oki feels great. Otherwise I really don't know how to remove all the forces and completely control Fuai Town. Are the elves left by Oishi last time? Have you assigned them to Miyamoto? Oki asked. After hearing that, Miyamoto nodded quickly. It was allocated. According to the strength and the skill of the elves, both Sky and Alec were allocated. I got one. As for Fox, they were almost, so there was no allocation. This allocation makes sense. Dashi's strength is not weak. His elf level and qualifications are also good, and the 3 of Fox may not be able to tame. Even Sky was almost stopped outside the threshold, but Miyamoto knew that Sky he was the first to follow Oki. so he was assigned 2 elves. As for Alec, because almost all of his strength was lost on the trial island, and the elves who subscribed later were more hasty and of average strength, he was also assigned 2 elves. Miyamoto himself is better at fighting elf. He is not very interested in the rock elf of Dashi, but the lack of strength has left him 1. There is nothing wrong with Miyamoto's allocation in this way. In this way, all 3 have the strength of the captain level. Miyamoto is first, Alec is second, and finally Sky. As for the other 3, the strength is good for ordinary people. But there is still some gap from the squad leader level. Then you all prepare tonight, especially some healing potions or something, and then the 3 of you, Fox, follow Sky's instructions. Miyamoto and Alec, you are free to play www.mentalnovel.com. I will solve the lead 3 people, fighting for one night today, to solve the entire Black Snake gang. Okusai is filled with murderous intentions. However, it is not a third-rate gang. For this kind of power, Aoki did not know how many have been solved. A few people heard shouting yes. Even Alec and others trembled slightly, a little excited. This is their first battle, and it is the first battle to develop in Feniyuan area. They must play beautifully. Oku's courage has been gradually demonstrated, and he will never be just a rocket squadron captain. And the next goal is to apply for the establishment of a road museum in Fuai Town, and to fully control Fuai Town. There is a town as a foundation, and the development speed will be much faster. You pay attention, kill all those who are sloppy, of low strength, or of low quality. The remaining ones will be subdued if they are of sufficient quality. After all, these people can't just rely on them to control Fuai Town. Don't let it go, Aoki said coldly. The order of Aoki's underground forces in Fuai Town should be established from scratch. If possible, the order of Aoki on the bright side of Fuai Town should be established by himself. To achieve full control, some tapeworms and waste are not what he needs. All killed. Be regarded as a deterrent. Yes. The 6 drank together. Take a break and start action at 1 a.m. Aoki said after getting up and left the conference room. The battle will begin at 1 o'clock in the evening. Although the opponent looks like a chicken, but Aoki cannot take it lightly. You need to go back and prepare. Then there are still some things to be solved. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 394. Uprooted. After returning to the room, Aoki took out a special elf ball. This is a special elven ball specially bought in the Golden Market black market. The main function is to increase the comfort of the elven ball, and then increase the intimacy between the elven ball and the trainer. It is similar to Yu-Yu ball, but it has not reached the level of Yu-Yu ball. This is what Aoki spent a lot of money to make it in a hurry. Come out, Dream Demon, Aoki said after throwing the elven ball. Woo. After the Dream Demon came out, he called softly, and saw Oku's eyes light up instantly, and the alliance floated over. After a period of getting along with this idea of being close to Aoki infused by other elves to the Dream Demon, subtly, the simple-minded Dream Demon has long regarded Aoki as his best friend and partner. Now even though Aoki can't direct the Dream Monster to do some normal battles, but give her a little command and let her use some skills. I believe that as long as we get along with each other for a while, and the improvement of Oku's strength, when you have a Quasar or near Quasar, you should almost be able to direct the Dream Demon to make some basic battles. At that time, Aoki, who possessed this ace, would dare to say that with the strength of the Quasar King and the strongest newcomer to the king level, he would slap his wrist. Don't look at the Dream Demon now has the strength of the Heavenly King level, but in fact it is not much different from a newly born elf. No battle, so there is no inherent combat rhythm. Everything is white paper. Aoki thought you can write as you want, and you have great strength directly without having to train from scratch. If such a perfect embryo is known to others, it will really directly lead to the killing of the body. Even the Heavenly King level strongman will not care about the face of the strongman and take the robbery. Okay, if you feel that the elf ball is more boring, you can stay in my shadow with Ghost Stone. But one thing to pay attention to is to condense your own breath. otherwise bad people may hit you," Aoki said to the dream monster. Wu Dream Demon nodded nicely and ate the energy cube that Aoki had prepared for her in advance, staying with Ghost Stone for a long time. Although he won't stay in the elf ball and quietly increase the intimacy with the trainer, but Ghost Stone is one of the first elves that followed Aoki and will definitely give dreams from time to time. The demon instilled some ideas of being close to Aoki and obeying Aoki's orders. This may instead speed up Aoki's use of the dream demon. Placing the dream demon in the room, Aoki began to study the abnormal state repair plan just analyzed by the chip. The first thing that must be solved is the heart problem of the fire child. But after accurate scanning and real-time attention of the chip, it was found that in the communication between Coca-Cola and the fire child, the mentality of the fire child will be adjusted, and when the elves are playing together, the mentality of the fire chicken is constantly adjusting. So Aoki wasn't very worried about the mentality of the fire child. For physical problems, the chip also gives a solution. As long as Aoki makes energy cubes according to the formula in this solution, it can improve the physique of the fire juvenile chicken for a long time. According to the current situation, the chip estimates that when the juvenile chicken is released from the abnormal state, it has a 70% probability to upgrade its qualification to teal. This probability has exceeded Aoki's expectations. If even a 70% probability is unsuccessful, then it means that the fire-naive chicken is not suitable for possessing that kind of potential, or it is better to grow up obediently. But no matter what, the acceleration feature can improve the qualification of the fire jicks by a small order. In other words, as long as the firefighting chicken with accelerated characteristics can successfully evolve into a firefighting chicken, the qualification can be upgraded by a small order by default. In addition to the special energy blocks required by the firefowl, Coca-Cola and the newly added mosquito coil also require exclusive energy blocks. Coco-Dora Aoki can directly add Coco-Dora to the energy cube formula made for Dago, which can meet the needs of Coco-Dora. And if long-term use of the Earth's core milk cube, Coca-Cola's talent in the rock system will definitely improve steadily. At that time, the steel system and the rock system will develop together, as well as the coordinated attack of the dragon system skills. After evolved into Boscadora, it will definitely become a prehistoric monster. The ordinary elf in front of him not only could not break his defense, but could not withstand his attack. The flesh-type warrior who can resist and output is definitely the perfect front row. You don't need to worry about the disadvantages in speed. In combination with the trick space skills that you need to learn after the dumb beast evolution, slow speed has become an advantage. As for the mosquito coil is only a sprite of pure water system, such an energy block is much simpler to make. After matching with a certain amount of energy crystals, it is basically formed. Now, when Aoki makes energy cubes for his elves, he will add a certain amount of energy crystal powder, which cannot improve his qualifications, but he can make the elves grow faster, without worrying about any side effects. Dream Demon happily playing in the room, playing with something she has never seen before. www.mtlnovel.com. Even if it is a vase, she can play for a long time. Aoki is making energy cubes silently. A sensible dream demon will not disturb Aoki. A person and an elf get along very well. Aoki is slowly cultivating the feelings and tacit understanding with the dream demon every day during the night, and after fighting in the future, I think it is not as simple as 1 + 1. When the time was almost approaching, Aoki closed all the tools and the completed energy blocks. Let's go. Dream Demon, do you want to stay in the elf ball or stay in the shadow with Ghost Stone? Aoki asked with a smile. Wu Dream Demon yelled for himself, submerged directly into Aoki's shadow. Went to play with Ghost Stone. He smiled with satisfaction, and now his relationship with the dream monster is increasing day by day. He took out a wide black robe and put it on his body. Now whether Aoki is the status of the Rockets or the League, it is better not to be exposed as much as possible, so as not to get the current heart. Take out the elven ball and summon the crow's head and Paula. At this time, they are more suitable. In the hall outside, All 6 of Alec were ready. Everyone is wearing a black night clothes, with a hood or a black mask on his head, which most people can't tell. Remember, the task tonight is to uproot the Black Snake Gang. Only when it is determined that it is available, can you choose to subdue, otherwise, kill. A cold voice of Oki came from under the black hood. Yes, no one on the island tried any murderous body. Fourth more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 395. Black Snake. A group of people, all wearing black robes, were advancing on the road in the middle of the night. If it wasn't because the law and order of Fuai Town was not good, and there was no one in the middle of the night, they would be reported to the police. The gathering place of the Black Snake Gang is in the northwest corner, and the southwest corner of Oki's house is exactly to the west. Everyone was riding their own elves, running along the muddy road, while Oki waited silently in the room. The dumb beasts left superpower coordinates on the 6 of them, and at the size of Fuai Town, they could teleport directly at any time. So just wait for the 6 to reach the Black Snake's nest and then pass. Soon, half an hour later, at the speed of the elves, he reached the door of the Black Snake's old nest. Because the economic development of Fuai Town is backward and there are not many entertainment facilities, even underground forces such as the Black Snake Gang can only stay in their old nests in the middle of the night, playing with their own people, and entertaining themselves. Be happy. When the 6 Alec arrived at the door, the imaginary battle did not begin, because the 2 men who were keeping the door at the door had long collapsed to sleep on the ground. As the ground snake of Fuai Town, who would be alright to come to the nest of the Black Snake Gang in the middle of the night, as a gatekeeper, he had a habit of discounting hatch in the evening, and after 12 o'clock, he had already fallen asleep, so he was unaware of the sudden attack of the 6 Alec men. Kill. Alec frowned, and the Black Snake Gang was more garbage than he thought. With his orders, the 3 foxes standing behind threw the elves directly, and killed them while they were still awake. They were immersed in their dreams and there was no way to wake up again. Then a wave of superpowers fluctuated, and the space was slightly twisted. With the momentary movement of the dumb beast, Oki appeared next to the 6. Sir. The 6 shouted respectfully. Oki took out the elven ball and put the stupid beast away. This is not the time for the stupid beast to fight. Let's go in and see how much garbage this garbage gang does. Oki glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, summoned the head of a crow and a bull, and walked in first. The 7 people in black were like 7 death gods who suddenly appeared from the underworld. There are people playing in the courtyard, people sitting paralyzed by the wall and snoring. Some people are drinking with a few friends, but there is no one who is alert in the middle of the night. But when the 7 of Oki appeared before the crowd, they wiped their eyes first, and showed no panic. Don't think that they are calm, because they haven't responded yet. Someone rushed into their nest. Don't be worried. A mess. All killed. Oki frowned and drank. Originally thought that the Black Snake Gang still had some talents available, but now he found that he was thinking wrong. He had not experienced the struggle of blood and the struggle between life and death. How could a talent emerge? The 6 heard Oka's order and released all the elves directly, rushing towards those who had not yet responded. Suddenly, the breath of blood gradually appeared, and the shouting of the sky also sounded from this moment. The killings started here. Oki ignored them and kicked him directly on the door, unable to move in. The sky shouting finally made the people inside wake up, and saw a middle-aged man hurriedly wearing clothes, ran out with a woman, and saw Oki who had just walked into the hall. The middle-aged man's face is very ugly, and his good deeds are not disturbed. From the current situation, it is obvious that someone directly hits the door, and listening to the shouts outside, obviously can't even achieve basic resistance. Damn, who are you? The Black Snake roared, and at the same time he hurriedly dressed his clothes and pants neatly. The woman next to her had no intention of tidying up her clothes. Instead, she looked at the figure under the black robe with interest, revealing a look of interest. Kill your man, Oki said lightly. Asshole. Viper Man, are you the one who made the Viper call? How much does he give you? I give you twice. Viper apparently came to Oka's sudden door as an internal fight between the Viper and him. Otherwise, he has been lingering in a small town like Fui Town. He has no intention of going out and expanding. How could he offend others? You know, in Fui Town, his relationship can be said to have reached the sky. Oki frowned slightly under the black robe. It seemed that the relationship between the Viper and the Viper had reached an irreconcilable level. At this time, a talented belatedly came out of another room. Viper, damn. Did you call this man? Viper said fiercely. The Viper saw Oki stunned obviously, and then looked at the Viper and vigor of the Viper, with a flash of teasing in his eyes. He didn't mean to answer, and looked at it silently. A glance at the ragged green snake revealed a disdainful expression. Oki didn't intend to bother with the complicated relationship between them, and had no time to waste on them. Crow head, downwind, pull, move at high speed. A faint command came from under the black robe. The venomous snake stared at the Viper, and he would look for you again. And through two elven balls, two snake elves appeared in the room. The chip directly scanned www.untlenovel.com Oki to get the data of these two snakes. One Islander Light Cyan qualification, level 35 Aber monster, and the other is a rich local snake, Light Cyan qualification, level 36 Rice Spoon Snake. The reason why the black snake is called the Black Snake Gang should be because of the two snake eels named Black Snake. He still has a fierce energy, and his shot is directly his strongest health, and he has no intention of leaving. Friend, last chance, as long as you choose to leave now, I can never blame it. The black snake growled, and he felt the pressure from the two elves of Oki. I still look down on him, and now I have come to the door. I still want to relax. The crow's head, wings attack Abby, pull, frozen wind. Gah! The crow's head yelled, and fluttered towards the Aber monster. At the speed of the crow's head, such a short distance is just a blink of an eye. The slinger, who stopped at the same place for a couple of steps, spit out a violent cold wind directly from his mouth. Under the airflow driven by the crow's head flight, it was blown to the Aber monster and Rice Spoon Snake faster. Suddenly, tiny ice dregs appeared on the two elves, and even the green snake, who stood far away, unconsciously pulled on his clothes and felt the cold. The black snake changed color instantly, and the crow's head moved faster than he thought. Aber monster, Thunderbolt attacks Raven Head. Spoon Snake, use sword dance, dash. Add more. Adding to the rewards of the Forgotten Wombat boss. Ask for a monthly pass. The protagonist is still forming a force. Do you think it is finally the Rockets to belong to the faction of the Rockets, or to develop their own forces and get out of the Rockets? Chapter 396 Kill him. Crow's head, use guard. Continuing attack. Pull. Use provocation on the spoon snake to interrupt him. Oki continued to order. The wings of the crow's head slammed into Aba's body, and he was directly hit by the pain. But the crow's head did not shy away and bullied itself again. Under the command of the black snake, Abe endured severe pain, and gradually accumulated electric energy on his teeth. However, it can be seen that this Aber monster usually does not have good training for the third teeth. When the Thunderbolt has not been used before, the crow's head and wings immediately follow. Waving again, the energy of the flying system hit him hard. Fortunately, Abe showed his fierce strength as a viper. When he was concentrated by the head of the crow, he forcibly endured the pain without stepping back and biting the condensed thunderbolt directly on the head of the crow. It's a pity that the head of the crow, who was ready to withstand this attack, has condensed a light green energy hood round his body, holding the skills just enough to resist the thunderbolt of Aba's monster. And then the wings slammed on Aba again. Strange body. On the other side, it is possible to learn sword dance skills by using a 36-level Rice Spoon Snake. However, the body was slowed by the frozen wind used by the previous pull. Before it was used, it was directly interrupted by a faster pull. Damn, Aba, use Thunderbolt again. Spoon Snake, use Poison Strike. Target pull. Black Snake's face was like his nickname, a little black. At the same time, He has slowly touched his hands to the other two elves behind him. If the situation is not right, he will throw them out directly. Aoki, who noticed his actions, didn't bother, but expected him to summon more elves. The crow's head and mules now need fighting. One needs fighting to consolidate existing strength, and the other needs fighting to improve current combat effectiveness. Take care of him, crow's head. Use evil waves. Pull, freeze the light. The evil system energy on the crow's head quickly condensed. A thick malicious emergence. The evil wave formed in the blink of an eye, and was thrown directly towards the Abba monster, because the freezing wind slowed down, and it had suffered 3 attacks on the body. The weak Abba monster couldn't stop it, and the pull directly stacked the 2 claws together, and used the frozen light toward the fast-rising spoon snake. The originally slowed rice spoon snake was hit again by the freezing light, and at the same time, the speed was reduced again. Paula relied on the breeze of the crow's head and his high-speed movement to bless twice, and the speed got soared. She evaded the poisonous skill of the rice spoon snake in a short step and started a guerrilla battle with him. Come out, big wolf hound, use lightning bolts to attack the crow's head, proboscis, and use the blade. The black snake, who couldn't bear it at last, threw 2 elves again. This was already his main elves. What are you still doing? Let's not solve it together. Otherwise, don't you think about it. At the same time, the viper glanced back at the green snake still watching the opera and shouted loudly. The green snake and the black snake are almost a community of interests. If the black snake falls, the green snake should not be overwhelmed. Otherwise, the viper will definitely kill her first. Seeing her upset long ago, the green snake heard the words of the black snake, and bit its lip, ready to take out the elven ball around its waist. Who knew that the viper, who was also watching the drama, suddenly made a stride, with an unstoppable killing in his eyes, and a dagger appeared in his hand, directly across the neck of the green snake. Coldly, it's best not to move. Dare to move, you will be really frustrated. Feeling the sharp coldness on the dagger and the sense of touch on the skin of the neck, the goosebumps on the green snake's neck were all up, and he quickly extended his hands to indicate that he had no movement. I noticed that the black snake's face turned from black to red, and roared, Viper, I'm not thin to you. You are actually working with an outsider to deal with me now. When I kill this person in front of you, it is your death. The viper spit and scorned, Cut, you only know about women's trash. If you didn't help me, could you grow up to now and let a woman ride on Lao Tzu's head? Lao Tzu has been looking at you for a long time. It's up. Aoki watched them quietly, unmoved. The evil wave of the crow's head hit the stupid Abba monster and killed him without suspense. The overconfidence characteristic triggers directly, and one layer accumulates. The big wolf dog and proboscis who just came out of the elf ball are about to attack the crow's head, but they are directly avoided by the agility. The rice spoon snake is still playing a kite fighting game with Bayola. Because of its level advantage, the rice spoon snake has suffered several attacks, but it is not fatal. However, the additional effects of ice skills have not appeared. The speed of the spoon snake is getting slower and slower, and it is easy to pull the kite. From time to time, he threw a few ice skates on the snake's body, and directly cut the scales on him. At a glance, it was still miserable. The wounds were dense and messy. The head of the crow, the bird slammed, killed the proboscis leaf, and then killed the big wolf dog, pulled it, and hit the icicle. The head of the crow flying in the air suddenly circled in the air, and a light blue flame slowly appeared on him in the charge. And the head of the crow was charging. In the running, Paula directly drew the more and more dense ice-based energy in the air. 2 huge ice cones were condensed and formed by him, and he directly hit the slower and slower rice spoon snake. www.mtlnovel.com. When the black snake turned back, it was found that the crow head with a light blue flame hit the proboscis leaf that was too late to escape. Twice the restraint effect of flying, and killed the proboscis leaf in one shot. Now, the overconfidence of the crow's head is overlaid again, 2 layers. One of the pinch icicles hit the body of the rice spoon snake so far. I don't know if it is luck or manipulation, The huge ice cone was directly set on the 7 inches of the rice spoon snake. Originally, the smooth scales did not have the effect of resisting, and the spoon snake was fixed to the floor alive. At this point, the elf of the black snake has only one great wolf dog in a split second. After the crow's head killed the proboscis leaf, he did not stop in the slightest, and once again used the divine bird to slam, and killed the spoonful of the rice spoon snake, using the freezing wind against the big wolf dog, and successfully achieved the slowdown effect. With a sharp bird song piercing the night sky, the crow's head was superimposed with 2 layers of self-confidence, coupled with the reedy Togo divine bird slamming skills. The great wolf dog could not escape. "Wait, friend, wait. Your mercy I have," Black Snake quickly shouted, and now his face was completely white, and the death of the 3 main elves instantly gave him a little bit of confidence. But how could the crow's head ignore him? And Aoki wouldn't stop without talking. And would Aoki listen to him? "Kill him," Aoki said coldly. The head of the crow rushed down without hesitation. The great wolf dog anxiously wanted to avoid, but the small boulder condensed on his body's hair and legs made him very inconvenient to move. Boom! Exclamation mark. The crow slammed his head on the wolf dog. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 397 Void. The crow's head killed the wolfhound directly, regardless of the superposition of levels or qualifications, or the self-confidence of the upper layers. The crow head is now the strongest divine bird to smash, and there is no problem in killing an ordinary wolf dog. In Aoki's sight, Paula's level has been raised to 32 levels. The accumulation of the original experience reached a threshold. This time, he directly defeated a rice spoon snake across the 6th level, and then assisted the crow head to kill all the other 3 elves. The experience and growth directly gained the level of Paula. Promotion. Aoki walked in slowly, and saw the black snake's face pale, staring at the 4 elves lying on the ground. He knew he was finished. Even if he can survive in the future, at his current age, it is unlikely that he will be able to restore his former strength. But it's better to live than to die. There is a glimmer of yin in the eyes of the black snake, and it hides as soon as it looks up. A stiff smile appeared on his face. As soon as he wanted to speak, the claws of the crow's head appeared in front of him, killing him directly. He was still covering his neck before dying, and he wanted to speak, but he could never speak. Falling into a pool of blood with an incredible expression, the green snake and the viper behind them also looked at all of them crookedly. The green snake who responded widened his eyes and wanted to yell, but just when his throat was about to move, he felt the sharp blade on his neck, and he just choked back. Reluctantly converged his horrified gaze, revealing a pitiful appearance, looking at Aoki delicately. But Aoki, hiding under the black robe, didn't look at her at all. Astride across the body of the black snake, grabbed the hand of the viper on the dagger, and dragged it directly. Slowly, the green snake also fell to the ground. The viper was a little dazed again, and when he reacted, he immediately knelt down on the ground and shouted directly, "Master, there are people behind the black snake, and there are complicated relationships, all of which are assisted by villains and willing to work for adults." Aoki, who wanted to kill him together, stopped the action in his hand. Looking at the viper kneeling on the ground and burying his head on the ground, he said lightly, "Talk about it." Then, he found a chair that was not stained with blood, and sat up. The sound of outside killings is getting smaller and smaller, and those people are almost side by side slaughter when facing Miyamoto and others. Even if people with similar strengths have not experienced the same wild survival and life and death trials as them, they will not be rivals. Therefore, it is said that when the strength below the captain level, even if the number of people in the league is twice the number of people who meet the Rockets, they are not necessarily opponents. This sentence is also applicable to these gang members who are delicious and lazy in Fuwai Town. Soon the shouts stopped, and 6 people, all dressed in black, with smells coming in, came in. Seeing Aoki sitting in the position, he shouted respectfully. The viper kneeling on the ground also felt the stop of the sound outside, and the smell coming from the door. and my heart became more tense. After sorting out my thoughts, I raised my head. The black snakes. The black snakes were able to gain a foothold in Fuai town. The big reason was because he had a collusion with the mayor's son in secret, and the two of them worked together to earn Fuai town's money. Therefore, the alliance did not have any substantial blow to the Black Snake gang. The rumored battle between the mayor's son and the Black Snake was completely shown to others. Viper started his speech with some bumps, and then gradually became familiar with the idea. I already guessed this point. If there is nothing more important, you can go, Aoki said, supporting his head. Then he glanced at the people standing behind the Viper, and continued, let the mud clear up the outside. Don't let the smell spread and cause unnecessary panic. Fortunately, although Fuai town is not large, there are not many residents. The position of the Black Snake gang is the same as that of Aoki, and it is still relatively remote. The cries of Sky in the middle of the night didn't have much effect. Yes, Sky and Fox, who had been assigned Stinky Mud by Aoki, went out. The Viper kneeling on the ground nodded quickly. There are more important. Master, do you know the battle ring in Zijing City? Viper asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Stop speaking in one breath. Yes. Viper is accustomed to it, and sell it before talking about it. The violent battle for gold in Zijing City was started by a total of 6 forces. It is also managed by these 6 strengths. One of the underground forces is called Void. It is said that its leader has strength close to the rank of Heavenly King. The Purple City can be regarded as a party's overlord, and the Black Snake mainly relies on Akada in the Void. Every month, nearly 70% of the benefits it receives will be supplied to that Kada in exchange for Fuai, opportunity for town survival, and the remaining 30%, there will be 2 components for the mayor's son, so the original income is not much, only 10% can be left each time, after a long period of accumulation. He bought 2 good qualifications elves, the rest of them assigned to the younger brother below, were almost invisible. So the Black Snake gang was so dilapidated, Viper said quickly. No wonder the leader of an underground power in a small town that looks so broken, yet has not reached the level of the captain, but has 2 light cyan approved elves. www.mentalnovel.com. If you buy it for a large price, it will be the past already. This also explains why the 2 light cyan legible elves of the Black Snake are so vulnerable, that they have obviously not been trained properly. Void? Aoki murmured. He has not heard of this organization. He spent some time in Zijing City before, but at that time, he was in a hurry to help the elves to improve their strength, so he didn't pay much attention to the underground power of Zijing City. The town of Fuai is not far from the city of Zijing, so what this Viper said should be fine. Aoki is still wondering, even if the town of Fuai is no longer small, no matter how garbage, it is not enough for a Black Snake to occupy it. It turns out that he can only be regarded as working for the big brothers. Even the mayor's son can account for 20% of the income, which shows how miserable the Black Snake is. The existence of such a gang is simply to discredit all underground forces. Never seen such a bad mix. Yes, vanity. Whenever you need to hand in your supplies every month, the villain goes. Viper nodded again and again. What about the strength of that Void Kada? The existence of the Black Snake gang. Does the leader of the Void know? Aoki asked. The villain's strength is low, not very clear, but the strength of that Kada is at least the level of the top elite trainer. But the existence of the Void leader of the Black Snake gang is definitely unknown. Such a small place with a projectile is nothing underdeveloped, there is not much oil and water. That Kada is the bottom of the Kada in the Void, and the Black Snake is sheltered in the principle that the mosquito legs are also meat. The top elite trainer, then it is almost the strength of the captain of the middle or above. Aoki thought. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 398. The name of the sky. For the time being, the fact that the Black Snake gang is no longer present cannot be shown. Although a top elite trainer is not a big threat to Aoki now, and the other party may not care about the income of a small place like Fuai Town, but the trouble that can be avoided can temporarily avoid the following. First, Aoki needs time to growing up. You get up, Aoki said lightly. When Yan was glad in the eyes of the viper kneeling on the ground, and he knew he had escaped. Are the people of the Black Snake Gang here? No, no. There are more than 30 people here. Most of them are people who usually do nothing and are idle. The actual combat matters have little to do with them. Their main role is to hold the banner of the Black Snake Gang, and then collect some fees in the town of Fuai. The usual combatants spend most of their time in their homes or train in the Black Snake Gang's special training place. They are the main backbone of the Black Snake Gang. And those outside are just people with 1 or 2 garbage elves who want to get better together. The Viper explained. Aoki understood it a bit. Give some trivial and unnecessary things to those who do nothing. Save time and money to give some people the first to improve their strength, and such gangs can grow steadily. It's no wonder that the group of people outside were like chickens and dogs, and they were slaughtered by Alec casually. Can you summon them up? Yes. The main thing that villains are usually responsible for is to train these main combatants. Although their strength seems to be normal for adults, they are much better than those outside before, and this group of people, it is not just a matter of seeking pleasure. Some people are still motivated. It seems that Viper usually has a lot of responsibility in the Black Snake Gang. It is no wonder that the more the Black Snake gets a woman sitting on his head, the more uncomfortable it becomes. If the strength of the green snake is strong enough, it is obviously inferior to him, and most of the gang's management is managed by the Viper. If it is not as strong as the Black Snake, the Viper is expected to kill the Black directly snake, sitting on its own. But he didn't dare, because neither the mayor's son nor the vacant carders were able to cope with it. Take this pill, and then you'll call those people together. Aoki threw a red pill to Viper, the same one that was given to Alec and Miyamoto. Although Aoki now believes in Miyamoto and Alec, they still have no antidote to them, because the things entrusted to them will become more and more important. Even if Aoki is going to give them medicine, they will not eat them. After all, trust has just been built and requires a period of maintenance. If there are no restrictions on pills, they will also. I'm not sure if there will be some careful thinking in my mind now, although these careful thoughts may not be important and will not affect their decision. But since you chose to follow Aoki and believe that he can bring a better future for yourself and others, you can follow him with all your strength. To date, Aoki still did not disappoint them. The Viper hesitated a little and swallowed the red pill directly. Aoki did not say what the role of the red pill was. But how could the Viper that had been trapped in the underground forces be unclear? After taking a pill, he went out, saying that there was no name in the pill, and he didn't believe it. He hurried out to gather the real fighters of the Black Snake Gang in Fuai Town. Aoki sat on the main seat, watching Sky and others clean up all the corpses and blood in the outer courtyard and the inner hall. Since Aoki meant not to alarm the people in the town, it had to be handled cleanly without any smell. Fortunately, this is not a problem for Stinky Mud. Quickly, the violent Viper took a dozen people to trot into the hall. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, it was obvious that Viper had told them what had happened before. Originally everyone was still a little bit uneasy, thinking that the strength of the Black Snake would not be defeated so easily. However, when I saw Aoki sitting on the main seat of the hall, for some reason, everyone's hearts tightened slightly, and the range of physical movements became smaller. Sir, these are all the main combatants of the original Black Snake Gang. They are responsible for fighting on some gangs and fighting some wild elves who suddenly entered. Viper pointed to the 12 people behind him. Aoki looked at the spirit of these 14 people, and found that it was indeed better than the garbage in the courtyard. Just looking at the words of Jinkishan, I feel that these people barely have the qualifications to be called trainers. At least it's not just for pleasure and comfort. Also understand the importance of strength. I know you were originally members of the Black Snake Gang, but now the Black Snake Gang is no longer there, and you will no longer work for the Black Snake Gang, but for me. If you have opinions, you can leave now, Aoki said lightly in a chair. More than a dozen people, look at me, I look at you, and then look at the Viper standing respectfully in front. In fact, They can be used as trainers. Viper can be regarded as their half-guide, and during normal training, Viper will also give them some guidance. However, not everyone respects Viper. After all, there are still some people who are considered to be the confidants of the Black Snake and are completely loyal to the Black Snake, not the Black Snake gang. Two of them hesitated, slowly walked out of the crowd, and bowed slightly towards Oki, ready to leave. Just when they were about to leave, a big wolf dog and a hot monkey rushed out from the side and killed the two directly. Only two dead bodies were heard. The Viper quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that some people here were loyal to the Black Snake. Now he was killed directly. The remaining 12 people were all trembling all at once. www.mentalnovel.com and did not dare to move. Well, then the rest of the people will still do what they should do in the future, and do whatever they want. Fox, Tenzen, and Rand, you choose 4 of each of these 12 people to form a 5-member group, and these people will be yours. Sky, this card has 3 million union coins, which will be used as the starting capital. Later, you will be responsible for managing finances, and then Fox will follow you. Miyamoto, Tenzen will be led by you later. Alec, Rand and Viper will be under your control. You are still familiar with Fenny Yuan. In the future, recruiting staff will also be under your management. If you have any needs, you will tell Sky directly after joining the training for some time. They were assigned to Miyamoto and Sky. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Okay, this is a simple management for this group of people, and later order execution, more efficient. As for the Viper and the 12 people, they even nodded their heads and had no objection, otherwise the two on the ground would not be their role models. There is also the lively scene here. They have seen it a few times, but now it is empty and seems a little quiet. As for the name of the Black Snake Gang, for the time being, it will still be headed by the Black Snake Gang. Our real name is called the Sky Team. The Rockets Fenny Yuan District Team will be temporarily named the Sky Team. Apply for a team number. Oki sloppily named, dash. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. The Rockets Fenny Yuan Area Branch, the Sky Team. Some people may be able to think of something from this name, but we are now mainly to improve our own strength. There may be a description of the branch later, but not much, mainly Oka's own strength improvement. Chapter 399. Enter the forest again. Any name is not the point anyway. Now it is just the rudiment of a force. Only a group of fundamental personnel. Even the basic management of a black market cannot be achieved. Although there is no mention of the black market in Fuai Town, after the future development of Fuai Town, the black market must be in the hands of Oki himself. The black market is one of the real income sources of underground forces. As for the so-called protection fee, it doesn't add up to a month. After not seeing Oki take out 3 million directly, the Viper below and the original people are an incredible look. This shows how unbearable the Black Snake's previous income was. The 3 million is a lot of money for the former Oki, but it is still acceptable to the current Oki. The next period will start to make money, and then this so-called Sky Team, Oki will also find a way to make money by himself, so that he can bear his own internal consumption. The startup capital of 3 million will allow some people present to replace the elves. At least everyone must be equipped with a dark yellow qualified elven, so that the limit for future growth will be slightly higher. Those who join in later will not have to catch the first elf by themselves, and directly assigning a dark yellow qualified elf can save them a lot of time, so that the development of the forces will be faster. Tomorrow, Alec, you and all of them will take a trip to the black market in Luayan Town, and get everyone's hunter certificate. Sky will buy a lot of practical elves, and the qualifications are just fine. First improve your strength, and then go out and catch the elves for me. Let's temporarily save the protection fee and try to survive in the wild for a while, so that you can grow up a little faster, and then directly eliminate some people who are not capable. Oki told them what to do later. That is to enhance strength. Earn money by catching elves. Those with insufficient strength or those who cannot keep up will be eliminated directly. If loyalty is enough, go directly to logistics. If loyalty is not enough, kill 100. Those who just heard Oki's words were stunned in their hearts. Now the new leader seems to have a lot of money, but the requirements of the men below are still relatively high, and those who do not meet his requirements will be directly eliminated. Before all the people of the Black Snake Gang were killed by him, he could see that he was definitely a person who did not blink. Let Alec and others take this group of people into the forest directly, not only to exercise their strength, to capture some elves in exchange for money, but also to indirectly eliminate some of the weaker potential. And the Rocket Test Island trial is almost the same. It is valuable to cultivate people by surviving in the sand with survival in the wild. This small branch of Oki has just started and does not need too many people, but it is necessary to strive for everyone to have sufficient strength. The requirements are not high, and the strength of ordinary Rockets members is sufficient. Of course, for Alec and others, Oki's requirements are still higher. Just this evening, Oki's expected underground power was established in Feniyun area. As for what position the Rockets will be in, it will depend on Oki's strength. If Oki can reach the level of Nazi and U, then he is in charge of the whole Feniyun area, and I believe that the strength of Sakagi is not impossible. But if the strength is not up to the standard, I am afraid that someone will be sent directly to take over. As long as it develops normally, then Oki's own strength can also keep up, and become an organization called the Nether that is comparable to Zijing City. Oki feels that there is no problem. After Fuai Town entered a stable and high-speed development, this is when the branch built by Oki really came out. At present, only the lagging development level of Fuai Town is restricting Oki. To get out of this predicament, the fastest and most effective speed is to build a Doguan in Fuai Town. Take a look at the green town next to it. It was originally a poor and backward town like Fuai Town, but since the establishment of a gorgeous competition venue in Green Town, the heat has skyrocketed. And because of the fresh air and superiority due to its geographical location, Luoyang Town has become a senior care place for many elderly people. Then, the establishment of the Luoyang Town Doguan, the author added it himself, don't spray it if you don't like it. Although the Luoyang Town Doguan has little fame, the establishment of the gorgeous competition venue and the Doguan led to the establishment of the Luoyang Town development grows faster every day. It is said that the mayor of Luoyang Town intentionally renamed Luoyang Town to Luoyang City, but it was only left because no one supported it. From this we can see how far Luoyang Town has developed. Oki didn't say how much he went after Luoyang Town, but re-engraved his development direction, coupled with the strong support of Shangd Company, and Liu Shengang said something good in the alliance. The development of Fuai Town is not a problem. At that time, all the forces in Oki that use Fuai Town as the nourishment will develop rapidly. Whether it is the underground sky team or the pavilion on the bright side, Fuai Town will become the real birthplace of Oki. Of course, these are just Oki's plans now, and now they have just taken a small step. And there are still greater tests waiting for him. After all the things were arranged, Oki took the crow's head and Paula straight out of the door. www.mtlnovel.com with the current shape and strength of the crow's head, flying with Oki without any problems. Oki jumped to the back of the crow's head, pulled back the elven ball, and flew directly to where he lived. At present, Oki is not suitable to show himself in front of these people. Whether it is the original appearance or the status of the alliance, it is not suitable. Anyway, there was Alec, and there were some small things that the three of them could discuss. Once the Dark Crow stood on Oki's shoulder, but now the crow's head can fly with Oki. Although the crow's head does not have as wide a space as a tropical dragon, Oki is standing on it and flying at a slow speed. There is no problem. Returned directly to his room and fell asleep. The next day, Oki led the elves into the forest behind the courtyard. If you want to open a Taoist temple, Oki's strength is almost on the bright side. At least you need the strength of an elite trainer, that is, the strength of the ordinary rocket captain, in order to open a Taoist temple in a small place like Fuai. This still depends on the situation of someone in the alliance, otherwise the average person really can't do it. With the dumb beast, the pull, and the claw-tailed scorpion, go deep into the forest. The hunter level of the Hunters Guild also needs to be increased. Only after the 4-star hunter can a hunter group be created and can they take over team missions. Really fast money is still a team task. I didn't encounter any elves just after entering the forest. As they continued to deepen, the trail of elves gradually came out. Fourth more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 400 Loon Forest. Oka's purpose in entering the forest is very clear, that is to train the elves, improve their strength, and then arrest the elves. Oki took hundreds of elves this time, not only to improve hunter points. In the next period, there should be many newcomers in the team. Instead of buying from the Hunters Guild, it is better to catch some direct distribution. Knowing this already, Oki arrested on the Trial Island. The qualifications of the elves on the Trial Island were generally much higher. There is no way now. Fortunately, Oki owns chips. Compared to some people, the identification of qualifications is much simpler. It took an hour to make a simple survey of the distribution of elves in the back mountains. The elves in the back mountains mainly have 3 relatively large ethnic groups. The largest of these is the 2 branch evolutionary types of Echinops and Echinops, poisonous butterfly and hunting swallowtail butterfly. These 2 groups have the most elves, and Oki is more satisfied. Although the growth limit of the worms is not high, the victory is fast. As long as they are cultivated a little, they can soon be put into battle. So Oki was going to sweep out the spiny tails in both groups. Another advantage of the worms is that they have a large number and a large base. Among them, there are a lot of good quality genies that can be produced. If you can make good use of it and cultivate the Ulena in the rear mountain in a planned way, it may not be able to provide Oki them with a continuous stream of living elves. Inspired by spiny tail insects, Oki also plans to introduce both unicorns and green caterpillars in the Kanto region. With a little management and cultivation, the strength of these 2 elves is not much weaker than poisonous butterflies and hunting swallowtail butterflies. And when it comes to offense, Big Needle's offensive ability is considered to be the strongest of the 4 elves. It seems that the resources on Haoshan can't be wasted. Let Sky find some people and organize Haoshan. They can be used to cultivate the inner spirits. Oki thought to himself, an influential elf wants to buy it completely from the outside, which cannot be sustainable for a long time. It is best to have his main source of elf. This worm-like elf on the back of the mountain is a good source of elf. Oki can remove some of the more qualified elf by scanning the chip. After a period of reproduction, the elf's qualification will be generally improved. In addition to these 2 races, there is another ethnic group with a large price comparison, which is the Forest of Lazy Men. When I first saw this group, Oki was quite surprised. Regarding the final evolution of the Lazy Man, the Leaf King is still relatively familiar. This kind of elven is called a race worth more than a beast, but was destroyed by a characteristic. Many elven features, even if they don't help, will at least not be a constraint for the elves. However, the Leaf King is different. This kind of elven talent is generally better, and because it is generally an elven, many attributes can be learned. It can have a battle against any elves, but because of the lazy nature, it will directly. This elf was half ruined. In other words, it may be that the creator feels that the strength of the Leaf King is too strong and needs a lazy feature to restrict him. After all, the number of Leaf Kings is still relatively large. If there is no restriction of the lazy feature, it is estimated that many gods and beasts may not necessarily fight him. However, Oki still has an idea for the elves like the Leaf King. That is to use the feature to exchange this skill. Let an elf and the Leaf King exchange the features. It does not require any particularly powerful features. As long as the feature of laziness can be removed, that's it. Then the strength of the Leaf King will be multiplied. However, there is a limit to this kind of thing. That is, the skill of trait exchange cannot be maintained all the time. That is, it will be restored after a period of exchange. Then the question comes, let a lazy elf who only knows to lie down suddenly move him, physically and consciously? Can he accept it all at once? Maybe not. And even if the Leaf King is even more talented, some simple training must be done. right? Then it is better to maintain the trait exchange for a longer time. At least 2 elves need to take turns to use the trait exchange skills for the Leve King, so that he always maintains the trait of no laziness, so no matter when training and fighting, he will get used to being no longer lazy. Neither of the 2 elves may work. It is best to use 3 elves to keep the Leve King using feature exchange. Moreover, the best training method is to use this method to train him when he is still a lazy man. You don't need to do this after you have evolved into a moving ape, but after you evolved into a Leve King, you may need to persist like this for life. That is to say, to cultivate a Leve King with full combat power, at least 3 more elves who only use the characteristics exchange, and also need to stay behind the Leve King, so the cost of training is suddenly high. Know how many times. If there are results, it is okay. After all, such a Leve King is more powerful than ordinary quasi-gods, but what if it fails? After losing his wife, he lost his army. So Oki was just trying to take a leave of absence, and he wasn't ready to really take one for training. The name of the Lazy Man Forest is really very consistent. When Oki took the elves into the Lazy Man Forest, he saw that one lazy man was lying on the tree or on the ground. Even if some tree fruits were beside them, he was too lazy to reach for them. Only when I really feel hungry can I just barely move it. www.mentalnovel.com and slowly pour the fruit to my mouth. Ignoring Oki's sentry, he looked like Renjun picked. If it weren't for Oki, who scanned it at one glance and did not have a particularly good lazy man, he might really have to resist taking a few. Even if he didn't use it, he would use it for his subordinates. But after all, this is not a trial island. The general qualifications of the lazy man are only yellow, and occasionally I see a few light greens. Oki has no interest in resting for the time being. The value of the lazy man is not high. It is because it is too lazy to move, and the level can only be improved by eating a little bit every day. So the average person really can't stand it. Even if you really endure it, the lazy man evolved into a moving ape, and the strength is still strong, but the more the number of battles, the faster the time for the moving ape to evolve into a Leve King. After a lot of training, in the end it turned into a delicious lazy king of Leve. How many people can continue to cultivate? Slightly strolled around the Lazy Man Forest, and saw some traces left by excessive apes. Oki did not continue to go deep. Lazy Weng Forest may be a treasure trove, which can be explored slowly in the future. Now it is better to improve the elves and combat training. Add more. Up to 500 monthly tickets for Canada. The 400th chapter. As a novelist for the first time, I never really thought that I would write 400 chapters. Maybe many people think that hibiscus is more watery, but I want to say that I really do not want water. See if I work hard to update. Recently, I went to work during the day and 5 chapters at night. The friends in the group may know how hard it is, but recently everyone's monthly tickets are really powerful. Thank you all. Hibiscus ask for monthly pass again. Thanks for your support.